Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day of the Blast TV Austin Major 2025. We've gotten into the second stage of competition and two streams continue to run simultaneously. But what's going on? I never go and see Chad and Alex in the mornings, but yes, this is our morning.
Spring Chicken Day.
That's right.
In summertime.
You've never seen it before and you won't see it again.
You won't see it again. You savor it today. Enjoy it.
We get a nice taste of the mornings and a nice taste of a little bit of a combo meal. We got some best of ones, we got some best of threes, some teams locking themselves in. We'll bring up the bracket. I think this will help you both illustrate and understand exactly where we've gotten to so far if you haven't been able to keep track of all the CS.
Now, there's a lot of logos. There's a lot of logos on the screen, and those logos all mean things. But what's important for today is teams who are 2-0 and teams who are 0-2. If you lose a third matchup, you will be eliminated. If you win a third matchup, you will go straight through to stage 3, where that's where we have the biggest and best teams in Counter-Strike. But Alex,
yeah,
why are Falcons 0-2?
That's a great question, Chad. I don't know. I'm expecting a reverse sweep. OG could play spoiler and take the world number 2 out of contention for even being in the playoffs. They were supposed to be touted for a semi, for a final, and now they find themselves on the ropes. Now, I want to highlight the top of the side. You know, if you want to go to the more brighter pastures.
Oh, you're trying to be sunny this morning.
Yeah, that's right. I would, because FaZe Legacy, can you believe it? Legacy are playing against FaZe Clan for a spot in the next stage.
The Brazilian Counter-Strike team who could and is and can get through, which would be miraculous. I'm
sensing a little bit of realism to you.
No, not at all. I think FaZe have also performed very well at this point too. I think the fact that they're doing good in group stages. There was the grudge match against HEROIC, which I love. The tiny tastes of banter that Carrigan was throwing across the fence. And it wasn't just Carrigan. He had the full team sending slander to the HEROIC youngsters, and youngster especially. And then you take a look at them going in against Tai Lu. That right there has worked out lovely for them, because within the first round of play, that's the far left of your screen, you can see that there was only fair few where there was actually upsets. It was Legacy, Tai Lu, as well as Bait, which was the Falcons game, where the teams coming from stage 1 were actually able to topple the fresh legs, or you could phrase it, the side of the teams who hadn't gotten any experience in this environment. In fact, there was only 3 out of 8. That's not too bad.
Yeah, Lin Vision, of course, as well, taking on the Falcons. But let's bring up the schedule for today so you can see what you've got to look forward to across our stream. We've got 3D Max Nemiga in a best of 1. That's those 1-1 matchups. Bait HEROIC, quite excited for this one, especially considering the talent we've seen from both of them. Those are two stage 1 warriors clashing.
I'm going to be keen to see which one will come out on top there. And then we will be finishing with Pain versus Virtus.pro before Anders and DDK come in to take over the misery that is going to be MIBR versus BetBoom, one of the first 2 teams eliminated from this stage. But the end of today will mark the end of the best of 1s for stage 2, and that means in the remainder of the major, we will only have 2 more days of best of 1s. So we're almost through the thick of it. And at the end of today, we will also be at the halfway mark of all of the Swiss stages. We have 3 consecutive Swiss stages. Well, actually, there's a day off between stages 2 and 3, but we have 3 Swiss stages this time around because of 32-team major, and at the end of today, we're halfway through. So the group stages are chugging along nicely, quite rapidly, as we have the French on screen, as touched upon our first game. Yesterday, they had a strong start, followed by a very flat finish. So they won their first, lost their second. Maka trying to make sure the body pulls up his head. Look at each other.
Interesting.
Eye contact.
A big coach-led team talk as well.
Now, you speak French, obviously, Alex, so can you translate for everybody at home?
He said okay. Okay, so basically what they're saying is...
Here we go.
Yeah, okay, so it says something about the mouse is under the table.
Okay.
And it is sunny outside. That's what I got so far.
All right. Well, hopefully the sun shines brightly on the Frenchmen today. They are not the only French representation, but they are the national French team, I would say. Vitality, you've only got Zyro and Abe. And I say only, not in the sense of like, oh, those guys suck. Actually, the opposite. Those guys are, oh, this is quite the contrast. Gentlemen, don't play tennis balls inside.
Listen, okay, Vitality, speaking of them, they always take their ball games outside. And I mean, America is all about rules and regulations, okay?
Yeah, but nobody handles balls quite like Vitality.
And it is about freedom, you know, and there's a lot of freedom on display here. Look at them.
Yeah, if they break a monitor or something along those...
Get out of the way of Yakinda. He's got places to be.
He looks like a man on a mission right now, Yakinda.
He certainly does. I have to admire anyone that's brave enough to go for a toe tap. I don't have that in me. I don't think.
Okay, so look at how that could be. So if you fall backwards, it's into the spyglass.
So many ways.
Forwards, it's into the monitors.
Oliver, that means let's go.
Oof, that's there's an energy difference, isn't there?
Well, I mean, Chad, we watched 3D Max, didn't we? We saw a taste of 3D Max.
There was just a lack of frags in that second game of play yesterday. There wasn't really... Okay. All right, I hear you.
So they're going to get ready, and so are we. Why don't we sit back and relax and listen to Exercise, who spoke just ahead of this matchup.
Exercise, Inferno is normally a pretty strong map for you guys, and you often pick it, but against Legacy, things didn't go to plan. Was this a tough one? Like, what went wrong?
I guess the point was that we didn't enter the game the way we want, so we kind of struggled to find our way back. Then on T side, we also struggled to find the way how to beat them. We tried some moves, but they didn't catch it, so we kind of get stuck on the game plan we had. But today it's going to be another day. We fixed some stuff, so we're happy today.
Happy today, ready to play. Now, you've got some history with Nemiga from last year. Obviously, they haven't played you with Body. It's a lot of online results in there. You're already smiling. Like, it's a tough team for you guys, or what is it?
I guess it was like a bit of drama last time we played against them. Like, they had another tournament, and we had some tech issue that they didn't take that well. So they get drama into Twitter a bit, but
of course,
it's gone like it was a long time ago. So there is no hate between us, and just fun of CS, you know.
But a little bit of extra motivation to win today?
No, not really. It just major motivation, so it's fine, I guess.
The major motivation is very important. Do you notice, though, that they've leveled up since last time you played them? They seem to be in a better shape right now.
I couldn't really catch them when they play online, so I don't really know. But yeah, like the performance they did on the stage 1 was great, and they are now on like 1-1 as well. So yeah, they are a strong team. We don't underestimate them, and we're gonna need to show our best yet to win today.
Does the match history, just in the fact that they were winning most of these series, come into your mind at all, or do you feel like you guys have improved and become a different team since then?
I guess we are a better team than we were before, so we don't mind, to be honest.
Yesterday against the MIBR on HN, it was back and forth fight, and you had more success on the T side. But then, when you go to OT, you just win 4 rounds straight back to back. How did you guys manage to change things up like that?
First of all, I think it was our like IGLs and coaches. Coach, they helped us a lot during like last tactical. They just said like, what should we do? How we should change our game, because they changed it as well, and we saw it like at the end of the game. So, and we managed to just understand what they're doing, and it was like kind of easy.
Okay.
Like, I mean,
like you figured it out
at the end when just we had a different plan, you know.
Okay. So the change up of plan worked. That's very nice to have in the back pocket for you guys. Now you're going up against 3D Max, though. You had a lot of positive online matches against them back in 2024. Obviously, this is before Body joined into the team. But is this a comfortable team for you? Is this a team that you have a good understanding of?
Yeah, we faced against them a lot recently, like last year. I don't remember the results. I just remember that we won them for EPL qualifiers, at least. But I think they have very good players, very experienced ones, and I just believe that even though they're like playing a lot at LANs, like and everything, I think it doesn't really matter at this point. So we just try to have some fun and just play our game like as before. It doesn't really matter for us like who they are.
Now, I'm glad you said you play your own game, because it does seem like that. But I also notice when I'm looking at you guys, you seem more calm in this stage. It seems like you guys are a bit more relaxed. Do you feel like the pressure's not really on you anymore?
It's not like there is no pressure at all. There's obviously like it's major.
It's still a major.
Like I don't think there is like a single player who doesn't think sometimes, but it's for sure there is no like before, you know, like at Shanghai and everything. Like we just play, we just love this game, and we just keep playing, enjoying our stay here, and we try our best to get to our goals.
And that goal is to be making it through to stage 3, right?
It's step by step. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, playoff, and major final, and everything. You know.
And you got that smart.
I love that from Khan, some confidence. And by the way, Mr. Birchall on No Strip Watch, exercise today is going to be equipped with a strip for the nasal passages.
Interesting.
Yes, it is. As well as, you know what else is interesting? That the Nemiga boys have been together for quite a while.
Yeah, Zwei being the most recent addition and replacing Flamus.
Basically, like a whole year these guys have been together. Meanwhile, 3 months to integrate Body into their ranks. So certainly more reps for the 5 of Nemiga. And we've got the vetoes up on screen. Chad, is there ever anything to say in a best-of-1 veto?
Yeah, I think so, right? When you take a look, the permaban from 3D Max is Mirage, and then they removed Ancient, which is one of their weaker maps at the moment as well, but Train is also a bit of a mystery.
Yeah.
Having Nuke and Inferno go out, that is the permaban of Nemiga.
Okay.
And the fact that they get rid of Inferno, especially with how poor I thought 3D Max looked yesterday on it against Legacy, I guess they're respecting that potential. And the head-to-head between the two that was discussed there in the interviews by Banks last year without Body in the team. I was talking to Malik in the lift. He's saying that quite a few of the matches that they have been played head-to-head have been snowbally games. So we'll see. Because I think Nemiga have been relatively aggressive with a lot of the fights, especially a player like Xanta. He's happy to get stuck in. And the way that we normally quantify the French is an aggressive style of CS. Now, they didn't have the best results against some of the top-tier international opponents with that, right? They get stalled out by teams who have good defaults. Odds are still going to favor the French. So I wonder if coming into this major, if they change their play style and said, all right, well, we can't just rely on hyper-aggression all the time. We need to play a bit more of a comprehensive game. But only time will tell. This is a 1-1 game. And I know that there were some people in Twitch chat hankering for the veto. So Yo Hank 1K1, I hope he's happy with Dust 2 being the map pick. But shout out to all the people watching. You can watch it Blast TV. That is giving you a 4K option. They've also got the simulator, the fantasy, all the good stuff over there at the Blast TV Austin Major. But we're on Twitch, we're on YouTube, and we're coming live and direct into your home all around the globe.
Yeah. How have you started your morning? You know, was there any stretching involved? Was there any yoga?
You got to be only talking to the Americans in that case.
Well, I presume it's only the Americans watching. I guess the Europeans are up.
Well, yeah, the Europeans are 7 hours ahead.
Yeah,
it's
well,
prime time,
I'm not
baby.
used to the morning shift, okay? I'm not used to a prime time casting slot.
You've got, right now, the Europeans glued for this one. They can't wait to get this one
I'm sorry,
underway.
I'm used to just talking to Americans.
Yeah, that's true. And we've been talking to a lot of them in the matchmaking realm. So we want to send a heartfelt apology to Glorp. You know, we didn't mean to ruin your night with our jovial attitudes. We just enjoyed your name. We're big Glorp fans. And we hope that you have a better day today, Glorp. But
yeah, thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers to Glorp.
And shout out to Day one time. Good work on it.
Yeah, Day, not a bad lad. Loved his clutch on Inferno.
Yep, yeah, but I'm telling you now, you know, Europeans, listen up. We are playing the worst version of Counter-Strike. In North America, everyone communicates, everyone speaks the same language. We all need to move to America.
Yeah, but I'll say 3 team names for you right now, and I'd love to hear a response from you.
Okay.
NRG, Complexity, Wildcard.
Aren't very good at CS, but they are communicative, Chad.
Okay, well, yeah, they love a chit-chat.
Yes, and that's what I'd like in my matchmaking games. Okay, I do see readies in the chat, which implies we might be getting this one started. Dust 2, best of 1, a bit of a brawl, and teams that have regularly faced off against one another. I think what I want to hang on to, Chad, one of the many nuggets you've already just distributed, was that games can be quite snowbally. I'm casting my eyes against this head-to-head. They have played an awful lot, albeit all last year.
Yeah, for me, I take it out of the equation. Like the statute of limitations on a match, I take it. But in terms of, you know, what you expect from the tone of Counter-Strike, I'm happy for you to take that into it. Oh, Khan.
I don't want to be seeing that, mate.
They're contagious.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Unless you're a psychopath.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, from psychopaths to pistols, let's get ourselves started. It is game on. Another day of play, baby. Have fun's in the chat. T-start for the French.
All right, late long pop being lined up right now. Mr. Gravity with the flashbang in hand. Zwei and Khan, can they defend?
Well, he gets his first couple of bullets towards Khan's way, gets himself ready. Oh, a nice start from Khan, and now he can swing with the help of Zwei. He's done very well. Another one really would have sealed the deal, but he's missed his headshot and now gets overrun. So with the loss of Zwei, Xanta trying to lock the door, Body investigating his freedoms, and oh, Xanta's put him down. Yeah, you're cooked. Gravity, he'll do everything he can here. Obviously take any opportunities he has. They've staggered themselves, so they should be able to just wrap this one up.
Oh, there it is. In case you forgot, Lear loves a roar, doesn't he? It's always very guttural from him. Him and Dumao, I would say, are the prehistoric roarers that we've had so far. I think the new, well, they're not even the new gen. I'd say the more sophisticated, yeah, Apex's new Carrigans of the world.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think there's 3 categories. You have, you know, roars. You then have your kind of basic
Basic
bots.
bitch banter.
Yes, yeah, they'll do that. Where it's like, sit there, F down. Or were you guys eco too? I do like that one though.
That's not a bad one, yeah.
Like
That's a
one.
cool.
Then maybe that
one's
falls.
in jest.
Yeah.
All right, well, it is going to be the economical. Couple upgraded pistols as the farm gets over towards the mid doors. They're just going to line them up, mow them down, and it is just going to be Bobby.
Bobby!
A staple of Texas. Just like the barbecue.
Yeah.
Look,
Tony
I'm going to say
Blacks,
something.
Coopers.
I'm going to say something.
What are you going to say?
And I probably shouldn't say it while I'm in the state.
What are you doing? What do you have to say?
I think it's a bit overrated.
Barbecue.
Not all barbecues.
Oh.
Just that barbecue.
Oh, which one?
It's too much food.
Yeah. I mean, did you see that? I watched the FaZe vlogs the other day. Rain ate almost an entire cow.
Well, Rain's a big man.
He's a big man, but
He's essentially a power lifter.
yeah, I could eat maybe an 1/8 of his tray.
Okay.
Yeah, that was how much brisket was on that tray.
Damn, all right. All right, gun round numero uno. Let's get underway. Long corner smoke, mid-door smoke. Very heavy right now. It looks like it's going to be a long pop. Yeah, they're going to lay long pop.
Okay, yeah, pre-extinguish and go. Body. Oh, he's not going to clear close left. I think this is a really nice... Oh, he is! Lear gets caught. Card on the way back. Xanta's help chips in, but Body's not playing scared. That's a big round from Body. Just bodies them.
Oh, the body's hit the floor as way. Close mid-doors. Might have an opportunity on the Lucky. Doesn't clear his corners. That's an AK picked up for the young buck. Youngest man of the major. Let's see what he can deliver now. Risky Bob. He's a legend. Chance for this.
I
Gonna give it a
know.
look in.
Especially if that HE did even more damage and Body goes down to a jumping headshot. Oh, you can't lose this one. Boys, Body's just put in such a shift. 3-kill
Smoke.
entry. Now it's actually very awkward for Maka.
So he just has to get the smoke on the bomb. There it is.
Yeah, this is not.
Round over.
This is the round. I mean, he's got to try and hope he just hits the shot and has not. It's got to be defused. Oh, mate, does Wasink call a timeout there? If you're in the coaching booth, is that enough? Is that enough to just say, okay, we can't be losing any more of those?
That was a 4v2.
That was a 4v2. It's a best of one.
Yeah,
Those
exactly.
are rounds.
So we talk about it, pistols with conversions and then swing rounds. Well, they don't normally happen in consecutive fashion. That is the pistol, that is the conversion, and this is a swing round. And I said, the AK gets to the hands as way. That shot onto Body as Lear's out of the chair. And guess what? Last time he was doing Russian and English. If he has Russian and French, I might give the guy a gold star.
In the Banter Olympics. Okay. He's throwing out the HE. Looks like it's got some very good placement. Yep. Nade break. Ooh, not far off of the mark, despite not getting a full clear.
It's very nice that Khan has the AWP out already, something that Maka will not, as very direct and pack rolly. 4 players up cat, 1 late through lower, and they're going to pop in towards A.
Yeah, it has to be good, though.
Nice nade.
Another one, destined for glory. Look how much damage, over 150 just from the HEs, but the French, they start to push through. Top of the head of Lear spotted, he mantles up, trying to keep him busy, trying to keep him distracted and keep him dead. Another one goes down, Lucky caught out. Nice headshot back from Exercise. He goes wide, a crouch peek punish. Maka, a dead man crouching, crab walking to his demise. This is going fast. This is going rapidly. How many nades? Yeah, I think he just saw his nade damage.
Yeah, Granata? I thought that was a drink.
Because obviously you don't get those lovely little damage reports in these servers, but you can toggle your utility damage, and he's up to 222.
Yeah, that was a tactical nuke right there as Xanta from Car with the ore. Couldn't have been a better weapon for the job as Lear stays annoying, and it's just off of each other's teamwork. Look at the assists, look at the flashes, the util, it's all in the mix right there. This is a fantastic start into a partial right now. A couple of Galils, a couple of pistols, and some util to work with.
Chad, I hate to say it, but this is feeling snowbally.
It is.
I mean, that round there, Body gets 3. And you can see, now this one's just been completely smashed by the teamwork, and now you find yourself with, what, another weird buy. This one even less so.
Normally, when it's going like this, they're called 3 rounds max. It's currently 0. Let's see what they can add to the table. Looks like crisscross on the agenda right now. Lucky and Maka in through the upper tunnels. Zwei heading over to deal with this. Lee will be in combination, flashed in by his teammate. Zwei will throw out a stalling incendiary for now. So exercise and body, investigate short, flash forward, steps made, presence applied. Khan over towards Car, and these are the type of rounds that you love if you're the AWPer. You know it's just going to be the pistols. The best they can do is drop down and try and change the scaling. But mid-door block smoke, and, well, that removes the possibility of the crisscross. So a bridge smoke, and they're out mid. Here it comes.
Risky Bob in that corner. Zwei's done well. Messy from Lear, but shouldn't be any harm here.
Zwei might get them all, Alex.
All sorted. Zwei is defended B, defended mid, and does die out to a body, so a bomb plant is likely. If they get across, that's if they get across. Already that early AWP shows its value. Now the gap is closed. Exercise, if he thinks he can plant, I think he's sorely mistaken. A little faker Rooney trying to isolate his jewels. He has a chance on the transfer, you know. It's casual for Zwei, having a sip of his morning coffee.
Yeah, well, hey, we might have to fight. He's only 17. Do you have coffee at 17?
I think you're allowed. Yeah.
Okay.
At least only one coffee with dinner. I think that's the rule.
He's having it early enough, not 4 hours before bed. Actually, it's probably 8 hours before bed. But that is a storming start. What he said, everybody.
He's hyping me up.
Yeah, what he said.
Yeah, Wasink. What are you zinking about?
Well, probably how to get around right now, because that was actually decent output on the light investment. The fact it comes down to just that 1v1 situation, and then 3 consecutive rounds there have only been 2 or less players staying alive. You understand that the cash is teetering right now for the CTs. So you win one, you get into a site, maybe you force the save, maybe you wipe the board, but 3D Max, they're in a position where they can still break open the dam and maybe get a flood of rounds flowing in the direction of the French. So what's the call going to be? Long spawns? No, it's just going to be body the closest, and this one ain't great. Maka as well, yet to apply the AWP. So it is going to have to be a default spread. Maka into suicide. Going to get the short molly in play. Fast towards lower is Gravity. Trying to be that crowbar. Very noisy about this. Mid-door smoke lands now mantling up, so short control taken rapidly.
Yeah, rapid is the word. Oh, and the flash is perfect. Forces the AWP off the line. That's a great little start, which hasn't cost you too much. In your light utility, you've managed to get this much map control with this much left. Feels like that's a start. A solid start.
Well, they went for a late long pop previously, so that's the same smoke. So that's going to put high alert onto Khan, who chipped over to assist for a moment, but it's short where they're poking their nose out now.
Yeah, that's actually one of the better rounds we've seen out of 3D Max as far as the CT's not knowing what's up.
It's all a fake right now.
Yeah, trying to fake him out, and it is only 2 of them here. Risky Bob. His teammate can spam through that smoke on CT. They've realized it's a bit of a fake. Lear now establishes this very hard 180-degree line. An overextension, Lucky. He'll catch the punish, and oh, shoulder spotted and adjusted. Bit of chiropractic going on here.
Oh, he's already out to Gandalf. They're not aware of this. Xanta's going to go down, and they can just reroute back towards A. You know that Zwei was on the B site because of the kill. Khan, the AWP, is rotated in towards CT spawn and exercise. He can't go down right now. They're going to be able to try and pin him. The smoke will allow him to escape, and I think after the last 4v2 they lost, nobody should be overstepping the mark. So the first round will be posted on the board. The finances forced Nemiga into the save, but right now, is there any hunt potential? You would love to remove this AWP because it's going to be such a threat going into the next. Exercise in upper tunnels already has cut them off at the pass. Can Zwei break the way through? Flash, no good, but Exercise fluffs the lines, and there you go. Gravity does hear the steps across, and they are starting to hunt now because they know it's 100% the save. Gravity just stays in lower. And
you got the info where both of them were by virtue of the flashbang. Looks like Khan might be caught by Gravity here. He's overstayed on lower tons. He will just have that one AWP shot. I think that's the only way in which Gravity does anything, but oh.
Yeah,
he's not done it.
I think Gravity doesn't hunt there because they understand that, hey, we just need to start getting our finances going. We don't want to risk too many rifles. We can see what seems like a reasonable fight for him, but thinking of the long game. Yeah, technical timeout called as well, and that's from Gravity. So Nemiga actually called an attack, and 3D Max called a tech. So we're going to have tech into attack.
So what happens is both timeouts are entered into the stack, and then it's just it circles in priority.
And then we end with toe.
Yes, it's because both timeouts are at instant speed. so we resolve both simultaneously, but the tech is going to be prioritized. So it's going to be Mike's muted, they'll be unmuted, and then we go into the Nemiga attack. There you go. That's the stack
I
resolved.
think they finished I think the tech was we got faked out by the tech.
Oh.
Oh,
We went tack into tech.
okay. Look, sometimes you can
Listen.
go tack tech toe.
Yeah, okay. Okay. It's all noughts and crosses to me, man.
Well, X is in the eyes as it is going to be the forced buy. There's going to be a scout for Xanta. Khan with the AWP, 2 MP9s in the AK, and then that buy starting to take shape on the other side of the server. But we just want to get these issues resolved for Gravity, and looks like the high fives are coming in. So first round on the board, and 3D Max know that they should have been able to break through in the first rifle round as well. So now it's about really pushing the issue. You have to convert consecutive rounds, you break the finances, and then at that point you're going to be able to slather on a couple to make this potentially just a 2-round game. We do have some of our favorite translators in Twitch chat again today, so keep up the good work, everybody. Your payment will be in the mail.
Appreciate you. Ooh, okay. Well, we'll see how well drilled this, who is that? Maka is on the potential for an AWP posted on him. There he goes, waits for the smoke to land. No unforced errors here. Gravity accelerating. Risky behind the smoke and short again to be taken. So you're just your early default map control. Lucky's called tunnels rather quiet. And Gravity's got up short. Lovely start.
Okay, so again, they're able to grab this map control quite convincingly early. Now it's about if Nemiga can be jarring at all. So that AWP knows that it has to keep pivoting around here as Gravity just flirting with the smoke, but nobody wants to give over that opening kill. An exchange of util towards the mid doors to try and stall out the mid to B, and right now A feels very claustrophobic. You've lost long, you know there's pressure short. One of the options right now is to play retake or...
Oh. You see that? You saw that duo departing B for a second and then thinking twice?
Yeah, it's just a little bit crazy that there's so limited space and Nemiga aren't pushing the territory. They have to fight something. I understand they've been blocking short, but you need to take a duel.
Oh, very nice from Khan. He's actually sticking around for a re-swing. It was a hard shot to hit onto the tip of Lucky's head. Accelerate now. Body does go wide. Takes down the AWP. Good catch there from Exercise Xanta. Down and now, and in a 2v2. They've lost one retake on this site. They cannot afford to lose another. Doubling up long. Ooh, doubling up long. Exercise is in the open right now. He's playing for this, but AWP is perfect for this. Now he takes the AK. Now he dips out. He's going to be exposed for the double up just as he rounds the corner in time. And now Risky's in a lot of trouble. Not even going to give it a go.
Save. Yeah, okay. That's probably the better of the options right now. Give yourself something to work with in the next. But that was hard fought. And the reason that I exclaimed, oh, was because as Exercise came around that long corner to get the kill, Xanta gets the scout frag, picks up the AWP, has the pistol in hand, and dinks Exercise on the corner. If he had something a little bit chunkier than just the P2K, Exercise would be a dead man walking. So great little maneuver of the crosshair there. But there you go. 2 consecutive rounds, the finances broken, an AK-47 saved. And what I will say is that Risky does have the best spawn right now to push into lower tunnels with the AK. So if you wanted to try and force a fight, as Box actually gets on the mic, this is 2 timeouts in very quick fashion. You know that you're not going to force into this situation. You have to take the save. The 2400 loss into the next will result in another buy. So it's just how can you get the most out of the AK? And I think trying to be a little bit more jarring to this default control, right? As soon as the next gun round comes around, guys, we can't let them take lower so freely. We can't cat so early because it applies a lot more pressure. If we don't hold long, we need to fight somewhere else. So what's Bob going to do with this AK? Bob versus Bobby, the battle of the bees.
Bob versus Bobby.
Who's the true Bobby Dazzler? All right, well, Risky Bob's going to start towards A. Wow. Okay. Unlucky Khan.
Yeah, I guess your round is kind of cancelled. The AK is in the right place, as is that swing. Tries to draw the crosshair. Good bait. Set him up for success.
He's in trouble.
Body's trapped. He's likely to be overwhelmed here. Risky Bob. Nice shot there. Overwhelmed by the boost. So now 2 AKs in the CT's hands.
It should be 3. If they can send one
right.
player back over.
Well, yeah.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Oh! Zeus to mix it up. Holy.
Coming down from Athens. That's where Zeus is from, right?
Yeah, I think so.
What's the one of the day? Oh.
Olympus. Holy, that's incredibly good output, considering what they brought in.
Oh, I don't know about that, Maka. They were on eco, Chief.
He looked a bit nervous there, but he said
that was.
I think he realised.
Yeah.
Like, oh, probably not. Probably not. It's a 2v2. It's a 2v2 on an eco.
What are you doing? Well, they're on eco. They had a Zeus.
Why did he
Okay.
get, so did he go like headshot switch Zeus? Zeus? Like he got a dinked by something.
What are you doing?
That's in the basic bitch category.
Yeah,
Like,
that is.
yeah. Love you guys. Just saying.
Alex really likes the French.
I really do.
More than you guys would possibly imagine.
You wouldn't believe it. Lovely, lovely cheese as well.
Do you like cheeses?
Luchon? I do like cheeses.
Oh.
I'm atheist though.
All right, well, up short as Gravity again will get away with this space. At least they have the long control. Xanta canters, but
Oh, I love me that.
bit of pepperoni on that pizza.
Absolutely. Maybe even a jalapeno.
I've got the space to work with now. They're actually cheating Leah over towards B, so this is telling they're expecting a B pop or a mid to be late.
I still kind of back Khan Zorp if they were to test him, even though it looks vulnerable. When you look at the setup, I just feel like Khan's got the proficiency on that AWP to have impact once more.
Oh, Xanta left long. I think he went to get U2 off of... No, he didn't. Okay. Short smoke's dipped in. The drop in towards CTB is a possibility. He's thrown out a block smoke of his own, but that's one that you'd gladly push through. Probably going to poke some holes as they'll investigate.
Flashed him off the line, seconds there, and so is the AWP shot. Khan, that's the output you've grown to expect from the sniper. So the Kazakhs
Exercises lurk right now. That's the conversation. This right here is the conversation. They're playing retake A. Oh, conversation over.
Yeah, he spotted 3. That's a lot of
He's
info.
keeping him busy.
Very, very
They have to
busy.
deal with him before they can retake A. Okay, now towards A.
Yeah.
3v5. There's a kid.
Okay, Maka, you
Oh,
needed
this
that.
is so awkward.
They don't know what they're going to do, so they're coming in through CT, then Xanta will start to walk up long. Lucky and Maka, though, they have that short side. That's a good piece of util. Will limit some of the options. Maka, though, Steve keeps racking them up. Good headshot from Lucky. 3v5, and it goes 3Max's way.
Whoa!
Nice shot on the UMP. My God, does that get a little too close for comfort? Not piping up after that one, are they?
No, I think even though Exercise gets nothing on B, he draws a long enough distraction and 3 players gravitate towards his position just to deal with him. It buys time. The long players are unable to start scaling up for the retake, and there you have it. So we spoke about breaking through the money. Well, now it's about breaking through the buys, and at this point, it is going to force just another partial out of Nemiga. So there will be some MP9s, a couple of pistols, some light util. Khan's going to save for the rainy day with the AWP, but they can tie things up. They've done the hard work. 3D Max back in this game.
This is a disruptive, aggressive push if you're not prepared, but they announce it. They make it very clear what's up. Wade pushes in through upper as well, so it's a very big focus on taking that early
Flashing in,
control.
they're
3D Max are going to try and jostle for this. This could go horribly wrong. Your back is turned. You go down to Sway. Sway gets more. Sway's output's insane. Again with the USP. Swings on in, dinks up Maka. 3 HP on the French sniper, and they're trying to back away. Risky's coming. He's hunting. Exercise can catch Xanta on the long aggressive if he dares. 2 of them in that upper tunnels. And weapons to be retrieved at the bare minimum.
Sway's output when it feels like he should be getting nothing is insane right now. 15 and 6 for the young gun. This Exercise will alleviate a bit of pressure by grabbing this short space. Has to worry about a lower tunnels pipe in.
If they even go near Xanta,
Did Maka see him?
gonna hear them. Gravity's holding.
Well, Risky Bob's dead.
And the rotation loud as you like. A little too loud if you ask me.
Well, Khan's going to be able to sweep through upper tunnels and grab something a whole lot meatier. He's just picked up that AK. If Xanta gets one with a deagle at range, no. Then there would have been a conversation that may have started, but Khan will have to save. We tie things up 5-5.
Well, I suppose this snowball has now melted. It's more of like kind of a snowman.
But they both get snowmen. It's just which one's got the bigger balls.
Yeah.
Snowballs.
Right, or like the buttons on their little jacket.
Yeah, or the carrot nose.
Carrot nose, yeah. Do you make
Or the
snowman
stick
growing
arms.
up? You didn't, in Australia,
We don't have any snow in Australia, so no, we didn't make any snowmens.
So did you build a snowman like for the first time in your life as like an older man?
As an adult, yeah.
As an adult?
Yeah.
That's sweet.
Yeah, it is.
Put your gloves and scarf on? Oh, I like the idea of you in a little scarf. I've never seen you in a scarf. Put a 1 in the chat if you can visualize Chad Sponge Birchall wearing a scarf. Thank you.
Do you know, we should make like a cartoon series, like an anime, and it's called like Donk and Friends, and it's just all these like Russian kids who are amazing at rifling.
Yeah.
So we can have Donk, we can have Kyosuke, we can have Zwei. Monacy can join. He's very anime-esque.
Okay, cool.
And they're just like, it's like Donk and... Well, Monacy won't like being part of Donk and Friends, though.
He would not like that.
He would not like being part of Donk and Friends. All right, well, all tied up. This half has 2 rounds left. Will there be a change, or will there just be this constant freedom given over for 3D Max? Here's the change. Khan's aggressive AWP.
You missed your shot, Molly, so now Khan is where he shouldn't be. He's missed his shot, fortunately, but the HG looks like it might do chip. Does Maka tagged up a little bit by that. Stop body, just mantles up Xbox.
This is the body that we know and love. Struggled yesterday against Legacy, but he's finding form today.
Yeah, and this is the output, you know, that you've picked him up for. Feels like Zwei gets crazy output from also less glamorous roles. I mean, just jiggling here with the smoke on beat. He'll strafe away as they make sound cues.
Hello?
The comms!
Well, the penny didn't drop for Lear there. Maybe stuck in his own head, as right now you might just want to save the last. And Khan will be saving. So Body with another kill. He's 3-1 in the opening kill department at the moment, and that's at the top of the server. So Body's doing a great job cracking open these rounds, and he's going to be feeling sour that in the first rifle round, that his teammates were not able to capitalize off of the 3 kills he cracked open long with.
Now, I presume the conversation about the hunt is different here.
Oh, yeah.
Got that cushion.
Let the hounds off the leash.
Ruff.
That Body would let out a howl, like a and then the rest of the dogs come running. Or is that wolves?
It sounded wolfy to me, but...
Ah, there he is! There's the wolf!
You're not talking anymore. I can hear you guys. Keep talking.
I can translate. He said, "You're not talking anymore. I can't hear you guys. Keep talking."
Hey, but he has taken Apex's advice, hasn't he?
Yes.
Apex said it's better if you do it in English, because they were shouting at them in French, but obviously that's for a very small pool.
That's true.
Keep talking.
Now your shit talk is available for the world.
And that's what we like. That's why we like Leah. He did it in both languages.
Yeah.
Not everybody can Duolingo. Get it? Because,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, final round, first half. 3D Max are back in, a spree of 6. Can they make it 7 to sweep the tail end of the half? Gravity's going to walk through this, isn't he?
Yes.
That's not a door.
Risky bomb. Doesn't matter. Gravity just puts him in the dirt to start.
Oh, Nemiga have just been brought back down to earth. As Lear's grabbed another one back, that's given them something to work with, sure.
Oh, he wants him running the AWP
They're in
and
B.
taking space. They know they've got to be proactive on the CT side. Zwei, your sight is lost. They're passing past. He's caught a very nice timing. Just as they're throwing nades, Exercise will be caught. Zwei picks a nice moment. 2 of them are low, but they have the man. Oh, heavy man advantage, a 2-on-4. And that smoke is horrible to deal with. How is Maka supposed to cover you? Well, you try and plant the bomb.
What?
Okay, no scope through the window.
Lots of time. Smoke's going to start fading. This in-through tunnels from Khan can be the difference maker.
So low on doors.
Maybe they just play deathmatch. Sit,
Yeah.
wait, deliver when the fights come your way. You're pinned.
I mean, you are trapped. You will eventually have to cross. Now, little does Lucky know that a spam through those doors would be everything.
They have 2 more smokes to deploy, so here they come now. This is going to be late on the piece, 25 seconds.
Now Khan starts to activate. Doesn't want to overextend. Doesn't want to peek into Lucky too early. Let's Lear and Zwei play first. Plant is the priority. Are they going to try and punish if the plant comes in? They are, but it doesn't matter. Lucky one. Can't to transfer, and they both go down. Headshots as well.
Click mouse.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a throwback, giving them a bit of their own banter as the defuse comes in. We tie things up 6-6 at the half. 3D Max versus Nemiga, best of 1. Blast TV, Austin Major. Be right back.
Good morning. Time for Sway in the morning as he's had one hell of a half. We've just kicked it off. It's another day of play, stage 2 of the Blast TV Austin Major. We got Nemiga, we got 3D Max, and we've got Dust 2. Sway 18 frags in just the 12 rounds so far.
Yeah, it was a pistol round and then 5 straight out the gates for Nemiga, and then the final round of the half, because guess what? 3D Max went on a spree as well. It took them a while to get going. They fumbled a 2v4 situation, but we got pace out the gates. This looks like a B rush.
Yeah, okay. They're on
Julie's T-side, okay.
That's a T-side. Julie's Lear. He's going to be loud if he gets this one. Just like that, risky bomb flattens them, and okay. The bulldozer has arrived on the B site and flattened the competition.
T-side Julie's. That's not something you see every day of the week. I'll tell you that much.
Maybe ever.
So that is pistol round over. That's both pistol rounds for Nemiga. And that will give us a chance, Alex, to talk about something else.
Well, I have a theory.
Oh, okay, I like theories. Is it a conspiracy or a reasonable one?
It's a theory as to where the dual Berettas came from. They were sitting around, they're talking about like, okay, if we wanted to do a B rush, what would we do? How would we?
Oh, you mean on the call? I thought you meant in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, no, but why? T-side Julie's has happened
Okay,
here.
yeah.
And they probably did that thing where they were like, well, we need a smoke and a flash. We need a smoke and a flash.
Sure.
What else do we need? Well,
You could have a P250.
yeah, but I've got all the cash and you're rushing and you're swinging that bricks fight. Probably pretty good to just be unloading as you hard clear the corner. I think they just tried it once, it worked, and they haven't stopped trying it.
Well, the fact you've just won the pistol round in the second half of a best of 1 to make it 2 pistols in the map is wow.
Oh my god, that means they probably in their comms said rush B rush. They might have actually said it.
They may have said exactly that. I just want to let everybody know on the main stream right now with Harry and Hugo, we have the first ever Chinese derby in CS Major history going down.
Is that right?
Yep.
First ever Chinese derby. That's a sign of the times.
Yeah, it's very rare to have 2...
Oh dear. That's what happens.
Oh.
Mac has got a scout.
Tag.
The server a tag onto the lower player. He's doing this alone. I can't believe he's pushing for more. And it's been punished. Xanta even wins out versus Body in mid, and so despite...
Well, hold up a second.
Strong start.
Hold up a second. There's 3 players who are hemorrhaging HP. 5 for Lear, 3 for Xanta, 28 for Zwei. Risky Bob on 100. Exercises close mid doors. Lucky's still alive. There's a Famis in the mix. This round is not over yet. It's all going to come down to the finish in Nemiga. Now they just take a pause. They hit the brakes. They wait to see if there's any more pushes coming through any of these ports. Right now, nothing. Still plenty of time on the clock as Exercise. If he oversteps the mark and goes down, any excitement removed. Because now, Lucky, with a 1v4, he's going to have a whole lot of a tougher time. These low HP players now can become beacons. And don't worry about beacons, as...
Gravity! Use your mouse, please!
I have a lot of respect for Lear. He's gone up in my estimations over the last 2 games we've done.
He's getting cheekier and cheekier.
Yeah, he is.
And look, I think if I was ever to coach a Counter-Strike team...
Gravity! Use your mouse, please!
I also think singling out players is a big move.
Yes.
Like, all it takes, because you just need one. If one guy's tilted, then the whole team is off kilter, unstable.
They're going to nade long here just quickly.
He's already out. How did he beat them?
So,
he's just got lightning breathe.
he's good, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's good. He might get picked up by a bigger organization after this event if he keeps with this level of performance. This is about to be 9-6. Yeah, so if I ever coach the team, one thing that I would do is, whoever is my loudest player, I might give him lines.
Yeah,
because I was part of the banter generation in Australia. I used to be quite a loud little Larry. So I'd give him a couple of lines. Work out what little mental... Well, they're not landmines, are they? Because they'd have to step on them. They're more like...
Just little barbs that you know is going to get under someone's skin.
I was going a bit more aggressive. I was thinking like torpedoes.
Ooh, yeah, okay.
Fire the torpedoes! Oh, not your best, Zeus.
I didn't do the voice line, but I did do the electricity.
Oh,
I was
we've never done that before.
You were doing your sound as well.
I
We would
wasn't
have had
ready
the whole
for
sound.
it. I was
No?
thinking about torpedoes.
Yeah. You ever played battleships in the modern day?
In the modern day?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Wow, you got to step that up, man. I'm sure it was fun back in the day.
Yeah, that's when we had real battleships.
That was when we didn't have the internet.
Yeah.
We're just sitting there saying, A5.
Aha, okay. Yep. 21-7.
He's very good at this game.
Pure ponage right now. Oh, I had a chance to do it on the replay. Oh, Xanta didn't like that one very much. All right, Khan has a good long spawn, and he's going to take it with the AWP. Will there be an extinguish for him to work with? Gets a chance on the corner to fight against Body.
What have you got, Body?
Oh, he's already crossed.
Gets across.
Beelined it.
Avoids the sight line of Khan. Smoke arrives. Okay, they'll maintain their long control.
Now, contextually, if you're curious, this will put one of the two teams 2-1 and one of them 1-2. And best of threes will follow forward from there. You're looking for 3 victories to make your way into stage 3. Beautiful from Maka. This time opening kill with the AWP, not the scout, but they're still going to use that as an avenue to get out middle. B split set up.
I feel like Maka's got his work cut out for him here. Khan versus Maka, but the smoke will block the AWP's sight line. They'll press to try and wrap into B. Good catch from Lucky from the door side. An overextension perhaps. Gravity caught on the window side by the AWP. Now puts it all onto one man. Lucky's shoulders. And now he's gotten a little bit more damage onto the wrist as well. But big miss from the AWP. Lets them into B. Exercise. He's not going to have any help, but he is going to go for tons. Big clash with Zway. Haven't seen him lose many of these. Ooh,
Oh my god.
the jump scare, not for Sway. Not caught off whatsoever.
The timing couldn't have worked out better for Zway there. The fact he's, that nade shy of the mark, and that's going to force them into the save. If that kill comes in, it's a 2v2, and you can give that one a go. But right now, double digits will be confirmed.
That's twice Mac has got an opening kill and you just lost the round, but like in rather quick succession.
Yeah, but look, I won't completely put it on Maka, right? But he's come through the CT smoke there to try and aid the mid to B, and he's missed a shot to the player's scaling. It's hard when the backs are turned, but that could have been the difference maker. So it is going to be Body and Maka staying alive with the max loss bonus in play, which means they can drop 2 guns, and Exercise will be able to buy himself. So a full rifle round on the table.
Step up, please.
Now, he doesn't mean that. He would like it if you continue to lose so he can win. But
the idea that your opponent's asking you to step up is, I would say, aggravating.
in more ways than one.
I'd find that quite annoying, personally.
That is going to be timeout number 2 coming in from the French. So 1 apiece down the stretch. We had Box call 2 tactical timeouts within that first half in consecutive rounds, and well, they ended up losing 6 straight. So his timeouts didn't really help them, but they were in some financial struggles. It was harder for them to piece things together, but they already gave themselves a very good bed of rounds to rest their head upon. It was 5 straight out the gate. So
Box.
when you contextualize this, in best of ones, this is the problem that a lot of people have, is the fact that if you win both pistols and get the conversions and the first gun round, that's an awful lot of work to do, actually, when you say it like that. But you can get yourself up to these really hot starts. So they have won the first 9 rounds in both of these halves. So 5 and 4 combined at the moment, and it might not stop. 4-player long start. That means the AWP's over towards B. So at the moment, the biggest issue I'd say for 3D Max is if it is a short execute, they're not going to have the AWP to be able to play over towards Game Helper or Car to try and deal with the scale. They will be able to free up Maka once Lucky gets back over, so you can see they're using the Oh, that's a very well-placed nade. Leah cops that one. Well, Maka's not going to rotate back to try and use the AWP over towards middle. He's actually scaling close to upper tunnels as we're on board with this short control right now. So this is where all the action is as far as the utility.
Oh! AWP up. Reveals his position. That might inform the finish.
You feel like at this point a short execute would be nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, looking at the bomb's location, like they're going to have to wait a second.
Walking into Exercise along.
Yeah.
They're gonna fight him.
Oh, he's in trouble. Complete jump scare. Gets the dink. 2 of them low. Lear from the nade. Xanta from the dink.
Now you have to push short.
Risky Bob. Oh my god. Actually, wait. Maka and Lucky are taking heavy blows from Sway in the meantime. Risky Bob's just lying in that smoke. Okay. They'll find him. Xanta down, Lear accelerating along with that bomb, covered by the AWP, missed shot from Khan, and look at him go! Gravity doesn't stop swinging the widest. 24 seconds.
Way might not be expected coming in from spawn right now. I understand time's a problem, but Zway's really sharp.
Oh, and Khan, that little shot narrowly misses.
Oh, Zway's hearing this.
Smoke's not going to last forever.
Time's the problem.
To Khan. Sway would need to kill them both, and it's Body.
All right, well, they finally break in with the rounds. They get an AWP back. That's 4 kills in total there for Gravity, so big impact from him. And that was a tough round to deal with. Exercise goes down from long. You had all the short pressure as well. You can see how they walked into it. Got fortunate that Risky Bob wasn't ready for that type of a push. They get him for free. That alleviates a lot of pressure. Zwei kept it on with his kill out the mid doors. But it's Gravity. He understands the scenario, doesn't want to get boxed in, actually continues to push, pushes through a smoke. So really, really good round from the young gun. Can they battle back in? They know they could within the first half, so there's no reason they can't within the second, but you have to win consecutive, and that starts now. Might just be follow through. They're getting the same space again, but this time Leah has a bit more support and Zwei's there. Feels like he's the type of player that you can just wind up and let go just to spread his wings out short and look for some jewels, but the short pressure appears to be back into a B split once more. The setup that the CTs currently have opted for is very anti-late long pot with body and exercise there, and you can't just hang around in this forever. So now that we're at about the 50-second mark, they need to start pushing. It's all going to come down to the timing right now. Exercise and body both pushing long doors, and the timing could be perfect. Short fake into mid to B.
Oh, really nice catch from Maka there. Removes the biggest thorn in their side. Leg shot, though, does connect. Can't with the response. Sansa will finish the job. Back turn, that's the body flank. He accelerates from long and puts 2 down. Risky Bob will fall. 3D Max, that's a couple consecutive. They aren't piping back. They would rather continue this run. It's the first 2 CT rounds they've managed to post, and both in the last 2 of play.
Yeah, very potent stuff there as well. So that push, one of the problems you can have is when teams go for those setups, they don't be active enough. And Exercise went forward. He was like, all right, well, body will trade me. We'll do some wide spacing. And then they're able to just clamp down on this. So that's Nemiga expecting the quote-unquote default spread would be respected, and that wasn't the case. As we get underway with an eco, AWP on the line, that's the 4th opening kill in the second half of play for Maka. Continues to add to the tally, and this is an opportunity to draw it ever closer. It's likely to be 9 to 10 unless something crazy happens, and when you get the opening kill against an eco, it should really just be their round.
Yeah, priority now just shifts, doesn't it?
You look a bit like early game merchants if you're Nemiga and you lose this one. And that is going to be a tough loss if it does come their way. But we're still a ways away from that as the run boost doesn't land, but Maka does. Going to be shooting fish in the barrel as these pesky pistols scaling out short. It's just lunch for Maka. Gets himself the ace. That's going to be the 3rd of stage 2.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Well, he's going to slurp up those ecos. Enjoys the way that one tastes.
I have to say, I'm impressed that he's transitioned into English banter. It's going to be uncomfortable at first, you know? It's like new shoes, you got to break them in. And he has just aced them. They have been showering at you all game, and you have kept yourself rather composed. Let's see if they can find themselves another. This is up against the guns again. Gravity's already pushed for early info, and he might get some soon, but long out and about. Weird long smoke.
I think this is okay because of the setup that they've started with. 3D Max have 4 gone long. Now, oh, okay, never mind. I take it back.
He just out-orped Maka.
He did indeed. Gravity needs this.
Yeah, he's clearing for you. Body baits, and that's a good setup.
Now they're accelerating into A.
They are. Uncomfortable for the T's right now. Exercise very uncomfortable himself. God, 2 HP. Crouch on the side, goes swinging for 1. Okay, he got his. Pretty good. Really good. Body, they're going to spam for you. This is a very fast flank from Gravity, and draws their attention. Makes a meal of that one, and it isn't tasty. 1v3 for body. Oh, and he might have had a second, but not the 3rd.
Did you remember us in Serbia when I fucked you?
Okay, that was more specific.
I didn't get all that.
I heard...
Does he say Serbia?
It sounded like Serbia. Did they play in Serbia, Chad? Because he apparently...
Something about Serbia.
Ducked him in Serbia. At least that's what I heard.
We need some lore masters.
Yeah, we do.
Did you remember us in Serbia when I fucked you?
RES, res. Was there a res in there? I don't know.
That's what I'm looking at here.
Maybe it was a specific
ESO
player.
Challenger, ESO Challenger, ESO Katowice, ESO Challenger.
The flash Gravity he threw did make things a bit weird for him, didn't it?
It was about, like, he didn't expect the player to be so close. He was
Right.
flashing for them to be far away, but also I don't understand.
Even if they're far away, the flash has done nothing.
It's you telegraphed your position after what was a key kill onto Zwei. So, yeah, okay, well,
Okay, well, it changes the dialogue, doesn't it? It just started
definitely
feeling.
does.
It started feeling like it might be slipping through the fingers of Nemiga. That, however, has reignited what looks to be a
B-Rush, 2
favorite.
Mac 10s.
You're right.
It's either a B-Rush or a pop.
Ooh,
It's a
okay.
rush. They have to extinguish.
Yeah, they got an AWP here. They're going to need Gravity to step up, and step up he shall. M4A4 unloads its mag into the smoke and finds 2 of the early emergence.
This one needs to stall out for a moment, but a long push again. Exercise, do not give away a bozo death here, son.
Like that. Just like that. Khan, he read them like a book.
Tried to do too much, didn't he? Okay, well, the way back into this round after a great little opener.
How many opening rounds have we seen from 3D Max with the first kill and then squandered? This is a double. And yet still I find myself on 10 to hooks. Don't you dare. If you're doing this jump spot and he pulls that trigger, Khan would have got 2 clawback kills with his sniper rifle.
If they go up short, they're going to Maka.
Yeah, pressure on the sniper.
Nothing to flash him off the line. Just going to have to be dry, and there you go. Perfect. Khan just walks into it. So if there was a concern, it should be removed now. And we'll see how that smack talk ends up tasting now that you will find yourself with only 1,900 loss going into the next. I believe the conversation is likely the save for Zwei and Risky Bob. Zwei's got himself 25 kills, and he's holding on to the AWP to give over to Khan, which means that in the next round, Zwei's not going to have a lot to work with unless Lear drops him an AK. So I am trying to piece the buy together already, and that's what the in-game leader is going to be doing. And I wouldn't be too surprised either to see Box take the last tactical timeout. So it is just a lengthy save.
Box, 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 box.
Okay, so Khan gets the orb. Lear buys himself a Galil. Guys, please give Zwei something. Like,
Simple 2018.
gives Zwei's been given the AK. Okay, so Risky Bob will take a deagle off of Khan. So I'm very happy that they've done that because Zwei is delivering, and they're going to head towards B again. I don't think it's a rush this time. Oh, Khan would have been spotted there, I think.
Would, and now the AWP has kind of got him trapped, right? Lucky with that secondary AWP. Gets a nice opening kill. Now, one got across in his sight line, so AWP recovered at the bare minimum. That's Risky Bob on the retrieval mission.
All right. Well, they've been able to at least reroute again. This time they don't lose 2 casualties immediately, and this is really going to leave them in a tough spot. I talk about being down the stretch. Well, this is the stretch, and cramping at the moment under Nemiga. You take a little look at the loss bonus, 2,400 into the next. If they can get a plant out of this, that's going to be great, but you don't want to be saving. You don't even have a full buy. And it just feels very hollow, so they're coming in. They're coming in.
Yeah, on the reload, they're trying to punish him. Forward position.
Oh.
Needed that from Gravity. Lucky and necessary one onto Zwei. Puts him down on that elevated box, but now another from Maka's AWP. He peeks through the window, catches Santa, and Risky last seen with the AWP in hand. He progresses with the smoke on doors. Would prefer a rifle for a 1v3. Goes shopping. Selects the AK-47.
Oh.
Ouch. Yeah, okay. Nade and dink through the door. Put him low. He's in trouble, isn't he? Gets overwhelmed by Exercise, and that's twice now. I want to investigate the Nemiga weird switch. That's the last 2 rounds. They've been very quick towards B, and both times it hasn't gone to plan.
Okay, so I think the B rush I could justify because of the financial situation, right? That they only had 1 player survive. They had a couple of Mac 10s. They didn't have long spawns. They wanted to do something shocking or pacey, and they run into Gravity, who actually played anti-rush by playing in the choke point. This time round, they go to set up a pick. They can't find it. The double orbs in the mix. You're getting a head-to-head with the orb, right?
Yeah.
You are getting, and that's a 50-50 duel. So the fact that they don't find the opener, and then they try and be cheeky, right? They try and be cheeky and capitalize off of a space tape because they're down a player. But this has left them in a position where 12 is very, very likely now for 3D Max. It's been really strong starts with the pistols and the conversions, but all is to Nemiga's name. At the moment, the late shift, the rifle rounds, capitalizing on the economy late. That's the Frenchman.
We had a 6-6 half. And bearing in mind, if you put the 2 starts Nemiga have had together,
Exactly.
these halves, is what? It was 9 rounds.
And early as well, I feel like 3D Max are going to be kicking themselves that they didn't win that 2v4 situation in the first gun round. So it could be a completely different complexion within the first half. It's double AWPs retained up against light pistols because next round will be the 2900 loss, and then Nemiga can fight.
Ooh, look at Lear get out. He fired a body shot, gets Maka off the line, and now Exercise trying to lend him a hand. He'll finish off the job. Dunkaroo.
Good util use. It feels like a lot of these opening kills have just constantly been going in the favor of 3D Max in the second half. I'll go take a look as the Eco Bash should come in.
Should. Wait, trying to catch body out with his Desert Eagle, pays a heavy price from the HE. Pivoting to mid, body's already ahead of the play. As his teammate Lucky posted with the sniper, and a missed shot from the AWP, one thing, but the rifle's right there to ensure things don't go awry.
Okay, so I'm expecting for this last rifle round just to see Nemiga go back into the basics of, all right, we'll get this mid control, we'll feign the presence, we'll throw out the protocol utility, and we'll see if we can stick a default round. Nice shot there from Bob. Oh, and he's going to be denied the plant. So all good in the hood, 12-11. The money is there. Can't have an AWP.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, I tell a lie. He can, but it wouldn't fly at Chad Birchall's school of Counter-Strike, and I'll tell you why. Sway dropped it, which will only facilitate him to have Kevlar, no head armor, and there's 2 M4s on the board. So if he dies to an M4 headshot, everybody, I told you so.
All right, Khan's gonna try and make an early difference. Fires off, reveals there's an AWP in play. Double AWPs have been working well for 3D Max.
What a setup. They've played both AWPs to A early. That puts all the pressure on Gravity B. So they are expecting a default. And the way that they're starting, Alex, they want to be those barbs to make sure that the default can't get the space. So you kind of have to take your time here. Beautiful. Again, Lear's copped that a couple of times, hasn't he?
Yeah, they got their good timings on that to punish this default short control.
If this ends now, I want to see the 3D Max unleash the bands up. Maybe on the receiving end of Lear throughout.
Jumping across the door line.
Oh. That's all utility damage, and Lear's down to 15. A HE and then an incendiary.
Taste of his own medicine. He was doing a lot of that in the first half of play.
Oh, Alex, you have to execute into A with such limited nades. And Body, he's got more to throw out to stall this.
Oh, that little gap is enticing to Risky Bob. Body's holding for that exact progression. It is a lot riding on Body doing something with this. Maka can help him.
Yeah, Body, if he gets to Goose, it's perfect.
He's got a flash for as well for Paul. No, he's going trapped behind the ramp. Xanta dead on long. That's a big kill. Oh no, it started so well for Nemiga. A flying start in both halves, but 3D Max have rumbled them.
No time. No time.
4-3, punching in the code. Lear goes down. It's all onto Risky, and he's gone. And there it is, that release of tension. They were holding it in, bottling it up, and they unleash upon the close. Dust 2 is their domain after all.
Yeah, you get easy street with the pistol. The finances going your way for Nemiga in the early stages of both halves, but it's tough when it's lock and horns with the gun rounds. The money is broken late. Some all-in calls denied. 3D Max plays some heads-up Counter-Strike. Maka was fantastic on the AWP, and they lock things down. 13-11, we go the distance, but the French find themselves 2-1 after day 2. Nemiga will have to battle back in with best of threes. Consecutive required if they want to see stage 3. And a last little release of frustration there.
Some extra hard dap-ups for Lear, I reckon, after that one. He really did put it all on the line there, but yeah, disintegrating towards the tail end of things. 3D Max, it could have been a different story. You've been framing it throughout. The way in which they lost that body 3K on long, it did exacerbate their slow start, but managing to get themselves sorted and stable. And it finishes in regulation, 13-11. Best of one concludes.
That's going to be a tough one right there. As look, we do have one more best of 3 coming your way on the B stream for today. It's going to be Bait versus Heroic, and then 2 more best of 3s. One is a progression, one is an elimination. But there's plenty of more Counter-Strike to come your way, as this is the Blast TV Austin Major, and this is only day 2 of stage 2.
X-Cloud, you went 1-1 yesterday. The phase games seem to have a lot of emotions in it. Did you feel like that affected you guys and the way you wanted to play?
I mean, personally, I was expecting them to be better because now they have rain and because of the last game, so they are more patient to win that game. I was expecting it's going to be emotional for both sides, but like it didn't affect us. We were trying to win next round whenever they shot out, but they were just too good. So like sometimes you need to just accept the lose, you know.
Sometimes there's not much you can do. I like the way you handled it. And also what impressed me the most was like the way you guys were able to reset between the games. So what did you guys say to each other before going into the second match?
Like from the stage 1, we have mentality that like the first game doesn't matter. Everyone we finished the first day 0-2. Like we have a new opportunity next day. So if we are just reset our mental, so we can come back not easily, but you know there's a chance we know it. So when it's 0-1, like it's not the worst situation, right? So we just say, guys, like they were just too good. They countered us very good. Just focus on the next game, and I think now we are in a good position again.
This is very impressive for a young team as well, and it worked out. Now, today you're going up against Bait. You've got a history with these guys. You've got experience against playing these guys. But obviously now it's at LAN, it's on the major, it's a best of one. Does it feel like a team that you understand how to play against, that you kind of know their game?
I mean, since Sangal, we are playing against them like a lot, especially in online. I think it's the first time we're playing against them on a LAN tournament, but like I'm confident because of like they're a young team. So maybe they're gonna be more nervous, or maybe they're gonna lack on some experience, because like when you're playing against FaZe, like they know the drill, but maybe Bait they're gonna lack, and let's see how it goes.
Do you think they'll play a bit more wild against you though, like a bit more surprising?
I think they have pretty aggressive play style. Like they don't have a passive player. Everyone can step up whenever they need it. So, but so we are, you know, like we have Tuner, we have Youngstar, like we have some Payusik. So, like we are ready to fight with them.
Asenfio, it was a hugely impressive win over Falcons, but you guys got destroyed by VP on Inferno, a map that you played 4 times this major already. Why could you guys not adjust, not fight back in that game? What happened?
Because we lose control of the map, like we lose the banana. If we speak about Inferno, we didn't control the middle, you know, the short, the long one. We just not. We don't have control about banana and the middle. Like we don't have control. We're just saying in T-spawn and talking about nothing, you know, and that's all.
Do you think that maybe it was also because like you had that great victory over Falcons that you guys were still a bit hyped up from that?
Actually, maybe yes, but I'm not sure. You know, I cannot tell you.
Now, you and HEROIC have some history. The online CTT matches, they beat you in the grand final, but you did beat them in the upper semis. So do you feel like you guys have a very good understanding of how each other play?
I don't think so. Yeah, this 1v1, I mean, yeah, so far. Yeah. So this is gonna be an interesting game actually. Yeah. So it's gonna be dust. Yeah, we know what we are doing. Yeah. Nice.
All right, so you get dust 2 in this one. Is this something though where you've got some, I want to get revenge, they beat us in the grand final?
For me personally, I want to get revenge actually. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Did you try switch anything up to get the win? Is there something different compared to when you 2 teams last faced?
I guess no, we're just gonna play our game, you know, and that's all. We enough confident to win the teams like that, you know. Yeah.
I love that. Enough confident to win.
Yeah, so there's history between Bait and HEROIC, and they're about to be clashing once more. I'm still trying to quantify what to expect out of Bait. I mean, I feel like I've got a known quantity in HEROIC now, watching them bounce back, as Banks highlighted with this line of questioning there after a really bleak first result. They've both managed to kind of find themselves in this 1-1 category. Another best of 1 on the menu. I'm excited. I am. I'm excited and intrigued to see what HEROIC show up today. Big eyes on Tanir and Sunpius and that input.
Okay, odds are favoring HEROIC. And we have to talk about the elephant in the room, Alex, because no point skirting around it. No point hiding from it.
What's the elephant?
We need to embrace it. Both of these teams yesterday ruined everybody's pick'ems.
Oh, yeah.
HEROIC by losing. Bait by winning.
Yeah, they did. How dare they?
And will we forgive them?
It depends how entertaining this one is.
All right, fine. I like that framing. Well, here we go. T-side start for HEROIC. Going to be a late long pop on the corner. It's going to be Alex.
Just Alex. Okay, Alex, how many have you got, mate?
Oh, if he hides.
Yeah. Practices and exercises a little discipline. Peeks out. Hits the first and the second. Alex 666 puts 2 6 feet deep.
He's done so well. He has done beyond well. This is insane. He started long solo with no support, 2 opening kills, buys time, allows the rotation. Now HEROIC are in a 2v5.
Oh, he had more on the play as well. Gets xCloud low. LNZ's a dead man. Gets run down by HEROIC, and Alex, that's got to be a fantastic... I mean, there is no better way to start for an individual than being alone, the whole team coming your way, and you manage to manage your fights, take more than you were worth. Really well played.
Yeah, take a bow, son. That is a high-pressure situation, and you delivered. Now, Kenzie likes the way that one tastes. This is the youngest team at the major, is Bait.
Sorry.
Remix that.
Yeah, it was... I love the way they roll their R's.
Okay, well, it is going to be the Force. No scout in this round. 4 MP9s, 1 M4. Alex over towards long solo again to be tested, but this mid push could unravel it.
Yeah, okay, let's see what happens here. Oh! NPL loses his head quick. And they are accelerating up long. Hang on, this is getting a bit scary.
Clears premature.
And now they start to accelerate. Spam, full mag, getting across. HEROIC on that Gandalf side. xCloud. Oh man, half health. He did some damage, you know. Onto Kenzizor. Bomb will be planted, but losing teammates left and right. Jumping.
That's enough
from Alex. He's gone a bit crazy with it, but LNZ will fall eventually. God, it sounds so good.
All right, well, the 2 rounds out of the gate. The bomb goes down. Will now just be a partial investment out of HEROIC before we do see the full guns. But this should... set yourself up in a strong position if your name is Mr. Sampaias to get the AWP going into the first rifle round.
I've been impressed with Sampaias' rifling as well.
I think this is the thing. Stage 1 and Stage 2 is a chance for a world-class AWP like Sampaias, who definitely hasn't been in the... Oh, Saw takes a timeout.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. That was a late gesture to the admin. So that I think it's very interesting to see a timeout like this. So does it inform a buy, or was there a call made from LNZ that Saw doesn't like? Is he trying to override it now? Did Saw say, did LNZ go, okay, boys, we got the plan again, we have enough money, we can get it a couple of AKs, and Saw's coming in going, nah, I don't want you to do that. Or was it the opposite? Was LNZ saying, no, let's play conservative, next round we can get out the full guns, and Saw saying, nah, listen up, I want to get up, I want to get loud, I want to get in their face. And it appears to be a little bit of both. So there's an AK for xCloud. Just have to hope this doesn't... Yeah, you can see Sampaias hasn't invested really anything. So this is good for him for the AWP into the first gun round. He gets 2,900 loss going into the next. So he will have his weapon of choice. There is the AK on... So in a round like this is nice. You want maybe 2 kills and a bomb plant, and you'll be extremely happy with that. But you want to allow xCloud's AK to work. So Youngster will help usher him in. Bit of a chaperone. Willing to give over his life as they'll use him as a footstool right now to take a short duel. Looking at the CT buy, it's now 2 M4s and 3 MP9s. It was 4 MP9s and 1 M4 in the previous. Spread out in a very default CT hold. Kenzizor and Ascenthiel over towards B. HEROIC, he'll be the AWPer right now, just tucked in towards Goose. MPL is the A rotating rifler, and Alex anchoring down towards Pit. Those smokes that LNZ was talking about, and that could just see them set up for the crisscross. They've been giving so much respect. This is such a standard CT setup, and it's lacking a lot of information. So when you do have this type of setup, your site players have to deliver multi-kills. Otherwise, these retakes can get tough. So door smoke available. Kenzizor and Ascenthiel need to deliver multiple kills between the 2 of them. Here they come.
And LNZ's kind of pulled Ascenthiel away. So now it is just kind of Kenzizor focused on this. Sampaias draws crosshairs and enables the Tech-9 to connect. It's Tamir with 2.
Safe.
Never mind a bomb plant, Chad. They'll take the round.
That's just basic Counter-Strike right there out of Bait, and it's been exploited. So this wasn't fast. This wasn't in your face. You can't be breaking into a site that easily. And LNZ, he's on this quite quickly. They might even be able to take away a couple more guns. MPL just in the chair, which says, hey, he's probably not ready for a fight that could have come as quickly as it was about to. The only weapon that you need to retain right now, if you are that, is going to be the AK in the hands of xCloud, but that came way too easy. HEROIC under pressure. And he's going to lose it all as Tanir continues to add kills. That's 3 for him within the round, and Tanir is one to watch.
LNZ, is he going to jump up? NPL, you're going to be boxed in. They're going to get info on you. You're blind. And now LNZ, a real chance for an M4 there. You'd have loved it, but you'll take a round. I mean, it just sours the mood a little.
Just a little. Tanir's happy with that one, though, isn't he?
As he should be. Lovely 2 kills. And look at that, Sunpius, all he had was a Glock. Perfect, uses his body as a useful piece.
Well, now he has an AWP, and so does Headtrick. So let's get into the guns. Even though they won that round, it didn't completely bankrupt Bait. I'm going to be happy that they can contend. Starting 4 long, Kenzie's or solo B.
Does that mean Sunpius has seen that? He's going to have relayed that, surely. 1 crossed. Only 1 crossed, so LNZ, he's just going to start going short, actually.
Yeah, it's just a default round. Nothing to be punished off the back of that. Kenzie's all staying to harass middle, actually. Lobs the smoke through for the advance up cat. LNZ applying this pressure early. Tanir, he's kept the MP9. And he's going to come late out long with that. Suppose the fortunate factor is, actually there's quite a few sets of head armor on the CT side, so the MP9 is going to have to work extra hard. Okay, back into a late long pop. They've gambled 4A this whole round, essentially.
Headtrick's attention drawn by the Vanguard smokes. As Daenerys takes that MP9 out long. Ascension's going to be screaming, needing help, needing backup. He goes down. That's what you want to see from some Pius. Posted on the line.
Beautiful.
Catches the overextension of Headtrick and the entire defense. They run into the stack site and they'll leave with the round. Tensizor will leave with his life and his M4.
Okay, he gets a kill for his troubles, but knows that saving is the best of the options right now, and that is going to be us all tied up 2-2. Very well done there. So 2 rounds that show you the ability to take space and be traded upon. Sampaya stays on the corner, Youngster trades out Tanir, and there you have it. That pressure on towards A, the bomb site defense crumbles, and it is going to have to be just this M4 into the next, with the loss bonus only going to be netting yourself 1,900. So we can take a bit of a breather early on and help recount what is happening today. Once we conclude day 2 of stage 2, that'll be halfway through the Swiss. We get 16 days worth of competition, the final 4 being the playoffs. 2 quarterfinals on a Thursday, 2 on a Friday. Happy with that one. 2 semis on the Saturday, and then the grand final on the Sunday. But before there, we've got 32 team major.
The very first.
Yes, and only a couple of days of best of ones left. This will be one of the final few. That's Brazilian. Sorry, Portuguese. Excuse my ignorance.
Mixing it up.
We got Furia versus M80, locking horns in another 1-1 game right now. Tyloo versus Lin Vision, the first Chinese derby ever in major history. That concluded. You can go check out the result of that. And we covered off 3D Max versus Nemiga, 13-11 on this very map of Dust 2. Kenzizor. He's got a good long swarm with the M4. But he's been starting over towards B, so we'll see how they want to try and find any damage into this one. You feel like it should be a walk in the park if you're in the heroic colors.
Speaking of Brazil, I was very impressed to see Payne beating out Furia earlier. This stage.
Oh, boost is perfect. Very well done. M4, it's on the floor, and picked up. So MPL will get that back. Molly hasn't landed as deep as it should have right there, so they will be able to get away without any drama whatsoever. Alex, as part of this jigsaw puzzle, pushes into upper tunnels and gets some information, but right now, with all the long space, you should just be able to execute in towards A. MPL will have to do something insane. They're looking like they want to creep up on it. Oh, that's
got blocked.
That's a bit of a boo-boo. They're going to use that smoke. Ah, so is X-Cloud.
It was all part of the plan.
Wasn't it? Alex might get the kill onto Linus here. No, not anymore.
He might.
I said this. No, well, I said this yesterday. Linus on 2 HP on Mirage, and then he walked into the B bomb site and then still got 2 kills.
Yeah.
So I'm never going to doubt Linus again.
5 alive for Heroic, so that saved M4. Doesn't get anything done. Kenzizor, after all of that hard work, his M4 doesn't lead to any bloodshed.
Okay, next rifle round. No AWP for head trick. And that traditionally informs a couple of different decisions on the defense. Looking like they want to play 4-1 again. Starting 3 short, Alex solo long. And speaking of long, they're out.
Yeah, but NPL is up. Just pushes up middle, takes down liners just like that. He's committed though. Tanir's got his exit.
Oh!
Some pious on
That's
scope.
the bomb.
Oy, oy, oy. It's enough threat to at least get NPL back out from his aggressions, but they are operating at a disadvantage here.
Yeah, the fact that Linus gets one before going down there onto Kenzizor as well is very good output from him. So 1 for 1. B just gets blocked. X-Flood communicates that. Now they're going to work on mid space. We're going to have a clash here from short.
You'd think the AWP is favored in this exchange, and wow, Tanir's rifle is the one to catch NPL's swing.
I love the risk from X-Flood. He just walked into B. Yeah, beautiful. So that smoke was up. It probably had another 5 to 7 seconds left, but because of the info of 2 players short, he takes a calculated risk on the space, and Essential was starting to address that. So I love the play from X-Flood. Very heads up and just head trick. Last man standing will make it 4-2. Let us know how you're watching the major. We've got Blast.tv, we've got YouTube, we've got Twitch. We've also got the hashtag BlastTV Major you can use on X if you'd like to get in touch, or at Sponge or at MachineGG if you want to talk to us directly.
Please talk to us directly. I'm lonely.
But be nice.
Oh, yeah.
We're fragile.
Please. Yeah, we are. Fragile little flowers.
But if you are in North America, which stands for not advancing, near airport, not admissible, never again.
Oh, God. All off the dome.
But and you're going to be playing in the matchmaking realms a little bit later. Queue up. You might find myself, Moses, Harry, and Alex.
I'll be there. Not Alex 666.
Well, he might want to play with us if this game doesn't go so well. Could be looking for a new team. I joke. It's in jest.
It is in jest.
Aha.
I can't believe LNT got one.
I know, right?
Good catch. Like at the time, it felt like MTL killed him insta, so he did very well. And X-Flood walking through that smoke, very cheeky. Essential. Oh, I missed the start of that.
They've played long every round, so there's a high chance they'll start long. So it actually works out nicely for that call because at the moment they don't have long spawn, so we're likely to see something a bit more tunnel-centric. So, yeah, it might even be a B pop, but he's wrong. They've already been starting quite heavy A, and now they're going to start heavy B, so MPL a step ahead.
Yeah, this is a crazy stack. It's the right call. Ooh, mama. This could go wrong. Youngstar starts strong. Clearing out.
Well done.
He's going to overlook Bricks, though. Tricks gets taken down. Essential reveal. Oh, Bricks is overlooked. Lovely call from NPL, and Essential pops off. Quad kill from Bricks, completely overlooked. Well, that's what you want to see.
Yeah, and we get both ends of that. We hear the call come out of Linus. He couldn't have been more wrong in that situation. Calls his team into a contact B. The stack is there. It's not the rifle that delivers. It's the pound-for-pound best gun in the game. Ascentfield deletes them, the 5-7, dancing with it into the AK to get the job done, and that is a tough round to lose.
But tell you what's so crazy is every other round prior, it would have been a fine call. Yeah. You know, they've been playing typically 1B. Now they're pushing 2 mid. Down goes another. Sampaius meets his fate.
They wanted Sampaius to cover off so they could channel fast down mid. Now Kenzizor surprises them in through lower, and it's all falling apart at the seams. Oh, these two players stuck in suicide and might feel like that right now as X-Flood. Oh. Okay. Door banged. So in that situation with that round that was being called, Sampaius' job is to cover mid doors. He's meant to scare the opponent's AWP.
Right.
Then they just scuttle quickly down suicide to have quicker pathing to deal with any short plays. And then they can either go into a mid to B or short aggression quickly. And Bait also did the same thing. They had their AWP hold the line, win the duel, and then 2 rifles late into lower tunnels. That's why they were surprised in upper dark. Beautiful work. We're locking horns.
Yeah, man.
This is counter.
This is counter. But I mean, you feel for the guy that's sitting there lining up his B util. Just immediately gets sideswiped by 2 aggressive rifles into lower tons. You got completely jump scared in this one.
It's okay for the save. You can see the cash on screen right now. And I know that it feels a little bit early to be saying that, but I'm not sure what the options are. You've been able to get the bomb back, but map territory is at a 0. This looks like casual Counter-Strike when I was playing 32-player servers 15 years ago. So, you know, just some people on T-Spawn, chilling out, having a good time. They're going to use their own smoke to block the tunnel, so that will signify the save. But there's going to be money into the next for Youngster, Tania, and Sampaius all to buy, and don't worry about that. Xflood will be able to drop you the AWP. So this one has had some flavors early.
Talking of casual, talking of 10v10 and all that nonsense, if you were trying to like speed run someone from like, I've just started Counter-Strike to I'm playing it, what would be their first 100 hours? Would you put them in like casual? Would you put them straight into deathmatch? What would you have them do?
They've never touched Counter-Strike before?
No, but they can shoot. Like they've played games before.
So they know where to like crosshair placement at a basic. Okay, I think map awareness is probably the first thing that I would want people to try to suss out.
A map at a time? You know, like just grind us too.
Throw yourself into casual and just run around.
Yeah.
The hardest things that you need to learn initially is going to be the timings of positions, right? Yes. When can I meet an opponent where? Right, and then once you have good understanding of that across, you know, you don't even have to do all 7 maps. You could just do, you know, 3 or 4 at a time. Yeah. Get that level of understanding first, because that's going to play into your awareness of where you should be looking and when. But here we go, back into it, back towards B.
I love this from Xfloud. Not playing scared whatsoever. Surges in, Essential just catching one, but the B site now theirs. Not going to be twice shy.
If MPO wins this kill, you can go for the retake. Otherwise, you can't. This is the fight.
LNZ and MPL. Feels like it's going to be a likely immediate collision here. MPL swings through and beheads him.
You can go for this now.
The captain's gone. The head of the snake. Now they'll awkwardly writhe on that B site. 4 on their way in. Util from Xfloud, just flashbangs, a block on the door smoke, but it spews forward. It's going to give them so many different vantage points on the way in. They've lost Youngster. What can you do? Xfloud to stand up and deliver he shall. Tania and Xfloud, 2 on 4, spray down the competition.
A bit of retake there on display for everybody. They're in those servers and they're getting the business done. There were so many nades available to get back into that site right there, but unable to use them efficiently, and they hold them at the door.
So that is 2 out of the 5 rounds Heroic currently have. This man on screen has waltzed into big. Different timings, sure, one later than the other. This one was very quick, but he does just take those gaps, and yeah, frustration.
That's LNZ doubling down on that. They're going to play heavy long call, right? Because the flow of this, we played heavy long a lot. They haven't counted us. Now they should. Well, they didn't. Okay, they're going to have to go to that because they're going to expect us to return to what worked before. So sticking to their guns, breaking in and breaking through to get back on the board. It was going to be 2 consecutive rounds. It's pistol, the conversion. The rest have been looking great for Heroic because remember, in the 3rd round of play, it was an AK, a couple of Tech 9s, and a crazy round victory that is a bit of a robbery. But both teams still have purchases. Both teams still have AWPs going into this gun run, and the long spawns are back on the menu. So right now, this mental warfare, the calling of the bluff, what has that tactical timeout informed Bates' decisions with? Best long spawn for Essential right now, and he's going to be heading towards B. So they won't have the best spawn to contest with long.
Yeah, it's only going to be Alex, just like that pistol. Wonder if he's going to get a similar result this time. Maybe he just respects it and concedes it.
You have to. If you don't have the best spawn and you don't have flash and utility support, you have to give it up. So the response is Kenzies in towards lower, Essential to push upper. They'll get that information. MPL close short calling, hey, nothing really making any sounds over towards middle, and both teams just going to be hitting the brakes as that information starts to flow in. Look at the top. Well, it's the bottom for you guys. One of the biggest keys is going to be the amount of utility that the CTs can hold onto. Right, they're throwing out stall smokes towards mid-long. Right, this is understanding of the situation. We know nobody's tunnels. We need to block them towards long. They can't come back through middle and short right now. And then the late nades, the Molotovs, the HGs, and the flashes. You're either going to use that as they start to cross, or you're going to use that as part of your retake. But either way, that U2 is going to be the difference maker as part of this finish. It will just be the Na'Vi. Heroic are not going to backpedal from this. They're going to stick to their guns. They're going to use their space, and now starting to limp the U2 forward.
Molly, cross, smoke. Heroic going to cross on this late smoke. There is a nade break, but it's misthrown. They can slip across now, and slip they shall. Head trick, missed shot, good pressure from the utility, but double molly short, a boost available, they could put it up, but exposed, a gap on the smoke, misthrown. Tania finds Alex, and the bomb goes down. Heroic set for success here, 4 on 4. Next kill really does change everything. They go looking for it. They swing, and it works out. Tanir's just hitting every shot he takes. This is a map for Tanir, and you're starting to see why. 3 kills in the round, all him.
Yeah, and you see that U2, right? They're able to break open the smoke to get a kill on the way in. They molly over towards the ramp as well. But once Heroic get established and Tanir just gets to wind up and start shooting, he delivers a couple of crispy heads right there. That's 3 for him. Another massively impactful round. Go back to that Tech 9 round number 3 of the game. Tanir gets 3 kills on the Tech 9. You fast forward now, we're deep within the half. This is to get you 6 before we go to the break, and he does it again. And I think this is great for Tanir because he's from a locked away region, at least as far as the language is concerned. We do have a couple of anomalies of players who are able to speak a decent level of English to compete in international teams. I don't even know if this would have been a decision that Tanir wanted to make going forward, but getting onto Heroic and now being forced to speak English in an international team and then him getting to show this level of skill. Heroic, this is their last dance. We know that Soar's gone. We know that Sampaius is gone. They are both going to G2 after the major. Tanir, you're playing some great Counter-Strike, mate. Like, you're in the conversation right now to be picked up. Or, hey, being a mantelpiece for Heroic going forward. One of the two, you'll take it.
Oh, lovely flashbang work, and now they'll molly him. So pressure amplified for HEROIC. He's under so much pressure. Flash is flame, but it's all worth it. If Kensizor's flank pays off, it doesn't. Xfloud, that was crazy. Just turns around, instantaneous deletion. He's ready for more as well, but down to Essential. Quick cross. Alex Gandalf, just a deagle. Not easy to stop anything. Molly short, limits the contributions of NPL despite his stubbornness around the flames, but LNZ punches in the code. It's planted for that plateau on long, so Sampaius will be able to hold for the defuse as well.
Okay, NPL's taking the flash. He's going to try and set this up. Essential, Molly on the side. There's the flash, now the peak.
It's cooked. No way back in. They do have that kit short, and if he hits more than one, Essential maybe sets them up, but time is ticking. Sampaius, the plan is for you. LNZ has let you know the bomb is down for the sniper, and so picks up the first on the cross. 1 bullet, 1v1. Essential, he realizes the stay of a Fez. He found an angle. He's found an angle. Oh, has to hit it. It gets close. Essential gave it a really good shake of the stick there. 3 of the 4 kills required, and no smoke grenade. A single $300 smoke, and that's his round.
I was on Essential's POV. Sampaius didn't get the reload in, right?
Nope.
He misses that shot, he loses the round.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And all he can do is at the tip of his shoulder.
Okay. The fact that that got so damn close.
Actually, just a bit of damage. Like, so there was an assist. Who was that? The damage from Tanir may have actually secured the round there.
Crikey. Okay. Well, that's a tag on the cross. Put on notice.
Alex versus Tanir.
Great flash.
Yeah, he missed his shot though. He's been punished for it. Don't say that all too often, but yeah, Tanir has come up short.
Info flows on 2 rifles close long, so they're going to use that. This is likely loser early death like that, go straight into a mid to B. I'd love that protocol right now. This is the best call.
Yeah, he can't line up his smoke though.
It doesn't matter. Walk out, throw it on the fly. Scowl towards window.
Getting what you asked for. Oh, and it gets better. Xfloud impact. That's the AWP head trick. Removes him. It really hinges off of the output of Youngstar here. Essential very low, but still gets output. Really impressive work with the MP9 up close.
Alex might give away a bad death here.
Certainly could. Yeah, he's been caught with the Molotov out, running him down. Good headshot from Linus. AWP. Missed shot. That's a mistake. Oh, A is open.
They've over-rotated here. The B defenders, they locked down the door. The mid to B pressure was there. Now they're in towards this A for the finish.
Oh, no. Headtrick's going to be absolutely furious at himself.
Nobody in through spawn. Both far short. Sampaius can set up for this.
And he has. He's managed to get all the way to long, and AWP on long. We all know how nightmarish it is to get past. LNZ, main objective, don't die. 17 HP, your life is everything. Sampaius can do the work. He's missed his shot, though. And on that low HP, another from Essential. How has he gotten 2? From 6 HP.
Don't get this time.
Oh, they swing him. What a recovery. Essential has done so much work there. He had low HP from the start from that leg shot. He gets 1 on B, and he clumps up clutch on A as well. 5 for Bait, 7 for Heroic. We're going to swap sides. We'll be right back.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Heroic. We're going to do a little bit of a team synergy check. So, first question. This is a layup. This is an easy one. What's your team's best map right now?
We never get this right, actually. We're saying different maps.
We're going to show them to the camera in 3, 2, 1. Oh, exactly. They don't agree. All right, so now we're going to go to the other side of the coin. See if you agree on this. What's your worst map right now?
You should get this right.
Should I?
Yes, you should. Really?
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Wait.
What?
Brother, hitting in the pool right now. Hitting in the pool.
Trolling.
He might be doing a little
trolling. What do you mean ancient? It's like our top 2, top 3 map.
What do you mean? We are best in nuke, mate. You're the best YAR player in the world right now. Better than Nico. You can check the stats.
All right, we're gonna get a little harder here. So who has the worst comms on your team? Who has the worst comms on the team? Yeah, that took no thought. That took no thought. All right.
I mean, it's what can you say? He doesn't know English.
Next one, please.
Next one. Let's keep rolling here.
Competition right now.
Let's keep rolling. Okay, so who on the team is most likely to miss a smoke? Again, he's instantly.
I know there's one specific smoke that one person cannot hit. We're saying it all the time.
All right, we ready? Yeah. Okay.
It's the ancient elbow smokes on CT.
Of course.
Yeah, he whips that every time.
This one.
Every game.
Yesterday, Mirage window molly.
Who's the biggest tilter on the team? Who gets the most tilted on the squad? Oh, that took no thought. Now let's choose on the other foot. We had the immediate gut check, and now we have the thinking here. Show him.
Really?
No. Yes. I mean, Andre.
I mean, maybe Surprise is the most vocal one.
Maybe, yes. Yeah. We need to log in.
Lock in, guys.
Linus.
Hive mind.
We need to lock in.
If one of your teammates is still alive, who do you want that to be? Who do you want most in the clutch?
Really?
All right, show it. What does that mean?
There's no way. Youngstar.
Yeah.
He's our clutcher,
I think it's kind of close. Both of them are good at clutching. That was the second guy I was thinking about.
Who on your team isn't allowed to touch the op? Who is the person that you least want picking up the scope?
I didn't even think too much about that one.
I don't think he did either. 3, 2, 1, show him.
Yeah. Like every team I've played in the last 5 years, I'm the 5th offer, maybe even the 6th.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. If he picks up an op, it's not going well. Who's the biggest troll?
That's a good question.
Whatever comes to mind when you hear that.
I'll go with the funny guy.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, we're doing well here.
He's always fucking around.
Which of your teammates is most likely to team flash you?
There's not an obvious one, so this is gamble.
I have some memories.
I'll go with the gamble.
Reveal it. 1, 2, 3. Oh!
Is it? Yes. You think it's yourself?
I remember there's some moments you say, Yasin, what is this flash?
Yeah.
I'm trying to defend. Brother, but you need to turn.
So let's say, are you guys making playoffs? 3, 2, 1.
Of course, mate.
Of course.
That's why we are here. We are not here to go back to home, you know?
You guys ready for the next game coming then?
But I think we should have better synergy. Otherwise, I don't think we're gonna be playoffs, mate.
Yeah, I'm always helping you improve. This has been the Team Synergy quiz with Heroic.
Okay, Synergy out of game and Synergy in of game. Certainly flowing for Heroic with 7 in this best of 1 versus Bait. They're deciding their best map. xCloud seems to think it's Dust 2, and well, they certainly showed some signs of that with 7 to work with as they take to the defense.
And if anybody needs an excuse of why they have a bronze coin in the pick'ems, Ascenthiel has given a great answer to Youngstar, who's asked, "Do you have bronze coin?" Ascenthiel says, "No, I skip pick'ems." And so did we all this time round. As we're going fast out long, there's nobody to receive this. On to favoring Heroic, and understandably why. It feels like they should have had 8 on the half.
NPL versus xCloud holding.
There's a flash for this.
Push. Wait, the whole team's
There's a
dead.
flash for this.
They went back. They faked long. They faked it. Oh, they swarm! Messi! Empty-handed is xCloud, and Sun Pius added to the naughty list. NPL just hits the heady. Kensizor builds around it.
Oh, are we going to have another game where one team wins both pistols but maybe loses the map? Nemiga just did that and dropped it to 3D Max as Kensizor peels apart the 4th, and well, now it's just the 5th. LNZ, don't catch him outside with an AWP, as this one should be easy as you like now. When that happened and they were peeling back to head towards middle, it was Kensizor holding a flash above middle, ready to throw, and they actually just wide swung, so it worked out perfectly there. But that right there shows you the understanding. Linus is going to be dead. shows you the understanding of what seeing nothing long means.
Yeah.
So that's the theory of bait being done. Okay, if we've gone out long and we find no resistance, that means the CTs have to either be playing heavy elsewhere. Now, you're going to use the USPs at range. You like to use them towards middle, you like to use them towards short, and that's exactly what happened here. You're going to give a great little look at this. There's 2 bodies on Cat. There's also the chip in from the 3rd member watching lower tunnels, and they just win the duels at range. So Bait understanding the situation perfectly there.
I really like the fake on a pistol like that, just kind of stampeding long and then pivoting. Very cool.
And staying together to take those fights. Blue bin molly, but no door smoke, so you know you're going to be stepping into the den. It feels like a wasted piece of utility there from LNZ. On this force, it's going to be the scout from Sampaius that would love to find a couple of tags to facilitate some easy kills. But at the moment, this one looks extremely tough to get back into. LNZ on the jiggles. Flash and a molly. Car cleared out. So you know in this type of a force where it's only 1900 lost that the CTs are not going to have a lot of utility. So every piece of utility that you see, you know how weak they're going to become. And MPL is actually calling a round-the-world rotation. So they get out long, they park Alex, and they start to cheat back over. But reading the play, finger on the pulse right now as LNZ gives up his position on long, joins Tania, Youngster, and now xFloud. It's just the scout on A, and Sampaius is throwing a retake long flash. So that means Alex is going to feel like he's under a lot of pressure. You wouldn't throw that for no reason, would you?
Would you?
So 30 seconds, it feels like you're going to be forced. Oh, the bomb's going through lower.
What's going on?
Are you going to go up
world tour?
Are you going up short to A? If you do, you're a genius, MPL. Ascenthiel's he's going to get a lot of... Okay, they have to go short to A. This is perfect. Time's the problem. Sampaius, can you stop him? No, you can't.
Oh,
Alex
no,
deletes you. A is open for business.
They've absolutely owned him. It's just very light on time.
I can't believe this.
Just in the nick of time, that bomb gets punched in by Kensizor. Very, very lucky to have avoided. Well, I think luck is not the word.
I agree. I don't think luck's the word either. That's 2 rounds with the information that's been presented. MPL has been able to call his team into, well, the pistol was the path of most resistance.
But he's called all long, park 1, all the way around spawn to B, 30 seconds, go lower, send a MAC-10 into the B stack, get info, commit up short.
So do you think, well, I don't even know why I'm asking this question because we're not going to get the answer, but I imagine what happens there is the flash comes in,
Alex says, no,
Alex says nobody's here. So it's a nothing flash. So Sampaius, I question, I don't know, but I question, if Sampaius didn't throw the flash, do they just execute B?
Interesting question.
And I don't think we'd ever get an answer to it. Well, actually, well,
we don't know.
Maybe we could ask MPL.
Yes.
Well, like, we can't.
No, someone could.
And the desk isn't watching our game because this is the B stream. So they won't.
No, we'll never know.
Maybe somebody from HLTV could. So on round number 2 of the second half, when Sampaius threw a flash long and Alex called the flash but no steps, is that why you rerouted with 30 seconds left on the clock to rotate back up short to A?
Duh.
Well, that was...
You know what?
That was like a yo.
I think as the kids would say, I F with that heavy.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, like kind of like nonchalant, just kind of waving him off like a little royal wave.
He's given arrogant, not arrogant, arrogance. He's given confident energy there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right now, given a tactical timeout, that is going to be the CT side. So Saw, going into the first rifle round, wants to make sure that this 3-round spree from Bait is stunted. Long spawns available for Headtrick and Alex. Sampaius with the AWP. There's a couple of MAC-10s, so you have some choices that you're able to make right now. 3 players without head armor on the... Oh, no, actually, Tania just sold back utility and then purchased head armor. So, worried about something poppy with the MAC-10s in play, it seems like. Best long spawn is LNZ. Now, what are they worried about the most? It's hard to predict the T spawns. You don't know if they're going to get good long spawns or not. So you're having to factor that into the decision-making on your defense. And well, it looks like it is just going to be Alex. Top middle. Head trick, right, standard, usual. Sampais, this is crazy. First gun round, you've gone all in.
Oh, they've got the protocols. He'll get away. That's why you throw out that smoke to facilitate an escape. Oh, ooh, set himself up for a hard shot just on the tip of the head. Ducks underneath it, did head trick. So evades that, and okay, they really have amped up the pressure. That MAC-10 just swept through the doors and back again off the back of a single flash. Mantled up just in time. Well done. Some pious.
That's confidence, right? He knows that he's under so much pressure. Those steps are scary, but they just back off and he takes that pick. So that's going to be frustrating death there for Hedrick. Can he get another?
Oh, he could have. NPL, however, claws it back. Kentizor flashes and sets him up.
Well, right now, I think you should just A-execute because the AWP is dead. I really think an A-execute right now is probably the most informed call, but NPL's a genius, so whatever he decides to do, I'm on board with.
Youngster and Tanier have doubled up and swung back across. There's a sound cue's heard.
That's just to create a little bit of misunderstanding in the ranks, I imagine. xCloud and LNZ are gambling both sides. They have no long space, so the question is the timing on Alex, and he only has a MAC-10 at range.
You're right, this is not the weapon you'd want for your late long arrival, is it? Oh, actually proactive from xCloud. Can't believe he's committed to that. Look at the damage. Bullets. HE, both connect, and a MAC-10 at this range. We discussed it. Alex, little bursts of MAC-10. Nearly finishes off LNZ. Full alive, job done.
Okay.
Nice, boys. Fucking nice. Nice.
That's Yaltsin. You can call him xCloud. I can call him Yaltsin because I know his name.
Oh, you know his name?
Yeah.
You guys are tight like that?
Yep. Me and him, we both know each other's first name.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, pretty cool. He called me Alex. I said, yo, what's up, Yaltsin? He was peeing at the time.
Oh, you're talking at the urinal?
Well, I don't normally, but he said hi first.
Okay, well, he's got some confidence then.
No.
He must be packing some heat down there.
Yeah, must be. Full eye contact.
Yeah, wow. All right. Oh! Hedrick's AWP comes out, opening kill. LNZ down, long space taken. xCloud under pressure, spams away. They have to clear out upper tunnels, or at least you'd think so. Tanir's in lower, waiting for anybody to scuffle on down. Youngster Sampais is trying to address the long gap. Now, Hedrick's in pit, very strong for the AWP up. I feel they have to clear out upper tunnels, but you have so many questions, Heroic.
Middle of long smoke. Gives Hedrick a little angle to work with, but Sampais is not going to oblige. Like that.
Tanir's going to get the fight in a second.
He's been waiting a long time for it. 40 seconds later, they clash, and NPL, he gets his 12th frag, keeps himself on par with the boys. Looks like Youngstars told xCloud they want to go for a bit of a short double up. They'll swing into it.
Well, go long now, go long now, you saw two.
They are. Sampais, it'd be very good if you could hit that first shot, not even a headshot. Just to the center of mass against his AWP. Alex claws one back, xCloud caught pushing CT. 3-2.
Oh,
yeah, Youngstar.
big kill.
He has managed to get away with a lot there, and that nade is going to land right in the back pocket of Alex's jeans. Lovely start from Youngstar. He's given something to Sampais. Oh! The shot is Hedrick in the head-to-head, and now he's standing up.
He doesn't say a lot, but he's got some gestures.
Yeah, it's like charades.
Yeah, he's bringing a new level to banter. I'm standing up, you can see me. And you can see me.
By the way, NPL did just take a straight head-to-head versus Heroic's sharpest tack.
Yeah, well, look, NPL's a strong player, right?
Yep.
In-game leader of this team, but he definitely can get a lot of delivery. And it's a full team effort from at the moment. From Bait.
Yeah.
It's 13 for Essential and Alex. It's 12 for NPL and Hedrick, and it's 11 for Kentizor. Everybody is delivering right now when required, so this is fantastic. This is Counter-Strike, and this is a team-based best of one on the screens. Third tactical timeout call. This is the final for Bait, where they can get on the mic and change the flow of things, but they also know they win this round and they are in a strong position to close things down. It's actually pretty tough as well, because Sampais dropped down CT.
Yeah.
And he nutmegs Hedrick there, and Hedrick
still adjusts.
Able to drag down in time. Famous and an MP9, that's the weak points of this purchase alongside the limited utility and no defuse kit on the CT side. So it's going to need to be a massive individual output or some consistent trading as grouping up for a short progress. Pius with the flash at the ready. Need to go now.
Flash is great, fully blind.
Oh my god.
He's still got one. Kensizor with a white screen and loads his Magnus shot from the orbit on the jump up. That's nice. Team play, NPL hits his shot. LNZ watching from the sidelines as it's up to Tanir. If NPL dares ask questions of this close
second wave
position, some Pius, he threw the flash, now he's positioned forward. Gets active with the flashbang, and that covers. Some Pius active. What? No one's looking, and it's just Alex on long side, but the bomb is on short. Immediate discomfort here for Heroic. Youngstar, don't give it away. Don't give it away! Taps the head off. Easy from Alex.
Pius back with the AWP in another 1v1.
So Pius has the smoke, and at 30 seconds, he'd be tempting just to drop it.
I think if you drop it, though, then he can come through the smoke on different angles.
And with AWP, it's not the weapon.
Exactly. If you had a rifle, I'm all with you, but it's just going to come down to the head-to-head.
Oh, when he tags him! Very uncomfortable for Alex now. He needs to hit that instant headshot. Now he elects Yaoke to find a different weapon. Use that smoke grenade. Famas will have to do 11 bullets. 15 seconds. Alex for that bomb retrieval. It's on the other end. That smoke. Well played by some Pius. That's experience on display. Leverages his advantage. Hits the AWP shot first. Then the block comes in.
Couple of wild moments there, but I really like the way that Heroic approached that. They threw all the bodies at the problem in middle, and wow, Senthiel down the end there, head in hands, not happy with that. Kensizor gets the first fully flash, so he does very well. Important trade, but LNZ's pinned. It's this right here. Youngster gets the double over towards middle, and yeah, that's ooh, okay, we've all heard that one before. And that was their chance to take control of the game. Now they're the ones who are on the receiving end of the broken buy, but both teams still a little bit wobbly. MP9 and Famas again make it double trouble in the Famas department. Tech9, couple of Galils.
God, this feels like a very influential round on the final outcome, Chad.
Tense down the stretch. Heroic had the same situation against BetBoom yesterday. And now, being respected a whole lot more. So Heroic feel that they have the upper hand in this situation, are playing less harass heavy. Crisscross lands, and they've waltzed out mid silently. Flash through, xCloud down.
Nothing,
gets him again.
Nothing. Tanir's going to be cleared here. They're trying to bait from the door. It works. Little bit for one. Bit of damage on another. Youngstar can't get two. Awkward now. The B site has been lost. You had a distinct advantage, and now it's just LNZ and an AWP. Not even sure if they want to go for this.
I think you should be saving.
Oh, that's bleak.
You've just got this back and forth nature down the stretch. Both teams have 1900 lost into the next, so LNZ's close, seeing if anybody oversteps the mark. Had the kit, sure.
I feel like since Youngstar and Tanir both got one, if xCloud's mid push had even brought a little bit of brute, it'd have been a whole lot more comfortable. But yeah, a tough round for xCloud.
That is both, well, not both, that is 2 rounds in a row where Kensizor has killed xCloud, partially flashed.
That's true, yeah, it was just short and short as well.
The opening kills feel like they're definitely stacked up heavier on one side of the server as well than the other. xCloud is 1-5. You've got 3-0 for Alex. You've got 4-3 for Kensizor. You've got 3-2 for Hedrick, 2-1 for Senthiel. MPL is the only one not to get an opening kill at the moment on this bait side of the server. Oh, okay. What's happening there? LNZ looking pretty helpless. Turning back to the coach. Both teams expending all the tactical timeouts. There's nothing left in the back pocket unless we make it to overtime.
One thing I'll say about Saw is whenever you do get the rare opportunity to hear some of his tone and timeouts, he's not afraid to kind of, you know, in a very quiet and very composed tone, he will just tell you when you're wrong. He'll tell you when he wants to change something. He's not afraid to make adjustments. And this was a nasty way for it to start. Fully blind, by the way.
They're going all in, Alex. They've forced ball behind the M4 in the AWP, and I imagine that's because saving the AWP for multiple rounds in a row seems quite unlikely, so you might not get it again.
Well, eyes on some Pius.
It's a long rush?
It looks like it. At least that's how it starts. xCloud nade looks like it's going to do good damage onto 3 of them. Oh, but he's blind!
Again!
Again, xCloud an opening death. Linus put on notice, scarpering with his tail between his legs.
xCloud's given up the opening death in 3 consecutive rounds, and really, like, he's been sent in to find the kills. This time he was just defending long. They gravitate towards middle again. Youngster and Tanir staying active for space, but they need to get a free kill back, and MPL doing these round-the-world rotations once more.
2 push mid, they get the info, but Youngstar gets the kill. NPL pivot.
He wants the fight.
He wants to fight them on the transition back. Youngstar's done well while on the back foot. Gets the headshot onto their captain. Essential asking questions of B. Some pies to receive. Jumps up, but a headshot hit. Essential's giving them a way in. Good util to block B.
Swinging.
Youngstar has to respect it. Extinguish overstays in the flame. 50 HP and Extinguish, which implies he's gotten to back sight. Essential not playing scared. He knows the teammates are coming.
Yeah, you can see that question mark smoke. Essential asking and answering with the spam through. Redeploy on door. Deep molly in window. Bomb will go down. 3v3. Kit in play.
Some Pius' AWP is down. You're going to give it a go. Low HP on Linus. Essential anti-flash. The crossfire seems so hard to break. This is not the bomb site you want to be retaking. Here comes Linus, tracked in, comfortable bait, take the lead. Essential, some proactivity on B. And some Pius' AWP trapped on that B bomb site. 11-9, bait now within touching distance.
And it is just going to have to do the partial, and then you're playing for overtime on the heroic side of the server. And you feel for Youngster there. He's had 2 very impactful rounds. Previously had 2 kills over towards middle as they were all crunched around doors. This was part of that aggression. He gets those 2 kills back and actually tips the round that fell in the favor. But once the Essential took the space on B, there was very limited ways in.
Look at that grip. You seeing that? Woof.
Okay, well, here it is, the eco. 4 players stacking long. Linus has a flash. How good is it? Not good enough, says Alex. Tucked in blue bin, 1 for 1.
Yeah, nothing as well. He pushed mid. It could have got a little more spicy had he done something there.
Well, if Kenzazor just holds the rotation like that, they know that they're able to just waltz in towards B. So very well handled. A great reaction yet again is just sweeping this one under the rug. Youngster has that AK. Makes no secret of his presence, and he'll just be wrapped upon short, long. CT spawn, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. 12 secure. Bait kicked things off with a upset victory over Falcons, 13-8. Got dumpstered by Virtus.pro, 13-3 on Inferno, and looked to snatch another upset victory away against Heroic right now. 3 opportunities.
If you think about the scalps that they're going to be boasting here in Stage 2, you take Falcons, you take Heroic. Those were 2 of the favorites for 3-0. Incredible from Bait, really showing and displaying what they've been working on throughout some of those, you know, more CCT Tier 2 level tournaments.
Yeah, and, oh, is this a...
It looks like he's just stretching his legs.
Yeah, but if you're going to take a tech, mate, that's the time to do it. So make sure that you're comfy. It's fortunate it's not a fast round.
Heroic are on the ropes here, folks. They got thrown around the server by FaZe on this very map, 13-3. Now Bait. Just 1 round away from adding a second dust to loss in the best of ones to Heroic here, Stage 2, the Blast TV Austin Major.
Yeah, these 2 teams played about a month ago, CCT final. Heroic getting the better of them, 2-0, Dust 2 featured, 13-7. Well, now it has to be overtime.
The Major, Chad.
Yeah, and LAN. Tanir's hearing all this.
Yeah, it could be a well-placed nade onto Xbox. Not quite. You can see the plan. It's a very clear pinch. 3 short with the bomb. Alex and MPL late long. Linus will be tested at the same time. Some Pius just his M4, no flash on that palm tree.
Util advantage lies on one side of the server. They can set up the full execute right now.
It's not bad, is it? 90 damage inflicted from a HE. Some Pius goes looking around that smoke wall. Turning flashes, back turned on him, and he does manage to find another. Now the long play is tested. Linus collapses, as does some Pius. It's NPL who meets his fate. xCloud, an important pick to secure a must-win round. It's only head trick, and he's getting closed in on from every front. The fate of the smoke is back, his turn. Tanir will tap his head off. More of that required.
Could have got out of control there. That was a 2v5 that went 1v3 pretty damn quickly. They missed another shot. 2v2, very winnable with the time available. Now the purchases will come in, and there's going to be no money for the final round of play. for bait. So it feels like it's going to be do or die in this round right here, right now. If you can't win this, you only have 1900 to get it done in regulation. It's going to be a lighter buy. So HEROIC, the AWP is out. Can he do any damage on the cross? Answer, no. First shot taken. 3 players towards upper tunnel. Alex outside long again, and HEROIC's going to patrol mid and short. AWP advantage still lies on the bait side of the server. This one's gone the distance. xCloud making up for a couple of those shortcomings with the opening deaths. He found a great opener there with the spam through the smoke. He's going to cheat over to Hedge for the mid to B. They boosted LNZ at long, so it's a strong spot for him to guarantee one if it is late, but they're trying the rinse and repeat. Or is it this time going to be smoke and mirrors? More utility to work with this time as they block the crisscross for now. Up short they trickle. xCloud doesn't believe it's the mid to B. Hedges back towards Sampaius on A. MPL and Ascenthio out mid doors. Do they walk through the CT smoke and try something crazy?
xCloud has abandoned him.
They are.
Try. Oh, he's aware of the possibility. Masked bit by the smoke. He's exposed. Ascenthio finds him. They're running past the Spaniard though, and he might have to do it all. Only the one. Kens is all brought low. Will have the AWP to recover and work with on that low HP. It's Bates round. Only Youngstar and Linus can flip this script. Coming in from long side. Everything riding on the Swede getting some output here because Youngstar's a dead man walking. LNZ 1v3 or it is GG. 10 bullets, 2 targets, 1 Gandalf. NPL noted and heard. Knows he's up close and personal, playing wicked games with him in the smoke. It could be. Oh! NPL hits it! And Bait pick it up, taking HEROIC down a peg. First fell on FaZe, now they fall to Bait.
Well, MPO had a couple of words from there, but creativity to close on the call. I loved it. Crisscross into a mid to ace split. Perfection. You've got the rotations, you've got the opener, and you've got the map. Your 2-1 bucket is yours, and Bait continuing to take big names here at the major. HEROIC, it's tough forward now as respect is shown. Both teams locking horns, but this stage is delivering. This is the Counter-Strike that we've signed up for, but it's best of 3s, either to survive or to qualify to the next stage of play. But take a breath, that was it all.
Yeah, it certainly did. I think it's going to be interesting in the review. You know, I felt like 2 teams that were very kind of evenly balanced at times. I will say, though, I think, you know, you highlighted and drew my attention to it. It felt like NPL was running rings around them at times with some of the calls. It felt like that second half of play really demonstrated some of the proficiencies within that Bait roster. Bait, of course, causing huge upsets in stage 1 just by speed running their way to the second stage. And now they find themselves here, and they find themselves with multiple best of 3s available, bit of a cushion, bit of a padding, and they'll have an opportunity to strike into stage 3.
All right, 1 series left for us on the B stream for the day. Pain versus Virtus.pro, best of 3 qualification coming up next. This one will come quick, don't go anywhere.
Bait got a big and important win over Heroic in this one. Put yourself in a very nice position, but there's a lot of emotion in this game because Heroic beat you in the grand finals CCT. So did it just feel better getting this win, especially on LAN?
Yeah, of course. Like for us, Heroic is a really, really difficult team.
Yeah.
Like they're playing really good. Like the strategics and the aim, they really like crazy at it. And we're so happy that we won them because like we was playing a lot of times for them, even when they was like under the Sangal team.
Yes. Yeah.
So LNZ won 1v5 versus us, and they won the game. So yeah, and we was really like happy of this win. And yeah, that's it. Like really hard match.
What does that tell you about how you guys as a team are improving? Is this a good sign for the future?
I think yes, because like before the LANs, like the first LANs when we was playing like together, this like with the score, we was like feeling a bit like pressure because we was like a lot of talking about it, like let's not like not get this pressure, like we was like we had a lot of conversations, but like now at this tournament we'll just say let's not even talk about it, like let's just play like we feel, that's all. So now I think we're really like a strong team at the LAN.
And I got to ask, you played Dust 2 against them before, but you lost it. I think it was 13-7 to them. Was there something you changed coming into this one? Was it a different way of approaching the game?
I think yes, like we prepared to this game, so we really want to win, because when we was playing at CCT Global Finals, they came from lower bracket, we won them, and like I think they was really like angry at us to win. So yeah, so they was like playing for 100% and they just fucked us.
And how important was it for you to get this win, not just because it's Heroic, but also because yesterday against VP, you guys got destroyed. So it's nice to be back and have some confidence again?
Yeah, of course. Like even we watched the game yesterday versus Virtus.pro, and I would not say we lost like 13-3. Like it was, we lost really a lot of like our rounds, like close rounds. That's why like not in the like at the start we lost the force buy. So if we won the force buy, I think we would win the half on this side. So yeah, so we're still like very confident. It didn't affect us at all.
Strong mentality, strong performance. Let's see how well Bait can go here in stage 2.
Thank you.
All right, just hearing from winners of our best of one there. Happy after taking down Heroic, but we're going to lock horns now. Pain versus Virtus.pro. Both of these teams would fall into disappointments as far as 2025 is concerned. Pain, at one point, were considered the best team in Brazil, but it's taken a while for them to be able to find their footing, and they came into day number 1 of stage 2 with strong form, a 13-7 victory over Nemiga and a 13-11 close affair against Furia. Both of those maps were Dust 2. Virtus.pro have only lost a total of 5 maps. They also played the same map twice. That was Inferno versus OG and Bait. And we got the odds on screen right now. Virtus.pro, the favorites in this one, even though in the last 3 head-to-heads, Pain have always gotten the better of VP. What do you say about that one?
I think VP are really good at the game.
Okay, well it's hard to argue with when you only drop 5 rounds over 2 best at once.
I honestly think that VP have really surprised me coming into this one. I thought...
They're rejuvenated, aren't they?
I stole other people's opinions here, Chad.
Oh, damn. Reddits or...?
No, this was just various pundits and analysts who were kind of making, like, offhand remarks like, oh, don't put VP in your pick'ems. Like, oh, VP, like, everyone had low expectations for him, but I really liked what I saw out of the first game we cast. It was like OG VP 13-2.
It was a stomping, wasn't it?
Yeah, very, very... convincing. And then the Bait game, of course, which is, I think that was the one
we did. Bait. OG was part of the first wave, but it was essentially the same result, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, 2 13-3s, Fame 20-5. Like, come on. That's very promising signs. I do wonder whether or not I've mischaracterized VP. You know, their presence in this stage maybe lulled me into a mischaracterization of
I don't think so. I don't think you did, Alex. I don't think you did, right? Okay. Because they've been so disappointing this year.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look at their events. Events of the year. Nope. There isn't a single like podium finish in the last 8 events.
The biggest issue with it is also the type of Counter-Strike they've been bringing to the table. In some of the games that you and I have had the pleasure of casting as fellow, they've been playing off-meta CS, and it just looks very hollow. I'll just let everybody know this one is going to take a while to get underway, and if you can't tell why, Snow's out of his seat. So don't expect this one to get underway anytime soon.
can we explore Pain for a second on the other side of the server?
Yeah.
Because this is another one which has been kind of difficult for me to quantify, because I don't know how much my opinion of Pain has been influenced by, obviously, the roster disturbances they've had, removing Kawes, bringing in DGT, not being able to fill their roster, Coach Rick standing in at times. Like, I'm a bit uncertain, because for a while Pain was seen as this kind of disturbance in the force. They were coming in with quite some punch to them, and were taking some big scalps along the way.
I think a nice way to kind of piece this together is DGT has only officially been on the roster for a month, and Davideus has only been on the roster for 4 months. So it's very recent since those two have joined the team. Now, because of the issues with Big U0 not being able to go down under because he had an issue with his ear, I believe it was, they were very candid about that. Thank you to Pain for coming out and actually explaining to the community the issue that he was unable to travel. And then you had DGT, which I believe was in Kazakhstan. He had an issue to travel. And in both of those events, what happened was the coach, Rix, had to stand in. Right. And in case people are unfamiliar with Counter-Strike, the coaches in Counter-Strike, a lot of them are players of the past. They're not players of the present. And if you are a coach who still thinks you're the sixth man, that's a problem in itself. Your job is to watch the tape, right? You're meant to be the personable member of the team, pulling everybody together, preparing the game plans. You're not meant to be there sitting in deathmatch, warming yourself up, right? It doesn't matter if you can throw hands in the server or not, because that shouldn't be required of you unless there's an emergency. So the fact that you're sitting here saying, oh, I don't really know where to place Pain, seems fair considering the roster changes and the woes that they've had of just getting their starting 5 at these events. I think it's fair to withhold judgment.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And just to build on that coach point as well, you know, look no further than when you, the viewer, get back from holiday.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you've been playing this game for what? Let's say, average. You've probably got 6,000 hours, something like that.
Wow, okay.
You've been grinding.
All right.
Okay, you've been playing it on and off for a long time. Game's been out a long time. But then you take, you know, you add some studies, you had to do your exams, and then you went on a holiday. You come back 5 weeks. You are dog shit, right? You are. You are. Guaranteed.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
You're just going to be poo.
Yeah.
And so think about that. But let's say you've been away from the game for 3 years. The game and the meta, it continues to evolve. Does your understanding of Counter-Strike fundamentals and rotations and how a team should be structured change? No. And therefore, that's kind of where these coaches find their niche, whereby they have the understanding. They've still done all of that Counter-Strike. They've competed as well. And now they find themselves as that sixth voice who can kind of pull everything together.
Yeah, there's a difference between knowing what you're meant to do and then doing it. I
mean, sounds simple, but it is quite deep.
Yeah, and I think with the coaches as well, there's a lot more than just understanding like the macro of the game. It's understanding the micro of your players. And I don't mean in terms of their crosshair placement and the way that they throw their nades. It's the way that they communicate with each other. Is a guy a little bit flattered today? Has he woken up and he's not his joyous self? Is this the talisman of the team that brings the energy? Is the in-game leader making a couple of odd calls? Do I need to help him out a little bit more? Are we tilted early? Do I need to take a tack time out? There's a lot that goes into it. And while we're speaking about coaches, we touched upon it yesterday. Virtus.pro have been playing musical chairs, or we'll call it musical coaches, because that one starts with C as well. They removed Dastan, they brought in Zoma. That didn't last very long. Then they got Passionage, and now the coach standing behind them is Finn. He's only been there for a month. So I think people on the forums are calling Electronic egotronic, right, with a lot of these changes that are happening in the leadership department. But hopefully they found a coach that they're happy with, and the results that they displayed in Best of Ones on Inferno on day one shows that they're singing from the same hymn sheet. We saw the team smiling. There was a lot of energy being thrown around. There was even an apology thrown out from Electronic to Flamus when he accidentally incendiared him in apartments.
I have this weird kind of like, I don't know, thought at the back of my head, though, that VP's Inferno was one thing, and it was very convincing. It was very convincing. But in a best of 3 with no Inferno, I'm less convinced. I feel like some of the style of Counter-Strike we saw from VP's CT side, it's so well ironed out. They've got all of these incredible, like, take banana, retake brackets. They've got all of their, you know, proficiencies and ducks in a row. But when you end up in a more open territory like Dust 2, when you've got Brazilians, or not just Brazilians, actually, now, I have to make sure I get these Davideus from Chile and DGT from Uruguay?
Uruguay.
I have never been.
I've never been either.
Yeah.
I've only ever been to Brazil in South America.
Uruguay.
I remember I did some learnings about like a lot of these countries and looking like their exports, and when we were doing some EPL content, right? You know, the population sizes and everything along those lines. What does Wikipedia have to tell us?
Well, the capital is Montevideo, which sounds like where I used to watch my movies.
Sorry, what?
Population of only 3.3 million. And it's got a lovely verdant interior. I've never heard that.
What?
Verdant interior means it's green.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is on the coast.
It is pretty green, I will say that. And it is on a beach-lined coast. Looks very nice. Okay. Ooh.
And now we know. What's the capital? Oh, wait, no, you said it.
Montevideo.
Montevideo.
obviously.
I wonder if they say it like we would say like a video.
And, oh, wow. It's renowned for its progressive social policies. It was one of the first countries in the world to legalize same-sex marriage.
Okay, we learned a lot today.
Strong commitment to human rights, respect to Uruguay.
We learn a lot. If you're Uruguayan, I probably said that wrong. Give us a what's up in chat. Let's just take a look as well a little bit further down the Virtus.pro lane. The last officials they played was back in Astana. So it has been some time between their last games, other than the best of ones they played yesterday. You have to go back to the 14th of May. That was PGL Astana over there in Kazakhstan, which was an event that I'm sure Icy would have loved to have done very well at, but they were unable to make it out of the Swiss stage. They lost in the 2-2 game against MIBR. Also, reflecting on what's to come later, because we will be talking a lot about Pain versus Virtus.pro. We have a best of 3 on our hands, the context being a spot in stage 3. Right now, you have FaZe versus Legacy.
I will be honest, watching.
Everybody should be.
It's up on my screen. I recommend you guys do the same. You know, if you've got 2 screens, you could watch both, and I'd appreciate that because we understand.
We like company over here.
Yeah.
We don't have Simple.
We don't have Simple.
We don't have Simple.
But we do have our stream. This is our stream.
Yes.
We're here every day.
We share it with DDK and Anders.
Yep. And you can come and check in with us whenever you want. I will say the FaZe Legacy game looks really interesting.
It does. Maybe for all the wrong reasons.
Certainly.
There's also OG versus Falcons coming up next and MIBR versus BetBoom. Those last 2 fixtures that I've just noted are 0-2 games, where 2 of those 4 teams will go 0-3 and be eliminated from stage 2, prematurely ending their major run. Of those names, the craziest one that stands out there is, of course, Falcons, or Falcons.
Falcons.
Or Foul Clowns.
Okay.
The people have a lot of names for them when they just have a lot of names. And they're not the nicest names, and
not.
I don't appreciate them. I'm just telling you what the people say.
Yeah.
The People's Republic of HLTV.
In fact, yeah, looking at it, it looks like 100,000 of you are over 100,000 of you are hate watching that game right now.
Why are they hate watching?
I don't know.
Whose hate watch is Simple?
I think they want it to either they want to watch it because he's going to pop off and he's Simple, obviously, or you're watching because you're kind of cheering on his downfall. You want it to go wrong. You want that.
Okay, but you'll still be watching.
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
You'll definitely be watching. No one's going to be ignoring. Even just like us, we're sitting at the caster desk getting ready for VP Pain. A PC's being changed out, by the way, if you're wondering why we're waffling. We're just sitting here.
Master, stop talk, start game.
Oh my God, we're kind of doing like a... What does owner do? What's that called?
Co-streaming.
I'm kind of co-streaming.
Yeah, we're co-streaming. Did we get the rights, though, from Blast? Did you ask?
No, I did, but it was the day after my birthday. And they said no.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
Sucks for you. All right, well, I just want to reflect on all of our lovely viewers who are tuning in right now. How are you watching? Blast TV, YouTube, Twitch? Let us know. Hit us up on the digital space.
I'm seeing the votes in the chat.
Yeah, we watch Twitch chat.
Yeah, now I am. Yeah. Lot of VP fans in the chat.
Pick your favorite comment of the next spree. It's not. I would say chat is pretty timid right now.
Probably because everyone's just opened the other stream. You know.
Yeah, which is
that one.
fair enough.
And I would too. Oh.
Someone says they're enjoying the waffle. Shout out to the official Mario W.
It's nice. Nice of you, Mr. Mario.
Official as well.
Official.
You don't get more official than putting official in your name.
Yeah.
Hard to argue with that.
Machine official.
You could.
You know, I haven't.
It's quite long.
It's probably been
lengthy.
about like 5 years since I annoyed the guy with the Twitter name Machine.
What are you going to ask?
Maybe I should just
at
give him
least
another
see if
hit
he's
up.
tweeting.
Hey mate, you still up?
It's a strong name though.
It is, and it
name.
was just a bot. It was just a bot that would tweet the date and time every day.
Have you heard of the dead internet theory?
Yes, I have. I love this theory.
What do you think? What do you think? Well, I don't even really know what it is. Isn't it that the internet is just populated by like AI and bots?
Well, so eventually, like we're getting to the point now where like general discourse, because you know all of the powers that be will influence political opinion through their little bots that will act like humans and slowly whittle away at our own opinions. and therefore we're all going to eventually just leave the internet because you can't work out who's human, and we're all going to go back and regress to more like primitive forms. Like
I thought it was already happening because the kids were using wired in-ears.
Yeah, well, that's a start. That's the start. But eventually, me and you, we're going to be like, instead of sending messages to each other, we'll be sending pigeons or something. We'll go all the way back.
Smoke
I'll pop a vinyl on.
Does that mean I can come around and knock on your door?
Yeah, and then I'll be like smoking a pipe, maybe. Like really regress.
All right.
Deer stalker, perhaps. I think I could rock one of those.
Is that a what?
It's a hat.
Oh, okay.
Like a Sherlock Holmes hat. You know, the one with like the whole brim and back?
Ah, okay. Yeah, all right.
Deer stalker. I guess it was for the stalkers of deer.
Oh, Snowman TV says, how do I get a refund for my pick'ems? I feel robbed and violated. Well, I don't. Look, I will say that you did make your own choices.
Yes.
And if you make your own choices, there's nothing we can do about that. Now, if you did hit the randomizer and you still lost, still, that was a choice. You chose to random.
Oh, Ches Puff called us cute casters. So that's nice of him.
He's the context observer.
Thanks, Ches. That's sweet.
Yeah. What's he doing in Twitch chat?
What are you doing in Twitch? You got some context cams you should be generating right now, I think. Oh, well, I guess our game's delayed.
But he's in his seat at least.
Yeah.
Oh, Snow's got a smile on his face.
He's always a cheerful fellow.
Yeah, but he's one that, you know, he's a controversial figure, young Snow.
No, Twitch chat don't like it when people are like, I don't know, personable.
I think it's just because he's young. I think that's it, because he's young. Whereas, like, if you know, you get it for some of the other guys, I don't mind it.
So why do you think a young man?
I don't know. I'm not sure. But look, we're Team Snow.
Yeah.
Like Jon Snow. Oh, all right. We're getting the signals.
Oh,
we're ready to go.
Don't
Virtus.pro,
like this,
Pain, best of 3. One team going to lock themselves in for stage 3. Let's get it on.
The world holds its breath for this one.
That was a bit premature. The freestyle hadn't even started.
No, I know, but you did get me amped up. I'm ready now. And so are they. Ladies and gentlemen of Counter-Strike, you're all gathered here for a hotly anticipated matchup. On one side of the server, Pain Gaming. On the other, Virtus.pro and VP. They did it well in the best of ones. Chad's highlighted just how dominant they've been. Like losing 6 rounds in their last 2 affairs. Now coming into a best of 3 for a spot in stage 3.
I don't want to correct you so early, Mr. Richardson, but it's 5 rounds?
Oh, is it 3?
It's 5 rounds, all right?
Oh, it was a 13-2. Oh, pardon me.
Right, bit of early util. Mid-door smoke as a stray bullet lands on a Flammus into suicide. Oh, they're pushing upper. Quite direct, DGT and Snow.
Okay, Fame gets the info. Would he have done that alone? Is that just 1? Is it 2?
Seems crazy on a pistol to be that aggressive on upper, so yeah, that's actually going to throw them for a bit of a loop. Biggie Zero, Davideus, NQZ over towards A. For the finish, they've got a smoke, a flash, and a Molotov. Where's Fame going to place that bad boy?
Sarah has a flashbang. NQC missing shots. Big Zara swings off of it. Nice little pop flash over the lip. Enables him to swing with it, and it is just perfect. And that's a dream start for Pain Gaming.
Oh, couldn't have gone better, could it? It's always good to see the joy in winning.
Yeah, it's nice to see that DGT's kind of positioned himself to be a bit of a hype man.
I think that the firepower in this roster is very fun to watch. Obviously, Davideus and DGT, once upon a time of 9Z fame, as there's the odds back up on your screen. So they are favoring Virtus.pro. And there's more experience in the Virtus.pro roster. Electronic winning a major with Na'Vi, Flit and Fame in the VP jersey that was kind of blocked out. It was outsiders
at the time.
It's a very ugly logo.
Got a polar bear in like a onesie.
2 flashes for Electronic. He's likely just to pipe these out mid-doors, and they'll try and scale for a fight, but there's nobody home on the other side of the doors currently. This is our 3rd Dust 2 in a row, everybody, so if you have been joining us for the best of ones, you might be fed up with this, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. All right, it's not going to be out mid, it's up short, so flashes and then trying to scale into Biggie Zero, who does have the support of NQZ.
Yeah, and they've both got those M4s out as well. Like, no one really leaning into the MP9s after such a clean first round. Everyone was allowed to get their... Ooh, helmet doesn't save you from a deagle, though, does it? Getting run at. They want that bomb plant, but now they've got the M4. Maybe their dreams are a little bigger than that now. not just the bomb they want the round. Not going to be easy, though. Should be a sweep under the rug for the CTs. Another casualty thanks to that Flit. Electronic, another solid output. Flit's Desert Eagle's gotten this far. Can he take him anywhere else? Not easy, not comfortable, but hard work. I mean, considering the way in which that they came in equipped with, what, 4 M4s, they leave with only 2 of them.
Yeah, really nice shooting there from Flit, wasn't it? NQZ ends up getting forward in the round. They'll bring 2 rifles through. Those drops are going to have to come in, and Davideus likely buys himself. NQZ should be able to get out the AWP, which is actually quite nice. I don't think the same option will be afforded to Icy. No, it won't. So a threatening round. That was an instantaneous kill from Electronic. Beautiful work from Dennis the Menace. Now, Alex, if they lose 2 more rounds, that's the most rounds Virtus.pro have lost in a map.
Quick maths.
How will they respond? Will the tilt factor start to creep in? Because we know they're an emotional bunch of lads. The 3 tunnels default. Flit, Icy into lower. Fame to watch upper. Flames and Electronic paired up outside long and back of Cat. Xbox smoke landing. NQZ transitioning back now to join this A defense. You want your AWP in a strong position against those executes as a lurk smoke dribbles forward. DGT will gravitate towards that in case of a lurky play. But right now, just going through the motions, baiting through this CT utility. You know it's going to be lighter on because of the drops. Flamus, the tail of this, is Electronic will be joining this short control pack. Right now, there is a lot of utility for the finish. Gonna leave NQZ on the long control corner. Davideus and Snow in combination will be dealing with short. Well blocked.
Yes, just in time, throws out the smoke. They're gonna flash and go, though. He's in trouble, in the flames, blinded off, and the Davideus frag goes unresponded to. This shot from the AWP as well. Okay, ground has been taken. Flamus is a late piece from mid. And come long on his own volition. Nice little angle found by Snow, just on that Z-axis. 4-on-4 retake that's debatable, especially considering how many bodies you lost in the past. Might want to cling on to them. Snow trapped in CT. Flamus is going to keep the pressure on.
I think Flamus has done enough with that fight onto DGT, right? He knows he can't cross the doors, both of them taking a little bit of damage there. NQZ will sound off the AWP again. Electronic actually wants to take this away, and this will be a massive scalp. So Electronic and Fame are going to try and deal with this, and Icy coming over to pin. He's going to have to combat AWP here, and there you go. That'll be removed. The AWP will be picked up. Icy will get that into the next, and very well handled. Even though they got blocked, they were ready behind that, and they still continue with the execute.
No, that's really impressive. I mean, you could see it from DGT's perspective. If they respect that smoke, he's perfect. He's laughing. And therefore, a molly and a flash, well, in unison, and the job is done.
It's cheeky from Snow to get that kill onto Flit. And the energy, it's clearly been a conversation for them coming into the start of this tournament. I say start, both Pain and Virtus.pro teams who were able to get high enough in the VRS rankings to give themselves a berth straight through to stage 2, not having to worry about the MRQs, which was online to qualify for stage 1. The buy's already tattered right now for Pain. All the casualties they took against the Deagle upgrades with that A finish a little bit earlier, but right now, they're going to be quite aggressive. DGT's already up mid. Davideus can push through long. NQZ's not too far behind. So you know that it's likely a very B-heavy maneuver right now. Electronic feels like he's going to get caught. Wow, very well done.
He even kind of gave DGT a heads up on the pre-aim. Snow.
It's double.
Gets it. Bomb delivered to his front door, and now he's getting support. Flick gets put on notice. Spam, though, reveals him, and Icy catches him from the Tracer. 3-on-2 on that B site. Now just 1.
Flit has to live.
And he hasn't managed that.
Electronic a country mile away, so sure he gets the opening kill, but they still had the right read of the situation. The spur in towards B completely negated by Snow's position, and right now it might just have to be the save for poor Electronic. The bomb down in enemy territory is the scoreline likely to read 3-1. And we're back into the winning ways for Pain, the primarily Brazilian squad. Looking to make a mark. Both of these teams would definitely fall into the category of disappointment. but both looking to make amends at the tail end of the season. And beautiful work there from Biggie Zero, not letting Flick get too far, even a headshot for good measure. But this is the thing, right? It doesn't really matter the woes that you've had in the season if you can show up and have a really strong performance at the major. Going to be able to get yourself a whole lot of VRS points going into the next set of events. Now, invites for the likes of the Fisher, Cologne, they're already out. So if you weren't high enough at that point to receive them, then you are going to have a tough time until the next wave. But either way, it's all about making sure throughout these seasons that you qualify to play the majors. This is what it's all about. This is the big leagues. This is where you want to be, putting on your best level of Counter-Strike. Oh, tech call. Biggie Zero immediately takes the headset off to talk with the admin. So it looks like it's an audio issue with Snow.
Poor guy had a PC, now a headset. Disrupting his flow.
But I like that, right? Iron these out. If I'm hearing any concern from my teammates, right, about anything, let's fix it, guys. Let's not like, oh, this is a little bit off. No, let's get it sorted, right? This is an important matchup. This is an opportunity to go 3-0. We all have had computer problems at home before, right? And this, think about it every time. It's a different SSD, it's a different PC, it's a different everything. You're in a whole new environment. This is only the second day for both of these teams in this environment.
Or you could do the Henry G and play an entire show match with mono sound.
Yeah, I did tell him he should have got in-ears. I did say you need the in-ears.
Yeah, but also I completely understand why he doesn't want to be sitting there like 2 rounds in going, oh, I really do need in-ears. You should have called a timeout, man. Where's the coach?
I know.
Coach Trace or whoever was behind him.
I don't know. Who was their coach? Was it you?
Maybe. Oops. No, I was casting. I can't be coaching.
Well, I came out of a coffin. So
yeah, you were busy.
I was dead for a while.
You were. Yeah, I read your obituary. How's that FaZe Legacy game?
Yeah, how's that go? Guys, we already did a lot of fill. I'm sorry.
We've all filled out.
We're running out of things.
FaZe Legacy is... Oh, it's reached the half-time.
Okay, and FaZe have brought it back a little bit, so that's great. Maybe we can all just enjoy this silence together.
I could do some guided meditation.
I'm going to meditate myself into a muted microphone.
Okay, here we go. Okay, we're going to draw our attention to our breath. When any thought other than the breath crosses your mind, just acknowledge the thought and return to your breath. Take a deep inhale for 4. Hold it for 4. And exhale for 4. Just repeat that process every time you catch yourself wondering, like thinking, God, these casters are such idiots, I hate them. Just let that thought go. And focus on the breathing. And focus on the round, because we are ready to get back underway. Round 5.
What's their tournament management called here? Is it League Ops?
It just says
tournament. Oh, okay. All right. Well,
Operation.
They've gone for the best of both worlds there. Relatively swift fix of the headset, and away we go.
Isn't it? Gives himself a little something to work with. And block.
Well, he has the head-to-head against the Iceman on the clear. Gets the better of him. NQZ.
That's what you want from your AWPer.
Not quite sleeping. Couldn't do Zebra. Can't think of many Z words. All right. Well, Biggie Zero catches a lick of info. Drops the incendiary. So this number advantage in Electronic, he's just off for a waltz in the park on his own, but he has the bomb. So this time he's going to have to join the rest of the team. Fame gets the AWP. They've got some space, but they need to find the finish.
Whew, Snow's already got that flash loaded. So upon Biggie Zero's request, you have to time it right, though. You want them kind of committing as opposed to just jiggling out short side. Still with 50 seconds, this round can go many ways. Electronic already starting to apply some pressure in a different way. Gets himself out the doors, throws it out. Or posted on window really gives some freedoms now. Oh, especially with the information now that
Davideus is run pushing long. He is run pushing long right now, so he's going to have a lot of space.
He is, but he's not going to get the frag. Fame has rounded the corner just before he does. Locks the door. Electronic, though, has managed to work
Snow
through CT, picks off Biggie Zero, and now Snow is in jeopardy. Jumps up, tries to set himself up, doesn't finish off the frag. DGT will chip in onto Electronic in CT, and now there's a fast flank coming. Davideus, gorgeous, comes in from behind, gets one. They have the man advantage. Uncomfortable for Flit and Flammus. Hang on, even lower now. The nade didn't finish him off.
Enkyuzi's going long. He'll be late to this.
Yeah, Flit's going to be vulnerable to it. DGT and Davideus, their position well and truly noted. Flit tucks in away from lock. DGT will spam away at him, and Flammus doesn't have the health for this. Can't find their head instantaneously.
That's so tough for Flit. I love the play. He understands that they're lacking so much space, and he pushes down towards CT and just gets caught through the smoke.
Yeah, it had legs.
Oh, double AWP setup. Okay, so they've been able to juggle those across, get the AK and the double AWPs. That's the most prized weaponry that you'd be able to scavenge back from a round like this. It all started with the NQZ opener. Davideus' flank, that was it. That sucks for Flit. DGT, aware of the possibility, and that one's going to leave a mark. 4-1 the scoreline. The most rounds VP have lost in a map so far. And now they're just down to some pistols. Icy's going to preserve his cash to make sure the AWP comes out into the next. Oh, and tagged up early. Cop that one, Electronic. Snow actually being facilitated with the secondary AWP. He's one of the B players alongside of DGT. Davideus is the long anchor, Big U0, the A rotating rifler, and NQZ, the primary AWPer. So how can this one go wrong or right as far as VP fans are concerned? They're given the good graces of the space again. In these first 5 rounds, VP are actually ahead in the opening kill department 3-2. So that hasn't been the winning difference. That's a nice nade. Only does a little bit of damage on the Flammer, so well avoided. Thought it was perfectly timed, but here they go. Have to drop for CT scaling, sure.
Yeah, you'd think so. Big Zero, this is the prime real estate when they throw these smokes. And he's hearing it, spots it, they know exactly what's up, and so does the AWPer. NQC pulls the trigger, successful, it's too easy. 5 just running into a brick wall.
I love that from NQZ. He drops himself a defensive smoke. He knows that he can play on or around the car and use that to either look over or look around. And Big Zero getting all the info of them dropping through just the tips of their heads dropping into spawn. As a tactical timeout called, the first from Finn within map number 1 for Virtus.pro, newly anointed coach. Can he find himself as a difference maker? Well, currently, if we can keep the cam on him, he's not doing a lot of talking. So maybe this 30 seconds just available. Wow, yeah, maybe we missed it at the start. Maybe it was very few words, but maybe it was just the ability to give Dennis Electronic the opportunity to have a few more seconds to talk through his options. Remember, Icy took the save so that he could get out the AWP. The rest went for the light investments. Spawns available. Oh, the drills are out as I don't know, we haven't seen anything all in yet from VP in terms of using long spawns looking for fights. It's just been very defaulty, and it looks like it'll be that way again. Boosted up on the AWP. They use a nade for the cross to guise them with the smoke, and the secondary AWP for Snow posted on the line again. Look at this scaling.
It's just running it down. The timing on that was crazy as well. Catches like a whisper of him, but will he be ready for a second AWP? Right there, NQZ on the move.
NQZ's got 4 opening kills for Pain. The only opening kills. He is owning right now. This is what happens when we talk about an AWPer's paradise at Dust 2. NQZ was given the good graces of getting it early, and he continues to deliver. It's not just all smoke being blown up the viewers' asses when we say that AWPers can really just dictate the tone of the game. Right now, you are seeing that.
If every round VP have tried, or 4 of them now you've highlighted, you end up operating with the disadvantage early, and NQZ then becomes this like unknown quantity. He can move, he has legs, and therefore you're just constantly trying to rotate, avoid him. He was last seen towards the short side, and so B might be the perfect call. Snow, however, has got his secondary AWP. Alert Smoke a good counter to that.
Yeah, perfect response from him. Drops the molly, slows the scale. DGT unloads in case they're ahead of it, plays close to the smoke in case of the pop. Snow can now pivot over and set up the crossfire. This is nice.
Ooh, they're going though, they are going. And they pre-fire Electronic, just running and gunning. Burning is Snow. Melting indeed. And that's the round taken. VP, a nice little pace change. Test the B defense, and they come up trump.
Well, it looked like the right response there, but Electronic with the pre-fire. Looks nice, huh? Really makes light work of that. So
I disagree. As in, like, it doesn't look nice. You know, just a moving Galil going around the corner.
True, it's not the prettiest, but in terms of the way that you can level up the scoreboard, and the mollies were placed as well. So they handled that. In an unlikely scenario, VP will get their second on the board, and I'm curious to see if it's double AWPs equipped again. Right, Snow will have money to do so. He could even be dropped one, but I think at this point, maybe now just go back into the 4-1 rifle setup.
Yeah, headshot.
Yeah, and it is a common response, right? I'm highlighting it here that it is a good response. You understand why it's a good response. I think just the amount of follow-through. So,
and also, you know, a little bit of lady luck gets involved when you are getting that moving and accuracy. The fact that he finds the head on like the 4th or 5th bullet is, you know, a luxury afforded to Electronic in that one, but still very, I mean, he knows that the main counter, it's like rock, paper, scissors, right? He knows, okay, well, with the lurk smoke, that corner is the primary counter. So comes in, all guns are blazing. Very nice for their second round.
All right, well, a contained reaction off of the round victory this time. In the early stages of this map, it felt like it was going to be back and forth, but Pain had given themselves a decent lead. But this is early stages. They haven't gone for the double AWP again. Snow into an AUG, so still with the extra cash to splash, he does go for a better rifle investment, or at least one that will facilitate some close-range instant headshots or long-range on the scope. And he peppers away again. This is the standard setup we've come to expect from VP in their rounds. 3 tunnels, AWP as the talisman around middle. And Flammus just having the most boring job on the map, sitting outside of long. If they can stick the landing on this and they get long spawns into the next, we might see a gear shift. Pushing.
Bait, Vigzera, empty-handed. Knew the swing was going to be coming to punish that fired AWP shot from NQZ, but he's allowed to get away. Vigzera, the one to concede.
Well, now Flammus taking some space. Finally.
He's going to be up against NQZ's AWP, which is not ready for the movement.
Yeah, well done. Flammus just springs to life. It's going to be another save, I think, Alex.
Yeah, I think they've structured this well. It looks simple, doesn't it?
Okay, so 2 rounds back-to-back. Rifles being retained again. Lost bonus situation is still early on, but residual cash will allow for another investment. So someone didn't like the amount of times I used the word residual, but you have to think of more terms left. It's a good word, and I think that's why they don't like it, because it does stick out. But anyway, they're hunting. I do try and diversify my lexicon as much as possible, just to speak an awful lot. So, sorry guys.
I'll get you some synonyms here.
Thank you. I've got some saving CTs, or at least they wanted to. Fame, 1 and done. DGT doubles up. How many bodies are going to be thrown? Will there be lambs to the slaughter? Flit, open the round, and closes at DGT. Gone, Snow, removed as well.
And so they won't have any residual weapons or remaining weapons or leftover weapons or unused weapons or unconsumed weapons or surplus weapons.
Surplus. That's
you like that one?
I like that one. Surplus is the best of the bunch there, thank you. But they will have a kitty of cash.
Kitty! Reminds me of like a tombola.
They're going to dig into their pockets. And they're going to be left with absolutely nothing after they get out an AWP, 3 M4s, and an MP9. But they can buy again to tussle with this. And DGT, he wants aggression.
Okay, I respect it. You would have liked it, but prior to the loss of Vigzera, an opening death for him in back-to-back rounds. And now they're coming. NQZ's AWP. It's that first connection, but they commit anyway. And he hits a quick scope into the second. Straight onto Flammers. Double barrel. Perfect start, bomb lost to B. Some of these rounds are also cut and dry. It feels like it's over in the first 15. Just like that.
Okay, well, Flit and Icy.
You made a decision. When your teammate dies to the AWP, just like that, it's either we're resetting, but oh wait, the bomb. Here we go.
Yeah.
So
guys, this is, I'll let you know right now, if you need to go to the bathroom or the fridge, do it. And I'll yell when the round's, but if there's any action, I'll get loud, because right now, you're all good. You can go. You have a 50-second save on your hands. Right, quickly run to get yourself a drink. This is the time to do it.
Legacy versus FaZe is an exciting matchup, and that's just concluded first map. No spoilers for you VOD reviewers. No one's doing that. You're watching it now. You're watching it now. So
if you're not watching it now,
you're an idiot.
What are you doing if you're not watching it now?
Yeah.
You don't want to watch Simple?
You shouldn't be here.
Well, no.
Sorry.
You should be here, but you should be in both places at once.
Мид зашли, отпажи мида, мужики!
Oh, bars. Just need to drop a beat on that. That sounded
Put
like
that
a
in one of
freestyle.
Boomich's raps.
What song's this?
No idea.
It's okay. Neither do I. I think I was going for Billie Eilish, Bad Guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, now that you said it, I see it. Yeah. All right, 6-3, 3-round gap. You should all come back from the bathroom in the fridge now.
Come back, guys. Come back, please.
All good with the drops. Are they finally going to have a give? Well, no, they can't really. Icy has a long swan to go for a pick, but he doesn't have any follow-through. So trying to manifest an opener over towards long is the Iceman.
Flashes long, Icy goes for his peak, blinded and flashed. Well, sorry, flashed and incendiary wards him off.
Blinded and flashed would probably be indecent exposure in a park somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, well, NQZ, can you do it again, Chief? You've been good. This would be great.
Late peak suicide. Gets away from that shot there. Mantles up, Flit, no fear, no care in the world.
Big user get back across. Well, he can now that he drops that smoke. So NQZ's AWP. Oh, NQZ's AWP is in trouble, Alex. He has no idea it's this close. Flit knows that. He can scout with his fight.
Lovely. Gets that jump scare onto the AWPer.
Punished.
Snow's getting run at by Flit. Oh, still alive. Swings out now, down to Flit. What do you do? Fame's got your rotation cut off. Davideus' position noted. Another one of those good old-fashioned four-letter words.
Yeah, makes sense. They've already got 6, so if they can get 7 by half or even 8 is still on the table, you're going to be happy with that as Pain. So I can understand the conservative approach, but immediately they're chasing. Like, look at this. They've sprung into action immediately. Fame's here. It's Davideus is the loose piece over towards T-Spawn. DGT is completely surrounded. Fame, Electronic, and Flit about to bear down his position. And now, if they can find Davideus, that's great.
Yeah, fighting tooth and nail to take this away. This is reminiscent of the VP of old.
It's only 1,400 loss into the next, so the reason that they're this stubborn is they know that they can break open the bank and really cause some issues down the stretch, potentially to tie things up 6-6. Davideus, hide and seek.
Get out of my way.
Where's the Chilean? Oh, he's dead. Flamus finishes him off.
So that indicates a potential 6-6 here. Pain calling a timeout just to try and stem the bleed a little.
Yeah, and actually they're in a strong spot just to take the eco in this round and then have a very strong buy into the next. It's just DGT who's going to be lacking the cash a little bit. So with the 1,900 cash injection, it'll be all good. Davideus may even be able to facilitate an AWP over to NQZ, or he might even be able to just buy his own, depending on what happens in this round. And it has been quite a fixture as far as round success, or at least openings is concerned. That was NQZ's first opening death there. Electronic and Flit have been doing a great job for VP in that department, 3 apiece. And yeah, as touched upon, NQZ was just not ready for that quickness on the scaling from Flit. Really well done.
Nice!
And now Flamus finds his voice. One of the players to watch after the Shanghai Major. Got the what was considered a promotion up to VP from Gamer Legion, but I would say this season's results might leave different questions in your mouth, because Gamer Legion were the ones towards the tail end finding themselves in a couple of LAN playoffs at arena events.
Yeah, well, he's at the major, so
true.
What he can get done here. Out long, UGT's got nothing more than a USP. They do get a nice little double dig. 2 kills is more than they were worth.
Yikes. Davideus is already back towards mid doors.
Yeah, it's a race against the time though. Flit tracks it first nicely. Those scavenge rifles are coming for you. NQZ low HP.
2v2.
Big Uzera hits the shot. They're crossing into B now.
May as well give it a go.
May as well. Still heavily favoring the armored planted.
Oh, walking in?
Yeah, I don't hate this. I don't hate this. Just catching a crazy timing and the AWP missing a shot. Yeah, it's actually got the timing. He's got the timing. The barrel on the big box. Planting. Oh, damage! Not enough! so much damage. NQZ on the low HP is kind of giving Big Uzera something to work with.
Quiet game for Big Uzera so far.
Yeah, this would be monumental. An eco victory at this stage in the game would be everything. Knows where Icy was. Trying to pip the gap. Isolate Fame does hit the first. Icy's there. Saves VP from red faces. An economical. Comes down to a 1 versus 1.
Touch and go. They really pressured them in that round, so no easy conversions given over to VP, but they'd love to grab 6 before we head into this halftime break on map number 1 of a best-of-3 progression series. We've got Mirage up next. Ancient is the third and deciding. Mirage has been a bit of a pressure point for VP throughout this season, so we'll see if they've been working on that since Astana. But here we go. All boosted up. Icy on the line.
Leg shot, Snow, hamstrung.
That was the first round that VP went out long within the early stages, and they almost lost it.
Almost lost it.
And a little bit of a PS.
Oh, he didn't see his head. Yep. That'll do nicely. DGT given a gift.
I was going to give my PSA because the CZ75 got a kill there, and a lot of people seem to miss that the CZ75 had the kill reward reverted back to $300. A lot of people missed it.
I did.
Oh, okay. Well, then everybody missed it.
I had no idea.
Yeah, it's back at the.
Well, it should have been like that for ages.
Yeah,
that's good. That's good.
It still sucks, but
Hey.
I don't see you using it.
Well, I didn't know I could get
Oh,
$300
well, maybe
mate.
now you will.
I hate it, so won't be using that. NQZ, good angle for 1. Just like that, just like that. Electronic down and out, peeks into Flammus, an overextension that might lead to a plant. Icy throws the bomb onto the back of Fame. Covered, util strong, uncontestable plant. Final round of the half, so they'll give it everything it's worth. Pick off, Icy finds the long lurk.
No more pressure from Long. They don't know that, but Icy can just stay posted on that line. DGT, actually, is he? Guys, he's running out of time quickly here.
They're running out of options.
Blocked it short. This one sucks.
Where's your kit?
Break and go.
Break and go indeed. Good trade. Big Uzera keeps it interesting, keeps it competitive. DGT arrives. They weren't looking for him. He needs to finish this one off.
Nate will do it.
Nate will do it, but Icy in the meantime gets his. And Flammus will close. 6-6 on the half. It started fantastically for Pain. It was 5-1 and 6-6. VP in it to win it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Virtus.pro have lost more rounds in one half of Counter-Strike than they did in two best-of-ones to get themselves here to the 2-0 game. It is for a spot in Stage 3, VP. They were doubted coming into this, as were Pain. We've got kind of two of the more like, I don't want to call them underdogs, but let's say they're the street dog with the limp. You know, you weren't sure what to expect from them, a bit unpredictable.
Okay. Yeah, all right. I don't mind that framing whatsoever. Well, they've still got some bite, and both teams showing a bit of bark. The banter, not at an all-time highs. The odds still favoring the Bear.
Straight up mid, Flit and Icy. I feel like these guys are due a headshot if they do trifle with them. Big Zera lets them cook and have nothing to report. Is that misinformation? Is that bad information?
Well, they had foregone long at the gate of this, but now they know.
Icy staring at the floorboards.
Tuck and tail, backing off. There you go. Electronic swings out, gets another opener. He's been great in that department. DGT dead. Congregating Cat, if we take a look at the setup on A, it's just Flit and Icy. They're going to pivot back to a bit more of a site-centric. Now, Long was given up, so they have to worry about that throughout.
Unless Flit and Icy hit some bangers, I feel like this exec interway will be too strong.
They're just reading this so poorly, aren't they?
Yeah. And you've got a Molotov for site or ramp. Icy's in trouble. There's that Molly coming.
Oh!
Two, and Icy connects as well. Oh, wow. All the right ideas. It doesn't matter when Flit's in the server. He's hit a banging duo there. Just a double kill to end your dreams of a pistol win.
Okay, well, NQZ, try as you might. 38 seconds left on the clock. 4 to find. No bomb. 17 points of health. 17 kills. You'd have to make that 21. But right now...
Split pistols.
Yeah,
I swear that's new energy, man. I mean, you've been pointing at it, but like it's very apparent that that's been something they've discussed.
I think when he first was in the team, he definitely brought an attitude.
Yes.
I think I remember talking to Dustin, and he was like this big brother to Fame. And I think Dustin maybe didn't love it because, you know, it was a bit of more sleeping in and stuff. But there was a bit of energy early because he's been there for a while, longer than people would be expecting, really. But now that James out of there and they've actually, I guess, washed away some of the shortcomings that have happened throughout this season, and they're just focused on the major. It feels like a lot more focused on keeping things positive. Remember Electronic throughout the year just rinsing his teammates, chewing them out, giving them a real talking to.
Yeah.
Well, right now, we're on easy street, and things are flowing nicely. That is all 5 staying alive against the anti-eco. Now the AK's donned. NQZ with a scout again. So Electronic was just asking that, right? Did he get the scout? Yeah, okay, so probably scout again. I don't speak Russian, so let me know if I'm wrong, but
you do play a lot of Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Okay, this is...
Look how beautifully uniform their util is. Everyone got a smoke molly.
Tagged up early is Fame.
Does mean you've not got a single flashbang for your entire TE default, so that's going to be harder.
Interesting as well that Icy gives Fame the scout and gets the M4. I understand that Fame got tagged, but still, he's just left on his own at B. So if it is B, I will say right now that the round is over unless there is some crazy rotation from VP within the next minute 20.
What the hell? 2 scouts, 3 M4s of all the ways in which you could have cut it.
Yeah, so he gave it to Fame, then went back to A, gave the M4 over and got the other scout.
Yeah.
So, okay, well,
I guess.
Fair enough.
Oh, that's going to hurt. Nice evasive maneuver from DGT. Avoids what would have been 50 damage. They're poking their nose into Flit's domain. Now, he was boosted up by Icy, and he'll just feel himself. Instantaneous deletion. The captain cut down, backing away. Too many bodies on his screen. VP, that's team play on display. Davideus tries to profit, but there's a scout holding his cross. And just like that, it just falls into place, doesn't it? When it works, it looks very convincing.
I can't believe the conviction in which Flit is able to take and win that duel. There was not a sound cue.
They didn't throw anything, didn't do anything. He just uncrouch insta. Bang.
Shooting hard right now, VP up to 9 in a moment. Oh, maybe not. Hold up a second. Oh, no time, no time.
Oh, that was nice though.
Okay, well, DGT puts the aim on display. what weapons can they scavenge out of this? Icy would love to get something a little bit better, and the same for Fame. He is going to run down towards the mid doors to grab something. He gets an AK, Icy gets an M4, and great, that's really nice for them. But as far as these opening kills, Flit and Electronic combined have got 8 for their side of the server, and their team only has 9. So those two are the two really packing a punch, whereas it was NQZ leading that charge for his squad. But the AWP, we won't see it for some time as far as the primarily Brazilian roster is concerned. I guess we could just call them South American. So DGT with a saved AK, some pistol upgrades for a few, and Flit into lower tunnels. Just throws the nade, that's info, and he can just drop back. He doesn't actually need to hang around, so I like that. It's harassment without the follow through. So they do get the control in towards lower tunnels. So they know that it was a bit more smoke and mirrors. DGT up cat, surging forward, looking for a fight. Wow.
Oh, another opener. This time Icy throws his hat in the ring.
Yeah, right.
DGT, they are positioned to handle this. He's gone all the way across. They've let him cross. Flamus Goose. Electronic chilling at ramp. Like, congrats, you're here. His teammates are coming, but what's NQZ going to do with the Glock? He's just going to try and get some info for the boys.
Nice shot.
Set up DGT for a bang little laser beam there, and DGT's AK has made a round out of this. 3 kills chipped in from Davideus that make it a whole round a reality. DGT to plant.
Tough clutch with the AWP coming up short.
That first pick off, and Davideus just loves straight through the box, Icy! Oh, it doesn't matter how good you are, DGT, Icy's better.
That is ridiculous.
The first, sure, the second, unbelievable. Just a phenomenal shot through the box. That was a hard retake. You said it yourself, Chad. An AWP 1v2 retake into the A site, and you're just banging through boxes.
He's so fortunate with the timing there, because the initial kill, as the bomb gets planted, informs him that there is still somebody in the site and just takes a pot shot. It connects. And DGT, with all that hard work, it's for naught.
That would have been a real game changer, Chad. If DGT's round converted, Pain 7, VP 9, different state of affairs. Instead, Icy has saved them. And now, Pain, they are in trouble. All their pennies pushed to the center of the table.
Funny, this boost really isn't in meta, right? Because
double smoke.
Exactly. Well, even that, with the smoke that comes through and lands on the box, it completely shrouds all of CT. So this is likely something from the prep, and seems to be panning out quite nicely. Icy grabs himself another HE. Restraint on not throwing that in, allows himself to get back to ramp. They do have long completely secure. Just over a minute left on the clock, and Icy's actually going to search. He's going to walk on this ledge and peer in. Does he catch a timing?
Deep Incendiary actually backs them up into Icy's scope. NQZ fortunately equipped with the same.
I like the thought there.
Yeah, me too. It was very specific Incendiary. Facilitate Icy.
It's a fake, they're rotating. Flit's hearing the steps.
Here comes Flit on that boosty box. Does he have any more output? Smoked off. And yeah, that's it. That's the prep. There's a gap every time. Doesn't matter if the B defense falls, though. Davideus finding Fame cleanly has led to a lost round for VP.
Okay, well, NQZ with opening kills in the AWP in the first half was such a key to their success, and that's going to be his 18th kill. So it's cooled down a little bit. Well, actually 19 with the double up. Electronic the AWPer. I feel like he really has as many AWP kills as Rain. How many times do you see Dennis with an AWP?
He is one of them.
So DGT did a lot of damage in the previous, where Icy had to clutch out. So that is actually going to leave the cash in question. Icy with 4.6 plus 1,400. He won't have to buy the AWP as long as Electronic gets to save it. Flamus will be able to drop another one. And Fame should be able to buy himself. So should be okay.
Terrorists win.
So here it is. Molly lands, pushes them exactly into that, but NQZ just ready for it.
That's NQZ onto the flip boost as well. Stretching those vocal cords in, trying to let VP know they're still in it to win it.
Oh, okay. I feel that there could have been something a little bit done differently within the drops. It's Fame just going to work with an MP9. It's fine for him to anchor down B with NQZ boosted in a conservative approach, just ready for players who are going to... Wow, what a shot. God damn.
That connects. Icy's just had his Yeezys knocked off. Or maybe a different shoe.
Yeah, they have another brand at the moment, I think.
Shoe.
Yeah.
His brogues.
Could be a runner. Maybe he likes those
Hoka.
The Hokage shoes, I think. Naruto's best friend. But it's all right. It's onto the AWPer. Could be worse. The only problem I have is that Icy has all that util. If he could donate that to somebody else. Ooh. Singe of the toes there as they exchange space.
Biguzera's had enough opening deaths. 0-5. Doesn't want to give these 0-6.
Icy heard me. He just gave all the nades over to Electronic. So, Papatronic, can he hold the wolf at the door? Congregated middle and short again. Icy holds long. Flammus Goose. So the runway on the mid to B. It's wide open right now. Crisscross lands, but they're going to poke their nose out short. Do they go through the block smoke?
Yeah, that's a big question. Whoa, look at the damage. That's why you want the nades and the players on site. All 5 members of Pain softened up, and now Electronic ready to throw that knockout blow. They push through the smoke. They're dead men. He gets the first. He's very controlled, reserves his ammo. He knows there's more on the other side of that smoke. Hasn't elected to spam. Now he does. Connect onto DGT. Gets into the smoke, recovers an AK, and somehow he's still alive. Pain thrown around this round. Can't find the final connection onto Electronic at 12 HP. NQZ's cowering and lower, and they'll just reserve whatever they can.
Yeah, that move from Electronic just short-circuiting that finish on towards that A site. They're going to push in.
Oh, that's scary.
Oh, don't go down after time. Don't go down after time.
Oh, dear. Snow, $2,000 in the bank.
Damn, okay. Yikes.
That's a yikes.
That's a yikes. It's not over yet, but
what you thought was going to be walking away with an AK and an AWP is hollowed out ever so. Timeout taken. Second from Pain. I haven't seen Finn say a goddamn word.
Maybe he doesn't need to.
Maybe less is more. Oh.
Oh, he's...
Hey, we got him.
I don't understand what you're saying. What are you saying? Okay.
Oh, there we go. There's a couple more words. Fine. All right, all right, all right. Good long spawns for Biguzera and NQZ if they wanted to try and make a pace change right now. Rix has just taken that time out.
Well, it feels like quite a scary call to be making when you're on the verge of conceding the first map of the series.
That was perfect from Electronic. The nade was great. The smoke being deep as well kind of connects with theirs. And yeah, they won't go all in with the long.
Electronic 225 utility damage. Big nade.
The way that NQZ was postured there was if he was going to be challenged. You see he wasn't taking the fight for lower scale. So he actually was waiting for Icy to swing that. Mid-door smoke lands, taking the pace out of this one. Ready to clear. Icy set up.
Oh, who's swinging like that?
Amadeus, not afraid at all.
Oh, great, I can see. Here I come.
Let me shoot you, huh?
Oh, and NQZ, that's the second time they break the smoke. This time the AWP is ready.
And his 6th opening kill.
Yeah, he's doing everything he can for Pain. Flit's done well to scavenge the AWP to punish Biguzera. That's a 0-6 in the opening death department.
He's been having a tough time, hasn't he? If I'm Flammus and nothing comes behind that, I probably push, to be honest with you.
Oh,
yep.
That nade will probably have you thinking there's no one close.
Oh.
Not for DGT.
All right, just Electronic on A.
We know where he was. He threw a nade.
He's better be crisp.
It's quite the opposite of crispy. That is soggy.
Save. All right, well, the timeout works. They stick the landing on this one.
Yeah, every time I start thinking, oh, there's a clear front runner here, something happens. Icy wins a 1v2, or Pain Gaming managed to rustle up another round.
But if we reflect on this map, this is a best of 3. The best of 1s are done for the day. both teams have had strong starts with the pistols and the conversions, right? It was 5 and 1. Well, it was 2, then 1, then 3. So 5 of the first 6 rounds in favor for Pain within the start. And the same actually to be said for that of Virtus.pro in this second half. It's just now that they've broken through with their second rifle round. And both of the rifle rounds, if we're going to look for commonalities, have been opening AWP kills onto Icy from NQZ. One was short, one was middle. But either way, if that's the difference maker, it's great to see AWPers getting to clash in this degree. Not always the case as far as Dust 2 is concerned, but definitely a classic, an oldie but a goldie. Now they can buy again. And that was the story down the stretch for Pain. That's why we saw them saving. They already had a great nest egg of rounds that they were able to squirrel away at the start of their half, and then the saves were informed just to add a couple of sprinkles on top. But the story does change for VP. They will need to contend down the stretch. This is the second half of play. Scuttle a nade forward, NQZ. Looking as active as ever. Molly lands, Big Zero forced away. Posted up on short line, boost on short into lower. Both teams ready for aggressors of either side.
Yeah, but I mean, that flash will really have Icy fully focused on lower. Davideus will flash. Now he peeks off of that. That was his signal. Davideus well restrained on his progressions. Gets across the sightline. Did he catch a glimpse of the boost?
I don't think so.
He didn't. Now he does. He gets across. I just feel like that MP9 can be really disruptive when it...
Mate, he's 5-0 in openings. He hasn't given away an opening death yet, Electronic.
Doesn't intend to start. Aggression! Oh, down he goes. Good catch. Patience from Snow. Proactivity from Electronic cut short, and look at this quick pivot. Famous pushed through lower, called it clear, gets the kill, reveals that information as flow.
He feels it's A. Look at this. He's going to be heard from the player out mid door. Snow's calling all of this. B's going to be an open runway.
Yep, and he catches that and now has rotations. Should be the round. Icy and Flit are thinking about how they're even going to consider playing this one out.
I don't think you can unless Snow gave over a really bad death.
Like
so right now, it's just hold on to your guns. That's bad information there, and it's because they didn't have any info on long. That's Fame assumed that there was more out. He pushed. He thought he was the one that had to make a play, and play he did.
Bomb has been planted.
And you were keeping a recount there of Biggie Zero's opening deaths. He's 0 and 7. He goes down first in this one, but it doesn't cost them. It's Electronic lingering a little bit too far through those mid doors, trying to do too much in what was a bit of a desperate situation, and that will end up costing them. Snow's double, it's trouble, and that is going to be 9 rounds now for the South American side. So this one is going to go the distance. They're going to give the good graces over to VP. They'll say, it's okay, we'll let you hold on to your guns. Flit could drop one. Icy could do the same, Alex. So with 1900 coming into the next, Flamus could even buy an MP9. I actually think you can buy again quite contently right now if you are VP. Yeah. So yeah, they're assuming so much there. Oh, Pain have actually taken their 3rd timeout. So maybe Rix has a better understanding of the cache because of the saves, right? When you have this bird's eye view, if you are taking note of those details, maybe you're able to piece it together more than Big U0, who's laser focused on round to round at the moment. The flow of that tends to get out of control, but the heavy hitters in the server for Pain are NQZ and DGT. 20 for NQZ, 17 for DGT. Nobody yet to get double digits for the remainder of the team. Snow's having a tough time, Big U0 as well, but an impactful round for Snow late.
Stark contrast as well, just in the individual form we've seen out of Fame today. Came in very hot yesterday. In fact, ending with a 2.15. Of course, you can have a crazy rating when you're stomping a team 13-3, but regardless, 20 frags, 5 deaths. Very different story into day 2.
And just to note, VP haven't gone for the all-in on the buy. They've actually half invested.
I see, but it is relatively threatening.
It is.
It's got just, some trap mines.
Yeah, look, we'll talk about the result, not the decision.
Icy Zorb looks towards the upper tuts.
Reserve Snow not going to give over that opening kill. Tough for Fame, who just has a smoke to block and a USP as the sidearm. Flamus with long control with the 5-7. You don't hate to see that, so it's going to be a good weapon for the job if they do return to a late long pop. Flitz, the unknown entity, over towards Goose. Electronic's going to try and bait him in. Short block smoke lands prematurely. There was nobody behind it, which actually allows Pain to waltz up relatively confidently, and they're looking to explode. It's double Goose, Alex. It's double Goose.
Okay, but then Electronic commits around the smoke. The flash is great from DGT, well lated, but there is this disruptive double. Flamus gets active, goes wide, draws attention. No one's looking. Trigger discipline. Flit's got everyone on his screen. He's got the whole team. No one's looking, and he's just going to hold his fire. Goes for the immediate triple, and then QC to save him. They got in. Flit, that is spectacular. That is what Counter-Strike dreams are made of. Flammer sets him up, baits him in, he'll steal it with the defuse. What a way to put 12 on the board for VP. So many players in a position like that play it poorly, overplay your hand, rush it. He's got the experience and he prevails. What a nightmare for Pain.
Frictionless for Flit in that situation. The fact that he is able to pull this off and then has the defuse kit, this is insane. The target selection, it had to be perfect, and this is criminal. 12 rounds for VP, and they cannot believe it. Pain, shell-shocked.
Half by. Let's talk about the results and not the investment, Chad, because they've gotten away with that one. That is so amazing to witness. 3 rifles, couple of USPs. Flamus does everything in that round. He will be the unsung hero of that highlight.
That's nameplate Counter-Strike as well. Electronic is your A rotating rifler. Flamus is your anchor. The AWP already showed itself towards mid and B. Flit's a mid to B defender. You're not expecting that. You're not expecting that at all. Brilliant. And such a tough situation. But can you bounce back? Can you push at the distance? Can you get double digits yourself?
Can you get past Flit on his boosted box? He's been consistently getting at least one solid output from him in this position, and Biguzera's managed to worm his way outdoors unannounced. With 50 seconds for the finish, Davideus on short side throws out a little bit of a smoke for Presence A.
Biguzera talking an awful lot there, so they're going to go back safely and silently, not wanting to make any noise dropping down their Xbox, and they're going to start to join their in-game leader out the mid doors.
It's a good call if you can get past it. It's just Fame on D. Sure, he's got a block smoke, which he'll throw out around 35.
Well timed.
Oh, the molly gets him out. Okay, important trade. Biguzera down again. Lurk smoke. We know it's tough to play around. Fame dips into it. Snow's looking for him everywhere, but Fame will use that smoke to disappear, and now he'll have the flank. Not another way. From behind, yeah, they've learned their lesson.
Do you go for it or do you save? And right now, Davideus is in CT spawn, so I think his position alone has decided this, whether VP know it or not.
How much will you save? You'll hear the pathing of Icy towards long. Electronic above him. Davideus relays the information.
This is a kill.
Yes, it is.
All right, well, that one's a frustrating death there for Electronic to concede.
Yes, 0 in the bank account.
And they have 1,400 as the loss.
This is a good hunt if they can get anything more going.
Indeed it is.
They know there's an AWP alive. They're looking for him, and Flamus' tip of the head has been spotted, just trying to keep attention away from Icy. Let them hunt him instead. Icy gets out.
Important, right, because there can be 2 drops available right now. So in terms of the cash, Flit can buy himself. Icy can drop an M4. They're actually all good for a full buy. It works out quite nicely for them, but the problem is they lose this round. It's 1,900, and otherwise it goes into OT. I don't think you can take this same gamble again if you are VP, right? Because by boosting Flit, you're also hedging a 4th man essentially over towards A, and it means that all the pressure is on Fame. I think you need to do a different setup, have 2 players, make it a bit more B-centric, and they're going to do that.
Right on time as well.
Spotted.
Oh, tip of the head, unable to hand out the haircut.
Flamus is pushing.
Gets away. Flamus up mid, aggressive, onto Palm already. Relays that it's dead quiet. Just the tip of the head there spotted from Biguzera. He's not playing scared despite his shortcomings in the opening deads.
Good nade damage, but it goes both ways. Both in-game leaders chip down to half.
Okay.
Flamus has so much space, and they're actually rotating back through spawn. Yeah. Flamus might get caught off by the timing here.
Leaving the bomb.
He's not going to play to contain. He'll keep pushing.
Oh, this gets spotted out. Does compose himself for a nice little burst to the head of Snow, now retreating back towards the top of middle. Biguzera will be ready for him so long as the perfect exit point gets away. Okay, Flammus has drawn first blood and dipped. Weird state of affairs now.
Yeah, 60 seconds, and right now they know that long control is theirs. They didn't know because they didn't start there. So the fact that Flammus gets in for free, that's completely cleared out. This AWP still posted towards B, and the bomb on Davideus is rotating back through spawn. NQZ spots one out. Molly, it lands and flushes Flammus wide. DGT wants to chase this one down, but that's all smoke and mirrors. The finish will be the B site into Fame and Flit.
Because they're arriving through mid as well. You'll have the rotation. It's just Fame and Flit with any impact available. NQZ, he can throw good flashes from this very corner. He's got the full set. Davideus down to Fame. That's the bomb. That's the commitment. Fame stands up. He delivers a massive double kill. Big Zero cut down to size. NQZ alone does too. A guarantee. It's all for VP. Harder work than their first day of play, but now one single map separates Virtus.pro from the third stage.
That game had it all. You just have to turn to Flit in the dying stages. What a play that was. Sure, the opponent's not looking his way, but we've seen that go wrong so many times before. VP, they now turn their attention to their opponent's map pick of Mirage. Pain, they've come to play as well, and the disappointments of 2025, they're clashing for a spot in the top 16.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays.
It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final, and then at 15-14, Stewie2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the Apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to blow the bomb!
That's the bomb, tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramids!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up range trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect clip.
I mean, they're out of their chairs. America
is losing their minds in this moment. Yeah. There are no pyramids. There is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could!
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know that one. Perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did. And I appreciate, you know, it's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
Well, howdy, folks. You're listening to the Blast TV Austin Major. I'm your host and commentator, Alex Machine Richardson, and joining me here at the casting booth, we have Chat Sponge Birchall. Mr. Birchall.
G'day, mate. There you go. I would have gone straight into some American, but I don't know what would have came out.
Yeah,
we left it there. But
you've been practicing it in the matchmaking realms?
Yeah, let me get a little bit more under my belt, and then we'll unleash it on the world.
You saw the odds there. VP blown out the numbers. Pain coming into this one now severely on the back foot. They lost the first map. It is their territory, though. Mirage. Chad, what's the lowdown on VP's potency on this one?
Well, if I was to look at the year as a whole, I would say this is the surprising weak point for VP, and they've had quite a few lows, to be completely honest. But if you take a look at their more recent results, there's a little bit of an uptick on Mirage, and it doesn't make much sense in my mind how this team struggles on this map when you have such good aimers. Flammers, Fame, Flit, Electronic. They can all shoot very, very hard.
Yeah.
They've settled on a CT setup. Electronic B, Flammus A, Fame short, Flit connector, and IC with the AWP. But we're into the pistol, and we split them. Oh, smooth move.
Yeah, that was nice. Electronic, he's actually going to be able to throw a deep block smoke if he's brave enough. Or is he just going to try and...
It will have to be shallow, because...
Yeah, well, I didn't know if he was going to throw it immediately, but he's just going to jiggle and smoke the mouth of the apartments, channeling them through the window.
Window, yeah. They have the boost inside, too.
It's a perfect, like, anti-B set.
Guys, it's 1:20 on the clock and Fame's in T-spawn.
Maybe you smoke? No, you certainly are now. Incendiary first, smoke on top, jump out the window, and then the boost cleans up. Oh, no, it doesn't!
Oh, that's bad.
Really bad.
That's real bad.
Icy's keeping it competitive, dancing around that bench. Really nice shots from Icy. And puts NQZ down to just 38. That smoke is good, though. DGT, there's the fast flank. This is going to be the Joker. Needs to burst this up.
Oh, dear.
Holy. I mean, considering how, quote-unquote, poorly their plan went, they've done very well there. Icy and Fame with a double kill to save them.
The worst part about that for Fame is I'm coming through my teammate's smoke. This was meant to block the enemy, but right now I can't get a clean shot. Icy did very well there. Flammus, in a tough one, they scaled differently than as he was expecting. And that's a tech.
Also, I don't know, like, it's just Counter-Strike things, but it feels like quite a universal experience that, like, the person that's being shot in the back at, it's easier to get that flick around and be precise than it is to track a moving target. I don't know why. Like, it just feels like, I don't know how often, but like whenever someone misses in the back on me, I feel like I'm quite comfortable turning around and being accurate as opposed to tracking a moving target from behind.
My thought on the situation is that the pathing is unpredictable because your enemy is not looking at you, so they're not moving as you would expect.
It's not like they're swinging into you.
Exactly, and they're not taking contact with anybody at that moment, so normally what's happening is you're going wide and you're jumping, so your movements are at the most erratic in those type of moments.
And he had 2 on his screen, which makes it even worse, because then you end up looking at 2 targets and shooting in between them.
Exactly.
We've all been there.
When they're full W, it does get hard. When they're just walking around, it can be a little bit easier. But yeah, that is going to be the pistol round, the second of 3 so far within this series. And I think if this does go the distance to Ancient, I have even more questions, because one of the games that I referenced during the first series, you and I covered off a VP game earlier in the season. We had 10 Tier 1 events in the lead up to the Blast TV Austin Major, I guess the 11th big boy event of the season and the culmination of the first VRS. And it was just some really off-meta Counter-Strike being played from VP on Ancient, and that's the map where we will go down if required.
Yeah, he didn't let that early tracking panic him.
But you notice in the second kill, it's instantaneous and the player's looking at him.
Yeah, you're right.
Right, so
the answer is, if you want to be hard to hit, never look at an enemy.
Yeah, okay. All right. All right.
Okay, well, I've learned it.
Meaty, at least on the Big U0, who we were keeping track of his opening deaths, and there was a lot of them in the first map of play. Have to hope that he can bottle himself up and not give away so many this time round, as it will be... I forgot, what term did we land on?
Oh, I've got it for you.
We moved away. Siphon? Was it Siphon round? Siphon the utility.
Oh,
no. Siphoning the utility. Surplus instead of residual.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for. Electronics done well to delay them, like 2 smokes, an incendiary, bomb on DGT, the rest of them just trying to pull the defense away.
It's a nicer framing surplus too, because
like surplus to your needs.
Maybe I'll use.
Well, residual is, you're using residual perfectly.
Yeah.
Surplus is a bit more of a stretch. Because surplus would imply that like you bought like an extra gun and left it at spawn.
You got me a lot to think about this evening, Alex.
It's all right. Words are fun.
All right, well, right for round numero uno of map number 2.
That's number wank. That's a reference for the UK crowd. Hey, they're up at this time. I don't normally get to talk to them.
That's true. That is true.
Our 1 morning shift of the major. DGT gets across tap. They aren't going to start for early mid. Window and con smokes land, and Flit, he is going to flash, but really just a posture. Imply they could be swinging that smoke. Big Uzera on high alert.
The read from VP, just look at the radar. It's either the bonus gamble with the MP9s or it's the read.
Whoa.
So we'll define it either way, but you can see here just the way that they're postured. 1 MP9B, 2 of them over towards A, complemented by 2 rifles. And they're going to start searching. This is the next fight. Davideus on the ready.
Yeah, he's going to see their toes before they see him. And he gets a freebie.
Well, you'd usually expect a second. That is the A anchor of Flammerstead. And they are setting up for an A execute. Does Big Uzera change the call? 1 through Palace, 4 through Ramp. And still 2 bodies here. Icy is the unknown element. He's the window player. Fame's the short player.
And Fame is there. Icy got the incendiary. Icy can even smoke on top of that. 45 seconds. Pressure amplified. Repositions back to default. Big Uzera relays that information. They'll start their crawl out. It's a good pick. NQZ, DGT. Both with a frag. And nothing for this bonus SMG for Electronic. He's just going to go down to the Big Uzera AK.
Icy needs something there. I think Flammer's dying first. It's fine, right? It's less than ideal, but Icy needs to get something in that situation, so tries to do a little bit too much. Is felled, and now it's just Flit. Frolicking over towards the B apartments. 1,400 loss into the next. Retain the MP9. He has 3,800, which is the most. If he lives... We could drop an AWP to Icy. Well, I say we. I'm just in-game leader brain right now. I'm doing exactly what Electronics should be doing. Fame can buy. They should be able to be all good for a purchase with at least 3 rifles. Even if he dies, it's still fine.
Gets away with his MP9.
So how important is the AWP? That is the biggest question that I have. Okay, apparently not important enough. So they haven't opted for the AWP. They've also dropped the MP9. Flit's got himself a rifle. You want Flit and Fame to definitely be on rifles. IC2, those are your 3 mid-barbs, and then your anchors can both operate with SMGs. It's not ideal, but it's workable. And they're doing the same round, Alex. Same round again, slightly different from the CTs. Just this time with a bit more of a Palace presence as opposed to close A ramp.
Yeah, with the bomb there, that's a heavy indication, isn't it? As to the finish.
Well, you better well hope that it is a finish if you're going to take this stack 2 rounds in a row, VP. Because as touched upon, your Mirage not the best in the world. Far from it in 2025. Venroom's actually huge for Davideus.
Yeah, they'll park him and then it's up to Big Uzera and DGT to try and make something happen. Davideus gets spotted out. That's a big kill from Flit. There is that sandwich Joker. Oh, not anymore. Fame, he's been noted, and that's a big pick off. Icy goes down. Fame steps up to the plate, knocks him for 6. Both down, both headshots in the single spray. Very uncomfortable for the 2 of them. They were supposed to be the first pieces. They're the last 2 standing. That's not gone to plan. Bomb spews out of their faces. Fame, he gets 3 in the round. They knew where he was. And VP straight back to winning ways. That's just between the two of them, Fame and Flip with 5.
I wonder if that's part of the prep right there to run that same round, or at least a very similar one in back-to-back fashion. They stick to landing as Electronic's commanding voice within the server has a lot to say. This fight here, huge from Flit. It's not favorable. I don't know if they did see Fame either, because just the way that they line up in that situation. But both teams all good on the buy. Aggression this time, up the gut to middle. Oh, Flit doesn't see anything. It's bad information. Deagle for Big U0. Galil for Davideus, but AK's for the rest. Flash forward, looking for the fight. Flit backs off.
Good nade right on the tippy toes there, a Big U0. Electronic getting active.
Oh,
if he
was thinking about it.
Yeah,
you can see it.
I don't hate it with an MP9. Be disruptive, be cheeky.
That would be the definition of a bozo death, though, if he goes through and catches nothing on the other side.
That's fair.
As looking for the reroute, so they've shown themselves, and now they've trickled all the way back through T-Spawn, the slow conga line of Pain. Over towards this A finish, and right now it is just Flammus on his lonesome, yet to find a frag, the young gun. Newest edition, needs to find something. Icy joins him from Ticket. What's the timing? Well blocked, 45.
Oh my God, sorry, I'm distracted. Simple just hitting some shots over on the streams. Flammus is up close on that ramp. Nade and go. DGT should have Flammus booked. Nice flash to secure it. Icy Flit, they are going to be tested here on Ticket with 30 seconds left, and it's a good pick off. DGT's done a lot here. The new addition has got them into the site. Good flash from the CTs. Looking good though as they hit the headshot onto Icy. Brought low on the box. Electronic trying to cover him as best he can. Still that pesky MP9. Oh, flying around the corner, and it's theirs. They'll take the round just as it looks like VP have kind of got their heels dug in. Pain show they can take the A site.
Yeah, that's unlucky for Flammus, isn't it? Because the block smoke comes in very well placed, but it's the lamp flash that appears to be his undoing to deal with the close ramp position. So clear on the smoke, combination with the flash, the hard clear, he dies, gets nothing, and still yet to have a frag to his name. And if you're unfamiliar with what's going on simultaneously, Harry and Hugo on the A stream are bringing you FaZe versus Legacy, another 2-0 game in Stage 2. Make sure you're checking that one out, as I'm sure the Counter-Strike World watches on. We will not spoil the result for you. We'll allow you to go and check that one out as we take a tactical timeout, the first on map number 2. I think ours is going to go the distance here today. Pain and Virtus.pro, defined by me, and I'm not sure if it's many, by disappointments of 2025. Looking to erase all of that with a 3-0 start.
And 3-0. Going to be a real conversation in this stage, the teams that have made it. Holy.
We're not in forced by wars, but we're definitely in limp-in purchases, aren't we? 2 MP9s and a scout again. I don't even think we've seen VP with a full rifle round just yet. Feel bad for Electronic, but he's the one making the calls. You would love to put yourself in a position where you can have a rifle instead of SMG after SMG. This one has a flavor of B about it. 3 in the upper apartments. Big U0 in through the underpass, connecting with Davideus in middle. Connector and window smoke land, feigning mid-presence. That pulls Flit into the window room. Electronic moving away from B-apps. That's a ill-informed decision considering what we can see on the docket. Boost is way too late. Well, not anymore.
Maybe not, because Flit gets that first contact. Big U0 claws back, accelerating into Electronic speed. He is alone on an island, stranded. Pinning faces onto volleyballs. He's gone down to the flame. DGT combines his bullets with it. Job done. Flit and Icy, they are in the market. Ooh, and a spread late catches Flit low up.
I'm not planted yet.
Yeah, if Flammus hits one quick, which he has, it's going to get uncomfortable for Pain. Yep, very uncomfortable. Nade comes in, sprays good. NQZ. He's hit 2, quick succession. Icy in the clutch. He's already made it very winnable. Little does he know, Snow's already low. A headshot on the pistol could be sufficient. Gets info, tags him up lower. 39, all Snow has to work with. Does have that weapon advantage. A single bullet from the Kalash to the head, and job is done. Just like that, Snow closes it down. saved a sequence from both DGT on the way in, NQZ, and then Snow to close.
Let's out the roar because now the money is broken on that CT side, so an opportunity to start slathering on a couple more of these T-sided rounds. Flammers connects for one, but then isolated by NQZ, who doubles up, so very well done from him. And then Snow just has to putt it in against the Scout. Unfortunately, there was no weapons left in market for Icy to pick up, and that one is tough. And Electronic, by coming over to help with the boost, he was out of position. Payne noted just all the bodies that were towards middle, knew that Fame had to have been boosted by the B anchor, and then just scoured into the site successfully. Very, very well done. So this should read 4-3 in the scoreline department. And we'll just take a breath with this one as we'll reflect on the game so far. 2 more best of 3s on the A and the B streams to round out the day. I think the main fixture everybody's going to be watching is Falcons, the world number 2. Only 1 game away from elimination, to everybody's surprise. Oh, Flip, thanks to that smoke, able to get the Mac 10. But these kills are just going to keep on coming, aren't they? NQZ spams through Fame, Davideus onto Flammus, and there you have it. It's a thing of beauty for staying alive, and there's that 4th confirmed round. Please, Electronic, I want you to have a gun. Yeah, I don't want you to have an MP9.
I mean, he must be sick of it by now. He's going to get his first M4. How exciting.
How exciting.
That's nice.
What a treat. Now, this one does have serious ramifications as far as the winners go, but for the losers, it's okay. You just drop down to the 2-1 bucket and you still get 2 more best of 3s. Now, you'd love to get it done, and especially if you're either of these opponents. You're like, okay, well, we've drawn VP. They've been struggling. Oh.
Okay, Electronic, caution to the wind, just walks in. DGT, he's on one. An important trade, Snow.
1 more to deal with, though. Fame's here.
Yeah, this is going to come as a bit of a surprise. He's still relatively active, still relatively aware of the possibility. Oh, there you go. Lovely movement from Snow. In the window and back again. Takes the head off of Fame. You wouldn't be expecting another one borrowed.
Surely not.
Like Flit, would you? He's so aware. I love the way he's using his movement to get this info. Such a perfect round. Oh, take a bow. Take a bow. That was beautiful. We got to see it all unfold before our very eyes. The way in which he maneuvered himself, moved around the entirety of that B site. He got the info safely. I'm impressed.
I love to see that the young men in the server, same as we have with the Chinese teams, just the elation of the victories and how much it means to these guys, right? Because if you're on the top circuit all the time, you're playing all the big games, and it's not that the wins don't mean anything. Of course they do. We see it in the trophy moments. We see for a team like Vitality how much it means to be ironing out their own era. This major, it's destined to be theirs, but they have to reach out and grab it.
Yeah, it's rounds like that, though, that really put Snow on the map. A lot of people remarking on how ahead of the curve some of his decision-making is for his age. And there's a good opener.
Starting to shoot hard now, aren't they? So activated for what should be the 6th. 6 rounds already, T-side Mirage.
Yeah, they're laughing, aren't they?
And we came into this saying that, look, Mirage has not been strong for VP throughout this year. Sure, in recent times it's been on a bit of an uptick, but I said to you before we got this one underway, this one feels like it is destined for the 3rd. And we wouldn't have it any other way here at the Blast TV Austin Major.
You know what? I think he's earned those eeks. Bikusera gets himself a couple of extra padding. And Payne get themselves up to 6, as you've highlighted. So now the question is, how far can it spiral for VP?
Exactly. So we'll finally see an Icy AWP.
Yay.
Right? And this is just the struggles that you have, right? You come into this half, you win the pistol, you win the eco, but you're up struggle street for the first few rifle rounds. You're rocking a lot of MP9s, you're never really fully strapped, and you're about to go into round number 10. And finally, I would say, in the old school definition of Counter-Strike, that it's about to be a full buy for VP.
I really like the way Icy played that save. He's done well to bring an AK through.
I like his knife as well.
Stylish individual.
It's a very nice knife.
Well, they know that as well. They understand this is the first time that they're going to feel like they have everything to play Mirage as they would hope on this CT side. But you need to turn this buy into a victory because the surplus of cash that Pain have been able to accrue throughout this spree, we're now talking 5 consecutive rounds, it's pretty for a buy down the stretch.
Yeah, this is very quick towards the B side of the map. 3 of them, and then 2 piping up that catwalk. Flit will have a great angle for them. If they dare.
Now, we've seen this one before, haven't we? So the mid presence, but it's had Big User through underpass previously. Close!
Booked. Very little 1-2 punch there from Fame. Now they accelerate into Electronic. He will have some support from the short side, but Snow gets to Van. It's important. Electronic trying to hold on. Perfect timing on his swing. DGT's baffing around with his nade. Snow next victim. NQZ hanging on by just 2 HP. Back to base.
Well, the destination changes in this round for NQZ alongside Davideus. If you can do some damage, make sure that their next purchase is not looking fantastic, that would be a win within itself. As just touched upon, they will have cash for the buy into the next round of play. So in my mind, it's more about softening up your opponent than winning a miraculous 2v5. Again, I love the direct reactions out of Pain. Fame exposes himself top mid by taking down Big Uzira, and they pounce onto B to isolate the anchor, but the rotation is there, and VP make sure that their first quote-unquote full investment equals around victory. A recovered half would be 6-6, and that gives them something to work with. The double pistol rounds available for VP, but this is going to be a climb back up the mountain. Pain have given themselves a very strong head start. It's so funny when we get the new noises in Counter-Strike, and then people are like, oh, I hate the way the scope sounds. And then you just have it for a while, and it's like, sounds fine.
That's good.
Sounds all good. No dramas.
I will say that I was watching a clip the other day from that game that unfortunately got shut down. Was it Classic Offensive? They just brought, it was like the 1.6 sound of the AK, and that is still iconic.
Oh,
sound
sure.
of the 1.6
yeah.
AK. Oh, hadn't heard it in a long time, and I don't even have the same associations that someone like yourself would have with it. Man, oh man, yeah.
Man, oh man.
Man, oh man. All right. Well, VP, you can recover the half. We had a 6-6 half on Dust 2, and you won that.
Hashtag true.
Hashtag true. Big round, though.
Pace.
Nade break. Doesn't go wide on it.
Quick on this.
Yeah, they're walking up con.
Window boost.
Okay, yeah, that seems to be the play. They've gotten across before the break. Or after. Now.
Wow.
Sarah just walks. Yes.
Sup.
Yes! Oh, a jump scare for Flit. Big pick off. And look at what it does to Electronic. He's forced to acknowledge the potential for a flank.
He has no short help, right? Fame's on A. They've gone for this bogey play once more. So unless Big Uzira overcalls the hand, this is likely their round, and they're starting to usher themselves into B as Big Uzira searches A and gets even more for his troubles.
Well, he's done well to find Snow. Don't fancy his chances, though. Yeah, peeks into the AWP and is shut down. So is the round. So what was previously possible is no longer.
Yeah, they're just still a little bit curious about where the hell is Fame. They aren't to know that he's currently over towards A, so that's why NQZ checking the boost, spamming the AWP, and confirming the conversion, as it will be 7 rounds now. So a strong T-Hall without the pistol. If I'm Rix, I'm very happy that my team has just delivered me this bag. Good to see Big Uzira delivering. I understand he goes down here, but oh, Davideus, great trade.
It's been a great shot.
But yeah, for Big Uzira, he's a star playing in-game leader. The type of space, positions, and decisions that he makes within the course of a map of Counter-Strike are map-defining.
Yeah.
And that's why he's touted as the best Brazilian in-game leader at the moment. Obviously, some Fallen fans would have something to say about that, but you can have that discussion between yourselves. Yeah.
Linda, caralho! Boa, Davi!
Just having a good time, isn't he?
I mean, he's at the major playing with one of the better Brazilian squads. Obviously, not the GOAT's legacy, but they're up there.
Or Controls. Don't forget about him.
Don't forget about Controls. Chinggis Warrior that could. Oof, gosh. A heart-sinking start to the spray for Flip, but he stabilizes at least until DGT gets to him.
That all happened within 25 seconds. So we have a 2v2.
Is a 2v2. One hell of a 2v2. Leg blown off.
The native do it.
On your head, son.
No, it won't.
Gets across the triple. He is alive for a moment long. No! And he gets the headshot. DGT.
Flamus, one kill.
Funky.
These two mean so much.
An 8-4 half would be quite the condemnation. He has the opportunity now.
Bomb's going B, no way.
And look at him just sitting in the smoke with his knife out. DGT's just trying to live as long as he can.
Flamus, you really need this one, Chief. You've had it. Was the step just having? I just had a step.
Just like that, Flamus isolates the first. The bomb will go down completely uncontested, and now the penny will drop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, this is such a tough retake.
I don't
you
like it.
You literally have no idea where he can be.
He picked up a smoke grenade. He has a kit. That will prove useful, especially if Big Uzera elects for market. He may not be able to catch him on his cross if Flamus is quick about this. Big Uzera still occupied with the market clears. Now has done so, but Flamus has closed the gap. A smoke suddenly plumes on the site. Big Uzera may get nervous. If Flamus is brave enough, he might just choose to stick it. Tries to find an off angle on the defuse. Big Uzera's got the HE. It breaks. Flamus is holding, and he does steal it away. A 1v2. Miraculous from Flamus. He's only had 1 kill up until that round, but it gives them the necessary 5th. Perhaps it can be VPs in 2.
An iconic major needs an iconic trophy. And after the reaction to the last Blast Major trophy, we figured we might need to do some focus group testing. So we've got a little bit of a backstage peek that we're gonna be doing here. We're gonna be letting some of the players, some of the talent in to take a look at the trophy to let us know their honest thoughts. Let's go, let's get it started. We've got a little bit of a secret for you here. We got a little bit of a teaser. So we want to know your raw, unvarnished take here.
This bin is the trophy.
It's the bin. You figured it out.
Damn, Blast did it again. Wait.
Waiting.
3, 2, 1. What the fuck? What the fuck?
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
What the hell? Too small. Too small.
Wait. I think it's cool.
What do you think?
I don't think I like it.
No?
I'd love to see a player lift this up like this and then it just breaks.
By the horns?
Moo!
Yes.
And why is this? Is it because of Texas or what?
The Longhorns.
I mean, I think it's cool. I think it's really different from what I have ever seen.
I don't know if you remember the reaction to the Paris trophy, but we're maybe looking to avoid some of that.
And then what, we got some like, what is that? Fire eyes on it? You know, it couldn't be worse than the Paris major one, so, you know, it's just a step in the right direction.
I don't know, but I think I wanna my idol Monasy get hit.
The whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing. I don't like it. It's like 6 out of 10.
It's very American.
Yeah?
It needs a cowboy hat.
Now, I do have a secret to tell you. This is not the trophy.
Okay, thank God.
This is a fake grenade.
So you just trolled me.
We are trolling you. We made it in Blender. Honestly, it came out better than we thought. There is a different one.
It's mine. It's mine.
You can't keep it yet, but maybe after the event we'll give it to you.
It's mine. I'm the Austin Major champion.
Is this like the city of Austin?
Yeah, it's the city of Austin skyline.
You got real creative with this. So what is the real trophy?
I don't know, we're gonna have to see. It's apparently massive.
You do know, don't you?
I haven't seen it yet. I've just heard that it's huge. So stay tuned for the playoffs, because when we get to the arena, we're gonna be revealing the real thing, and I promise this one's going to be Titanic.
It's mine, bro. It's mine. It's mine. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Oh, baby, it's lively at the Blast TV Austin Major Group Stage.
Players are going off. There's sounds I've never heard before. There's upsets of unknown proportions. And right now we've got Virtus.pro taking on Pain in, a 2-0 match. Oh, Flamus has lost something. What's wrong with Flamus?
What did he lose?
What did he lose? Well, he didn't lose that clutch, I'll tell you that much. Sticks to the fuse against the big man Zera. As the odds still favoring the Polar Bear. Let's see if they can roar into a double pistol. And I'm not talking dual Berettas, I'm talking 2-in-1 map. That's a goosh.
That's a goosh. That's an instantaneous headshot onto Snow.
And he's forced out the defensive smoke immediately.
Lovely.
I think if he's dropped it out that early, don't go, just wait.
And it gives time for Icy to take this gap and come short as well. Now Flit will come swinging through. Short is occupied, looking the wrong way because he's distracted by Icy. Looking great for a VP pistol, but wait, it's Snow on his sight. Scavenges away the Glock, but can't cock it in time.
Flit's the GOAT. He got 2 assists right there.
Absolute goated.
We can't be back on that, can we?
No.
We've already done that shtick.
Yeah, we've done that.
2v3, retake, B-bomb say, NQZ, DGT. 3 letters, 3 opponents.
3 ways this could go wrong for VP. It's not going to, though. Thank you for coming.
Saving Kevlar is a very important thing to do, I will say.
I will say it doesn't happen very frequently.
No, I think it should happen more frequently.
I think that's fair. However, I think that would be really boring to cast most of the time. If you think about it, like, oh, it's a pistol round and 3v3, they're gonna, they obviously have to save because they need guns and Kevlar. And what does it lead to, Chad? What do you get out of that?
Well, right now, NQZ could buy a FAMAS. So that's pretty good for him.
Pretty good indeed.
Yeah. So it's not bad at all, I would say. NQZ is the AWP. He does go FAMAS. I was going to say, if I see him go Scout, I'd be sad. Like, get a teammate to drop you.
He actually refunded it after you said it. That's so funny.
Drop the FAMAS to someone else, bro, and then get a Scout drop. Like,
yeah, you're right. You know he's just got $650 for no reason. You're right. You're right.
It might mean AWP on the first rifle round, and that could be the complete difference. I just think if you want to win this round, a FAMAS is better than an MP9. Oh my god, I said it.
Oh my god, he actually said it out loud.
I don't know if I believe it.
Yeah, do you want?
Do I believe it now that I've said it?
A FAMAS is better than an MP9.
Oh my god, I don't know if that's even...
Against AKs?
But it's Mirage. It's like if this was Inferno, I'd say yeah, MP9s.
Yeah, I see you.
If this is Nuke, I'd be like, yeah, MP9s. This is Mirage.
What kind of fights are you going to be taking?
Well, that's the thing. What type of setup do we... Biggie Zero has a lot of space. I'll give him that.
Oh, yeah. Wow, he's actually pushing Palace. So, NQZ doesn't catch anything with his Scout. They are taking full ladder control as well, so they've got this real pinch into B. Snow feeling like he's got a lot of incoming. He's tucked. DGT and David.
Look at the contact. Look how close they are.
Here they come, sneaking in. Now that's all up. The jig is up. Snow reveals himself as a nice catch onto Flamus. He's having a tough day on Mirage, is Flamus.
One more unknown.
Ooh, damage inflicted. The nade will finish the job, but it costs him everything pulling it out. Dunks from the grave. DGT does connect. NQZ versus Electronic at this kind of range. Barrel, did he spot it?
I think so.
Okay, Icy Core. Quick scope connects. Electronic wins it out.
They just smoked themselves off.
HE, and they did just throw a smoke window.
That's their own smoke.
A bit suspicious.
Biggie Zero can do this.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah, I think he wouldn't be expecting 2 players to be in market as the window just got smoked, so fair enough. Oh, dear.
Some funky flavors, isn't there?
Economical now. Lead to be taken. Touch and go moment. The rotation was there. Facilitated by the information garnered. Thank you very much, Big Uzera, but it isn't enough to get your team in a winning position, unfortunately. The plow in middle. And the pow. I really like watching Flair and Fame. Like their aim. Beautiful. I really, really like it. And that's the thing that's meant to be exciting about this team. Flit, Fame, they're still young men. They won a major with Jame. Kick it. Buster?
Is that an I buy power on a default USP?
Respect.
That's pretty gangster. Wait, stat track. It can't be. Yeah.
What pistol is that? Well, we can see
Stainless,
we're
something?
in CSTV. Hold on. Yeah, stainless. Damn, you nailed that.
Wow.
It
I'm
does
actually
look.
becoming a bit of a skin geek.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm developing.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh.
B split again. Everyone's got the tchotchkes. Got little dangly bits as can't finish his meal. 8-7 as Big Uzera and DGT will likely be bowled over in a moment's time.
Electronic's really sad. He's got low HP, so Flamus gets to go farm up a couple of them.
He needs a couple, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
There we go.
What's crazy is I think the first game where I was really kind of like impressed by Flamus was a Mirage game.
Yeah, but that's when he was.
Go on.
How do I frame it?
Not leashed.
Yes, he was allowed to. He was Ash's only real aggressive piece. Yeah. And to hear Ash talk through the changes that they made, why they actually got rid of Volt, they needed to bring in more aggressive members. That's why they got PR and Rez, revitalized Rez's career, and found the revelation of PR. Or didn't find, let's say refined. All right, rifle round numero uno, 2 Mac-10s in the mix.
Yeah, and that's a solid work from Big.
Sorry, what?
Yep, manages a spray, 20 bullets into the smoke, tracks Flit as he enters middle. Oh, Big Uzera does get away from the first tap of fame. Trying to get that revenge, Davideus. Ooh, does he have a nade? He has the incendiary. He'll be holding for this jump up.
Oh, heard.
Yep, cancel that. Cancel that quickly.
Hot toes for Electronic.
Pay extra for those. UGT chips here.
That was from A to connector. So first gun round is a bit of a non-starter as far as VP are concerned. Pain through Big Uzera and DGT's combinations have given themselves 60 seconds, which is going to be quite comfortable. A sit, wait, and watch as you have a number advantage, and this AWP is perfectly placed.
Can you keep it spotless? Seems that way.
I think they're safe, to be honest with you.
Still counts as spotless.
True.
Not a single point of damage inflicted. You'll take it. And also, when you're kind of reviewing it, it's like not something that you'd imagine is particularly replicable. Oh, I said that word. That's a hard word. Not easy to replicate.
OG versus Falcons is now live on the A stream. I would strongly recommend that you guys go and tune into that one. At the same time as this one, of course. But that one right there has... Oh, watch this, Alex. You ready for this? You ready for this? Watch this. Major implications. Thanks, guys. You can find Alex and I here on the B stream all week.
Yeah. This is our home. Bringing you all of these exciting affairs. Is this one looks like it could have 3 written all over it. First guns on this side. Pain showing signs of life. VP's woes on Mirage. It is still hard to compute though, chat.
It is, just because I feel like this team should be able to deliver on this very map, but maybe I have to dig deeper, look below the surface. Crazily enough, of VP's 12 matches this year on this map, they've won 4, but they've literally won 50% CT, 50% T. So it ain't over yet.
Yeah, well, with 5 rounds already in that first half.
And both pistols.
And both pistols.
This round decides it all, though. I think if VP lose this, the half might just simmer away from them. It's going to be hard for them to continue to fight in. So an opening kill could be condemning because so far, no space.
Oh, that's info. NQZ's AWP has fired a shot on B. It's not the usual setup. That's an immediate indicator as to that. Now they'll go for the boost that was thwarted in the previous by a unlucky impact, and they'll be able to set him up for a little late arrival. Fame on the lip. He can just sit there.
Yeah, these boosts on opposite sides. This is a tough clear.
Yeah, he's just going to walk around that corner, and a bit of a surprise for him. But there's a response. That's the Fame boost. A freebie back.
Okay, just Big Uzera on B for now.
Yeah, right. He's alone.
Davideus is coming to help. Here they come.
Accelerating. Davide through the market smoke. Good work from Big Uzera. Not cleared. Flammers a little lazy on it. Big Uzera gets 2. That's one's back. Hang on. Flit and Fame make a case for a plant. It's still, they're battered and bruised, Chad. Not ideal. 74 points of health between the two of them, up against 200. And all on the retake, though. A quick tap out of Fame, and they can play Time. Time will be their ally if they can just dispatch of one. He doesn't have the info. Oh, he's dead! Oh, and they both are. Just like that, it's pulled across the line. Comfortable in the retake. No stress, no sweat on the brow. The round is theirs.
I think there's some details that are tough for players in matchups like this, right? So one of the problems you have is the lack of tape on Pain. They haven't actually played that many maps with DGT because of the coach stand and Big Uzera being unable to be fielded as well. But Snow dies close short. And I was talking about the reactions from Pain when they were nameplating onto like Fame or Electronic in the first half, and that's essentially what VP did there. So Flammers has gone, okay, well the B anchor of Snow has just been taken down, so he's just accelerated in and he hasn't cleared classic anchor positions.
Because he presumes Snow's dead.
Exactly, and it's Big Uzera lying in wait. So this is where the sour side of nameplating Counter-Strike comes into the mix, and it looks silly, and people sit and go, why didn't he clear his corners? Well, there has to be a certain amount in top-tier Counter-Strike of assumptions made, because we can see it all with X-Ray, but there is a black box and there is a world of information of preparation that both these teams are dealing with, and the mind games get to be sowed in a situation like that. But the bomb does go down.
It's funny because we see both sides of it, right? We see that side of it, and then we see the hero play where that last piece is overlooked and gets that crazy spray down. Look at Flit's play from Goose.
Exactly. You just have to shrug those moments off. They're fortunate they can get him with another buy, but Icy was one of the key fixtures going toe-to-toe with the AWP against NQZ in map number 1. He gets his AWP back, and it is just a default spread. That key difference in this round is Flammus and Flit, who could both go for like an A ramp and a Palace lurk. The issue is it's going to be hard to force a lot of eyes on towards middle when you're dealing with limited utility, which is unfortunately what they've worked into this round with. So 2 smokes, couple of flashes, and a Molotov to work with. They are putting up a fight here, VP, but it does feel that this one can easily just slip away. I wouldn't even say they have a hand on the game, even though the score is close. And that's not being a hater. That's just reflecting on how poor their Mirage results are.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget, both pistols, 3 rounds in their conversion of the second half.
That's not a great smoke to block over towards B, to be fair. That quite deep. Time, 30 seconds. There has to be a go.
Imminent finish now. Seconds, boys. We've got to get a wriggle on. Where is that bomb? It's on Icy's back, and he's managed to hit the scope shot. Surely we can knock him off the bomb. Where's the cover? Where's the cover? Icy's planting. Need cover. Gets it down. Covered in eventually by Electronic. He's gotten away as well. NQZ relays that information. They need to get on this bomb. Priority number 1.
Gotta go wide. Gotta go wide. Gotta go wide.
And Fame gets his first. Isolates the first. NQZ active. Fakes it out. Electronic peeks in. Rips his head off. VP still in it to win it.
3 key kills, or 3 key moments, I should say, within that round. Fame getting the opener, Icy with the kill onto Sandwich, and Electronic, as soon as they know where he was, they see him dipping away from Connector, immediately elevates himself into window, joins Fame, baits Fame, and then NQZ, worried about him poking his head up, gets blindsided. Look at how that's tipped the scales. VP, I'm not going to say this is a guaranteed 10th, but this is probably your best option to get there. Couple of pesky M4s to try and get past. Oof. Electronic with just a Tech 9. Again, limited U2. NQZ's pressed all the way up middle.
There's 2 M4s, Chad. There are a couple of little trip wires up against these pistols.
And this is the thing, if we see VP take some assumptions like we have throughout, they might just run in and get multi-killed.
They know they were saved. They know there was some saves. Wait, am I tripping?
No saves. That was a 1v1 victory right there.
Yeah, it was. I was looking at the last round, sorry.
You're forgiven.
Okay, so just some cheeky investments.
This type of a round, because they won 2 in a row, it can be hard to read. But there's a gamble. It's over towards B. And Fame is going to be confident with his clears. Electronic lining up a smoke. Tavadeus isn't going to be able to contribute anything. It's both of the M4s over towards B.
Yeah,
so
they've found the angle.
yeah, it does look like they've avoided this. $30 seconds again, so really worrying this clock down. I guess you just save the M4s that are invested upon. But you don't leave yourself much margin for error, do you? They are heading over. I don't think it's worth risking the M4s. I think you may as well play for the tail end of the map. Electronic just checking what he was dealing with. Icy's the one that's protect Mr. President. And you don't want to give an AK across either, so... You didn't even know the M4s were in play. You don't know how close you were to potentially losing the round because of these trick investments.
Yeah, but they'll be getting away with all of it. I suppose Electronic, with his Tech 9, is going to be a little more inquisitive than his teammates. He is going to go have a look. Like, why are they saving USPs? That doesn't make any sense. Even Davideus gets himself an upgrade, so the AKs will draw the line. That's probably enough.
All right, well, maybe they just chalk it up to, all right, they didn't want to give away free cash, so...
That's all good.
NQZ can get out the AWP, so immediately equipped. We'll see the snipers with an opportunity to try and find their impact.
Can I request a reiteration of information, Chad Birchall?
Sure, what are you looking for?
The Mirage record for VP was something absurd. You were like, they've won like 4 of their FLAR or whatever.
They've played 12 this year and they've won 4. Okay. I said a recent uptick because they've won 2 out of their last 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
that's where that. But it just looks so flat for them that it's definitely a weakness.
Yeah, absolutely. One in which we're seeing Payne try and punish here. Oh, wow, Flit is just on the warpath into Snow. Look at it go. Charges straight into the site. Flamus, where is the trade from Flit? He's still on Van. Flamus a bit ahead of the pack, and now bottom spanked. Electronic brought low from that AWP through the wall. And jumping up. Oh, that's some aggressive. What is he gone for there?
Nightmare.
Snow.
Look at this from Fame. Through all the chaos, has taken the space.
Yeah, but look at the bomb. It's trying to retreat.
It can go all the way through T-spawn.
He cannot die. If he dies early, if Big Uzera just runs around this corner and kills him, it's all for naught. Big Uzera ahead of the rotation, starts to move.
Okay, so I feel like Icy needs to give the bomb to Electronic. The AWPer cannot be planting in this situation.
And the AWPer can post like on ticket, right? Like he can just sit ramp, cover Electronic from CT or from ramp on CT.
They do have to worry about connector.
They do. Bang. Doesn't reveal himself to Icy's AWP. Bomb goes down on A. Fame has given them a way into this round after shortcomings on B.
There is a smoke if they can get into the site.
Right. Smoke on Davideus. NQZ catches Fame. Big Uzera rounds the corner and the AWP is gone. Electronic was trying to go round the world and it's all curtains.
No
will
chance.
Be 10. They haven't started their defuse yet, Chad.
No, but he's going to be so late to the party, and it's just a 5-second defuse, so don't you worry about Electronic having an impact in this one. They posted up for him, the defuse comes in, and he loses everything. All tied up 10-10. To be fair, they shouldn't have had too much of a shot in that round. I think the fact that Snow fluffs his lines there onto Flit is the only reason there's a bit of an emergency to even be considered.
But, I mean, you know, it's all forgiven when the round converted. It did look messy. This is it from Flit's POV. You can just hear that whole magazine. He's not tilted.
No, immediate communication out of him. Shit happens.
That's what you want to see.
And you win this next round, you break their money, you roll out the red carpet, but both teams with only 1,900 lost into the next, so...
Big round, Chad. Swing round of sorts. 10-10, dead even. Round 21 may determine the victor and whether or not a third is required.
2 starting on A. NQZ ticket, DGT over towards triple box. Big Zero is going to be able to chip in from jungle. So if it is an A execute, which is looking likely now, Palace has just been blocked. They do have a lot of bodies to deal with this.
Snow's pushed up at deep B though.
Yeah, and that's going to free up Davideus. So Big Zero gets to be the third A focus. Davideus can worry a little bit more about middle. They're lining up the U2. If they throw things balcony side, we can see it won't have an effect. And look at all the nades remaining. HE, smokes, flashes, plenty of util for Pain to push the issue.
Yeah, you push through that Palace smoke. Flammus trying to make space. NQZ drawn first blood. Flammus does connect. That's important. Removing DGT. They've taken the site now. Smoke's not permanent. Won't last forever. Already a nade break and a spam looking for their headshot onto default. Flammus concedes. CT. Or not. No, he's stubborn about this. Okay, well, with Big Uzera onto IC, they're running out of chances to even plant now. Big Uzera just wallbanged him. NQZ will clear. Oh, Flammus gets NQZ. Important from Davideus. Info on him. Flit in that blind spot. Big Uzera's going to get a jump scare.
Spotted.
Oh, doesn't hit it. Big Uzera's so low. Davideus can't help him. Flit is on the hunt. Gets him down. Awkward now. Davideus last seen CT. Bomb is knife out. Trying to pull him back.
Here's the steps.
Here's him.
Juked. Get wrecked.
Bomb planted. Can he wallbang him off? That's the cover. That's the round. VP take 11. Money broken.
Oh, that is Flammus' second most impactful round of the game so far. He gets the 1v2 at the tail end of the first half and right now lights up the A site with the MAC-10. Mandatory kills from the young buck, but he stamps his mark on this game. And that loss went us to 1900. It joins the residual cash and they scrap together what they can. Pain are feeling the pressure right now. They are under the bright lights, and this one, it could be a 2-0 VP, just 2 rounds away from stage 3.
They've cobbled together a buy, Chad. MP9, FAMAS, short, electronic. He's gone down to NQZ. He ain't playing scared. He ain't playing like he's on the ropes. Fame to Big Uzera. DGT good for 1. Flit's gone down. That's a big scalp to take. Flash and go. Still pressure. Fame on sandwich. Has that Palace pinch as well from Flammus.
Fame's unknown.
I spotted him.
Team flash.
Spotted him. Team flash. Oh, very awkward. What's that second flash doing? Now he's just getting one. Oh, runs out of bullets. It's okay. DGT's got him. This is mental. Take a breather. Take a break.
Coming apart of the seams right there. And what option do they have? They're the one suffering this loss runner situation. Back and forth down the stretch. Money's always a problem.
Is that 2 team flashes onto Fame?
Oh, there's definitely one. I don't know what the second was.
Bloody hell.
And I get the response. Again, you get these standard reactions. Okay, it looks like they're playing mid-control, which means A should be lighter, but A wasn't lighter. A was fortified. It was locked down. There's bloody Fort Knox in there, and Flammus and Icy. Both of them having a tough map. Pressure for these 2 younger individuals. Might just save in Palace, because next round they're going to have limited to work with, so we're going to tie things up again. This one is having everything under the sun. Neither team wanting to relent, not wanting to give up. We had a close map 1. We're getting a definitely close map 2, and Ancient is map 3 just around the corner. It feels like we could still head there.
It certainly does now, yeah. I mean, NQZ just charging up mid. This is that second flash for Fame. Poor guy's getting shot from so many angles. He's desperately trying to stick around. Yeah, that's a very frustrating sequence.
Yeah, you saw what he looked at.
Yeah, you see that?
Where did those flashes come from?
Mm-hmm. Color-coded for your reading enjoyment.
Counter-terrorists win.
I need to reset after that. I need to mentally take a deep breath.
Bro, now you're staring at $1,400 in your bank account for electronic.
Yeah, but at least they saved the AWP and the AK, and both of those individuals, IC and Flammus, had nades, so they're fully bought.
Yeah, but look at the CT by now. I mean, like, that last round was such a golden opportunity for them.
Well, do you just return to the really slow play? Because remember, VP had a couple of rounds in consecutive fashion where they didn't do anything to the last 30 seconds.
It may not matter, Chad, but Big Uzera is going aggressive, fumbles the movement, and he forgot to buy Kevlar.
Okay.
It may not come to haunt him, but that's a crazy decision or crazy mistake to be making. 11-11.
Walking contact A. They're creeping out.
He's in the power position. Just want to take little intermittent jiggles. Isolates the jewel, finds Flammus and gets out. That's the electronic turning up the heat though, and Big Uzera does get overrun by a Tech 9 body shots.
They can reset. They don't have to run into this.
Oh, but they do. They're testing DGT's aim, and Fame, he can fight fire with fire. Only Snow reveals his position with the frag into the back of Fame. Quick into the window. Maybe he can dip CT. Yeah, he's going to try and go quickly.
Safe plant.
Flit and Icy. Smoking a kit. And they double up. So many thoughts running through your head here. Palace, ramp, Tetris. And do you jump up? Do you sweep through? Icy to die? You don't even get that! VP12, one away from a 2-0 on a map they've been struggling to close, struggling to win.
That electronic activation off of the A contact. Because it's silent, they don't know it's coming towards A, they immediately come over to support DGT. And while that's happening, Electronic is able to strike. He causes such a ruckus over towards Connector, and then at that point, you're in a real tough spot if you're paying. You're worried about Con, you're worried about Ramp, they're just leaking out everywhere, and the comms are erratic in a moment like that. Don't forget the pressure of the scenario, as well as lackluster seasons for both of these teams. This would be the best result for either of these teams, just making it to stage 3 of the major. Yeah. They've both been simmering.
And not to harp on it, but it was just Tech9 spamming onto Big Uzera. He did get caught. And obviously, as an in-game leader, you're thinking about so many things. You're talking about what people are buying, where people are going, and perhaps you just overlook the absence of that vest. Stage 2, one single round away, or Pain take us to overtime.
With how this game's going, I could easily see it getting pushed the distance.
Yeah, me too. This time the advantage lies with VP. Last round it lay with Pain. That didn't seem to make a difference.
Snow, a lot of pressure on his shoulders, currently being left to anchor the B bomb site, but VP aren't going for anything direct and poppy. They started with a default spread, made sure nobody pushed underpass, made sure nobody pushed middle. Now they're regrouping, retooling, and gathering back over towards A. Utility being juggled for this finish. NQZ, he's the sleeper, playing with a Deagle. Deep within the A site, DGT is going to try and take the first contact. You can see the off angle that he's adopted. The rotation point will either be through connector or window. Big Uzera is currently the footstool for Davideus on that secondary M4. 2 through Palace, 3 through ramp. U2, here it comes. This is the finish.
DGT's been great for them. 18 frag haul, but they're going to call upon him once more in their time of need. Flash is layered nicely. Flammus does dispatch of one, but that's DGT and Davideus, the double Ds, only one each. And now a man advantage. Electronic has slipped through the smoke over the stairs. Big Uzera's going to walk straight back into Electronic. It all falls to Snow. A lot of pressure on the young man to try and keep Pain's dream of a spotless second stage underway. VP have made him work for it. He does manage to isolate Electronic. Icy very low HP as well. This is high pressure, and there's a smoke. There's no kit. Icy, that's a scary sound to hear.
10-second diffuse. 10-second diffuse.
It's gonna happen. He's hitting him with a 10-seconder. He's hitting him with it. Spam it away. Snow. Pain will not go down that easy.
Cryogenic cold hard from the kid. Snow pushes us to overtime, and we're not done yet. Whoa. Not the weapon for the job.
Oh my God. When I see him take down Electronic, when I see the smoke he's got, the fact it's an AWPer left, on low HP no less, no wonder he's playing scared. This one onto Electronic just isolates him. Caught in the open, that sound of the smoke, Icy's heart in his throat. Oh, and he even connects 2 bullets, 5 points of health, and look what it means to him.
I'll take those finances out of the equation. 10K, MR3. Overtime is underway. All bets are off now.
Good timing. Perfect nade from Big Uzera. Bowls Electronic down to 54. AWP will peek on your next jiggle. Oh, well done. Smoked off. Nade could finish off Electronic. Ouch.
Damn, so much damage with the HEs, but Electronic will take that space. Timing, 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 timing.
Oh no, Flammus, that's ugly. DGT was caught with his pants around his ankles. So will Davideus. Electronic slips into the back lines. NQZ on high alert now. Yeah, sure, the bomb's a mile away, but NQZ removes that threat from CT. DGT activates as well. Forward position into Palace.
Snow's aggressive, BAPS as well. He's due a double kill if they head back his way. Icy's likely to lead in.
Yeah, you're right.
This push is huge from Snow.
He's an early warning system, but he's going to get more than just a warning. He's going to do the knockout blow. Oh! Or not! A no-scope to the face, and Icy's not done! He's been having a rough mirage, but that has given them the first round of overtime right there.
Yeah, couldn't close it in regulation, but makes a statement piece to kick off OT. 3 huge kills for Icy. Maybe having that pressure removed now that we're in OT. He's gone, all right. I couldn't get that clutch done. It was a tough one to win considering the circumstances, but that will be one way to start this off. DGT is just going to save the AK-47 if he can. When this game continues to deliver action-packed moments.
Yeah, it's red hot. And as is tradition, the team that couldn't in regulation will get there first. This time, not some crazy comeback, but VP showing tenacity.
That would be the 7th consecutive round where we have gone back and forth in terms of round exchanges.
Jeez.
So it, down the stretch has not been consecutive. It has just been a tug of war, a tussle for control.
Icy's like premonition.
That no-scope is insane.
I can't believe it.
It's so diligent. I thought for sure that Snow had a double kill in that situation.
Like in my mind, I'm visualizing Icy like getting ready to peek deep.
Yeah,
you know?
or back. Oh my giddy ass.
That's crazy. That's pacey. Flamus is doing old school Flamus things. Yeah, just like that, he cracks into the skull of DGT.
A anchor down, Big Uzera noted, meaning connector lightly softened. NQZ aggressive short right now with the AWP, and Davide is floating between decisions. It's Snow on the B site again. It's the big bad wolf of Electronic who could come a knocking. Jump up at your peril.
Ooh, okay, lots of communication from Electronic. He knows what he wants to finish.
Flit just picking up a fuss over towards A to keep at least a pair of eyes. That's going to be Big Uzera. Maybe even a second of Davideus. NQZ is going to be able to chip in from short with the AWP. He's in a good position to help out the young buck.
I wonder if that smoke from Electronic is going to make it harder for the AWP to help. Snow, good angle if they emerge out of this smoke, but it looks like he's going to flash, underhand flash, and drop. This is very cheeky. Through the smoke. Lovely masking his drop. That's the NQZ impact. Down quickly. Fame hits his. Snow, they're still looking for you. They'll find him now. It's Flit removing and Icy hitting. Shots connecting. VP. 2 consecutive.
Looks like they've hit the sweet spot, haven't they? These calls. It just feels like now that the money's been taken out of the equation for the problem solving of Electronic, it feels like they've got a really good grasp on the situation. Big Uzera, are you going to give this one a go? Remember, it's only 10K at majors, so if you lose this gun, it's going to be tough. And first swing comes his way. Don't think we'll see them fumble another 1v3, 1v2-esque situation as they let the hounds off the leash and try and take... Oh, I thought they were leaving the AWP behind. Okay. You've got more than enough cash. You know you can take this fight with the AKs aplenty, and on the swing, it's doubled up. It's double trouble. It's Flit will remove everything. And they know that hurts. They even get the AWP back. There's more than enough. Cash is not a problem on this T side, but you've got 3.4, 3.1. So Cash is strapped on Snow and Davideus. DGT, NQZ, and Big Uzera will get their weapons of choice, but it's 2 MP9s to complement this. And Flamus is feeling, finally, I've been given some lead time to try and find my team an entry. One more to make it the clean sweep, first half of OT.
Because they're up the guts of mid. Flying forward. Icy was holding for that exact approach. Oh, and jiggle for info. NQZ, Big Uzera, both positionally noted. Trying to get himself behind the boxes. Goes looking.
They've actually burnt a lot of smokes, Alex.
They've burnt 4 of the 5 CT smokes right now. They pressured B and A simultaneously. So they blocked A ramp, they just blocked B out, now they block connector again. So it's only 1 smoke left on Davideus. So within the early stages, they've really put a lot of pressure on Pain's defense. So stressed out right now, and understandably so.
Oh, this aggression is actually everything. Can he get away? DGT can do more than that. He'll win it out. Flit down.
Okay, well,
but is he alert? No, is it? Yeah. I see where you're going with this.
NQZ up next. Electronic might just waltz into this and AWP this close ramp.
No one's looking Palace, by the way. DGT's not looking there. NQZ's focused ramp. Like, they're assuming they just killed the lurker. Is Big Zero holding? No, he's left. Oh, I think that kill from DGT could be awkward. He's got too much space. NQZ does well. Oh, but Flamus lights up the scoreboard with a double kill.
Biggie Zero's turn.
Icy to provide covering fire. Good deep molly towards the jungle, limit options and contributions. However, CT swings through because Zera starts to unload his mag. Icy holds for the second man.
It's going to be 3 through CT.
Oh, missed shot from the AWP. Flamus, ready, receives, comfortable. This is another impactful round. Really starting to find his footing. Into overtime is Flamus. That's a massive round. Bigged up by the boys. Quad kill from Flamus. Perfect half.
Oh, that is beautiful from Flamus right there. He hasn't been having the best of maps, and the same for Icy, but both of them with some huge rounds once we've made it to overtime. They want to get this done. That was a 3v5 disadvantage situation, and Virtus.pro pull it off to stick the landing.
Did you find it interesting there? You know when like you're really focused on trying to describe something, you kind of zone out, you're not really looking at anything. You saw Electronic there. As soon as that round ended, he immediately just gets on the mic. And it's just quickly unloading. Okay, listen up. This is what we're doing. This is how we end the game right here and now.
Remember, there was a lot of these like early B 3-player stances. And it seems to be the same again.
Icy boosted up, and the AWPs collide. NQZ got there first.
What's the response? Flamus can't really push A. He's just playing from ticket right now. Flit having to deal with window and connector, and we've seen them go for a big Zero boost before. They get the opening pick, and now they completely reroute, but you've got 3 rounds to work with. If you're ever going to gamble, now would be the time. Call one of these crazy VP stacks, and that's exactly what they're doing. The B bomb site has been evacuated. They are rotating everybody towards A for the finish.
Oh, they're boosting up. Oh, Zera didn't get exposed. He did get tagged up heavily by that Electronic. On high alert, they'll break again. Big Zera, he was wise to their tricks. He gets out, evades discovery. And now wait, the pendulum is swinging once more.
They've called off this A play. Big Zera informed by that double nade. Pivots them back to B. Flamus is in Palace. The quickest rotation point is going to have to be Electronic through the vent. He has to go now.
Has he got any util? Absolutely nothing to stop
He
him.
can get into sight. Fame is running over as well. Flit's kind of calling mid-clear. Here they come.
It's B. It's clear. It's apparent. Electronic, what can he possibly do? Late to the arrival. Loses his head up. Comfortable. Davideus double.
That was beautiful shooting from Davideus there. That was laser beam on the AK. Okay, the in-game leaders, this mental tussle. It looked like that gamble call was a thing of beauty.
What's crazy is like the indications for most would have been completely missed. Like the indication of the stack, what was it, 2 HGs?
That was it.
That was it.
Yeah. He's able to piece it together. Oh, they're fighting window? Okay, I guess let's go back to B. Yeah.
They should be worried about B.
Well, right now, Big Zero is going to have a look. Remember the financial implications in OT. We'll keep talking about it. And if you lose anything, it's going to be brittle going forward. Support's on the way. Bomb still with a short half-life.
Can they throw everything at this?
It may as well.
Terrorists win.
Do you lose an AK though? You do. Okay, you lose 2 AKs. So that actually is something that the CTs can't manifest. Check this double out from Davideus after we get a look at that opening from NQZ. It is beautiful. This second is crispy. Just very well done.
Okay, well, you just got to match VP's output. 2 more perfect rounds required. Double AWP on T side. I'm sorry.
I guess you got the cash to splash. They probably left an AK back in spawn. I'll go and check that one out. Yeah, they have. Well highlighted by the ops team. This is A, heading into Flamus' domain. Know that his ticket spotted now. Nade barrage on the way.
That's a smoke he can play around. We'll have to avoid the HE follow-up. Oh, he gets away. 30 points of health. Flit staying active for the potential for a slip con. It's all through ramp, just channeling, piping into this A side. Rotation on its way. 5v5 retake. You don't get many of those. Flamus using his low HP to take a risk. Timing through snow. Back turned, headshot from fire. Oh! Flamus heats it up! Gets two! Burning down is Davideus. VP 2 kills away from the 2-0. Pain on the back foot. They need DGT. They need Big Uzera. Both of them with 20 kills. They've been doing everything at DGT. You can't do it. VP take it in two. Gliding, flying, uncontested. Stage 3 is theirs.
Beautiful Counter-Strike coming out of VP today, and two of the disappointments of 2025 lock horns in what was a blockbuster 2-0 affair. You've mentioned it, stage 3 is theirs. Pain now dropped down to the 2-1 bucket. They've got two more best of 3 opportunities, but that one had it all. A great game of Counter-Strike. Thoroughly enjoyed that from start to finish. 16-13, 13-10 on Dust 2. And VP, if you fixed up the woes from earlier in the season, nobody doubts the firepower in the server. Have you found a coach that you like? It doesn't matter. We're at the end of the season. This is the major. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, this Dark Horse got hands now. VP, never one to be underestimated. And Pain felt like we were going to be seeing Ancient multiple times during that map, even just coming into it, seeing the stats. The stat line was bleak. What, 4 out of 12 wins on their Mirage of the year? This is an important one to be picking up, though, at the major, hitting their form at the right time.
Yeah, these are two teams as well who are coming in cold. They didn't get to participate in stage 1, whether that's a blessing or a curse. Well, for VP, they're feeling blessed right now. And that is going to be the end of the qualification best of 3s for the day. On the A stream right now, you've got OG taking on Falcons, and coming up next, we have one final best of 3 for the day. Another team to be eliminated will be waving goodbye to either BetBoom or MIBR after this.
Obviously, Exa, it would be saying the obvious to say that this wasn't the start you were hoping for here at the Austin Major. Can you tell me the key takeaways coming off of your 2 best-of-1s yesterday?
I think yesterday we didn't play good. We didn't play the way we were playing practice. I think we sometimes we didn't have some attitude inside the game, and our individual level was low. And we need to step up today to play better. And if we play the way we were playing in practice, we can beat BetBoom.
In terms of the pressure that we always talk about in a 0-2 matchup, how much pressure are you feeling on your shoulders right now?
I think the pressure is high, of course, because it's the major. I think every match is going to be like a high pressure, but it's better to play BO3 rather than playing BO1. I think BO1 can be some random sometimes. So we are like more confident playing BO3, and we just need to focus on every match per match, and yeah, that's it.
You said obviously you're confident going up versus BetBoom. What's one thing that we should be looking out for in this game between MIBR and BetBoom?
I think you can see like more Brazilian play style. We need to play more aggressive sometimes into the game. We need to, how can I say that in English? Just open and kill them. We just need to do that sometimes because we are not doing this yesterday. We were like playing sometimes afraid, and I think we need to step up in this way, and I think it's going to be a good match.
Really excited to see it go down. Thank you so much for your time, Exa, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope it's going to be a good match. There's a lot on the line here for really everybody, right? It's elimination that we're playing for with MIBR and BetBoom. Dan, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm interested in how this game's going to go. We have the veto that will be coming up in a moment, Anders, and that's... I know you've been actually, in fact, so I'm going to let you guys in on a secret. Anders is mega triggered because of MIBR's map pool.
I am actually super angry. I just realized I was trying to do some research yesterday for a couple of hours to see, what could we expect. And the fact is, MIBR really only have 2 maps that they have a 50% win rate on, and then everything else is worse than that. They also don't really play a lot of maps. And I was asking around the green room and people I met in the hallway and in the elevator this morning in the hotel, like, how do they even get to the major at all? Because it is kind of confusing. The odds are going to be favoring BetBoom, but really not by that much. So, bookmakers seem to believe that it's going to be a bit closer, perhaps. In my mind, BetBoom should be winning this game. I don't want to say easily because there are a couple of really hard-hitting players on the MIBR side, but I think it'll be a real struggle here for the Brazilian side to put together a good game. Just a weird situation, but let's see. If I'm wrong about all this, obviously that's going to be way more entertaining and way more fun. So whatever happens here, I actually don't think this will be a boring game because Insani and Lukauzi are really hard-hitting players, and I think it'll be fun to watch them no matter what. I do expect BetBoom to be able to win this one, so I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll see how it all plays out going into it. So, yeah, we've had a lot of unexpected results already, but Train, Anubis, and then Nuke as the deciding maps. So, I mean, in terms of Train, I would say I can't imagine that MIBR are going to be able to stand up to that one. Anubis is probably the best chance that I think MIBR might have to shock BetBoom, especially if they start on the T side and and can do a little bit there. But again, it's their map pick, so that might not have that luxury. Yeah, I think this is tricky, really tricky, Vito.
Just a further drive home with Train is 9 maps. It's for 78% win rate over the last 3 months for BetBoom, and it's 3 maps played and 33% for MIBR. But again, we're definitely expecting BetBoom, to perform really well on Train. It seems like home territory for them.
They love it.
Going into Anubis, you've got 18 Anubises played. We've seen BetBoom look pretty good there. You've got 8 maps for MIBR, but that's the most played map that they have, and that's a 50% win rate. So that's kind of like statistically their best map that they have over the last 3 months.
That's what I mean.
And then you go on to Nuke finally, and that's 4 maps played, 25% win rate for MIBR, and then that's 53% win rate with 17 maps played for BetBoom. So you can just see that BetBoom have been grinding, playing a lot of games. And I feel like, Anders, we've got the sense that BetBoom seem to be powering up still. I feel like they still have more to show us at this major in terms of the ceiling that they can reach. So as we jump into this, MIBR, it's going to be an interesting game. We're going to start off on BetBoom's home territory, Train here, and they'll get to be on that T side to start things.
Yes, I'd be so shocked if MIBR have a good read on this one. A lot of data to look through on BetBoom, so they might have done a little bit of studying there. But at the end of the day, sometimes it also comes down to the raw firepower. So maybe MIBR can impress in that area. They've certainly done a great job of stacking the B-bomb side, which right now is absolutely the right move. Safe, he doesn't want to swing for another fight because he actually wants them to go into the site at this point. Still 3 people here. A minute ago, there was 4. So MIBR with a good read to begin with. BetBoom are going to start to fall back, but that's also somewhat telegraphed here. I think slowly you're going to see MIBR get a bit closer. Now the smokes are going down towards that icon position, and it will be pretty efficient. Bomb being carried a little bit closer out of the pop dog spot. Got a minute on the clock here. Deep Molotov just in case. And oh my god, an early kill for the smoke exit. He has no idea how he even got spotted because he didn't.
Yeah, Magno is a player to watch for sure. It's one that we've been highlighting. That's a nice way to start things off. Hard to get back in here from MIBR. They're going to try as they might, though. Loikalzi with 1 headshot. But still, overwhelming numbers here from BetBoom's side. Loikalzi with another one, but it feels very defensive. He's trying to run away, and he's going to get taken now over at Ivy. So BetBoom starting off with the T victory on that pistol. And that's going to be definitely oppressive for MIBR to be on the other end of, because we're going to see that BetBoom playbook start to work them.
I mean,
I don't understand that really. Like, that's so crazy.
That is an absurd kill to begin with.
Nice, блядь, умнички.
My 2 favorite phrases at the moment, for sure, is nice bliat and хорош bliat. I think both, just something about it that works really well. So, I don't know, I'm into that right now for the CIS region. Second round, and actually do have a bit of a buy-up, a lot of a buy-up in this round for MIBR. So pretty early aggression. I think this is another sign that they know how hard of a game this is going to be. So if you're already hoping for 1 or 2 or 3 miracles, why not just add another one to the, why not just say, well, maybe we win this early one, and then we can surprise them and we can get in. I actually think this is not a bad way of thinking about it for MIBR, because if it's just a bog standard game, I think the Brazilian side will lose train every single time they play. So don't make it a standard game. Try and make it a freaky game.
I mean, it's a nice headshot from Insani, but the bomb site's been lost. They did buy into this. Actually, they've managed to create a 3v3 now, although the numbers will be controlled, and the bomb can finally get planted. But this was an investment for MIBR. I feel like we do often see a force buy on the CT side do a lot on Train. You do have a lot of options for it.
Yeah.
Unlike a lot of other maps, Train can be kind of nasty to play against a CT force buy, but this time around, MIBR not getting as much done as they would have wanted, and looking to just save now.
Yeah. But what they're saving, 5-7 and a FAMAS. Reno, if you prefer. B. Anderson, if you're more of a connoisseur of Brilliant Counter-Strike.
I'm not doing it.
It's a tough name for... we had to ask, I remember the first couple of times. We were like, what is this? Most people call him Breno, and that's absolutely fine. That is his name. So,
who's that? Kianji. I mean, we used to call him Kianji.
Yeah.
So we used to go there, but it sounds like we just become lazy as casters, I guess.
Yeah.
At the time.
Try to do the minimum amount of work. Really. Yeah, I said don't mind the force up early on here. I think it's you need to try and do something to make this work. So a hard game that's ahead of them. In terms of the individuals, like I said, I truly enjoy watching Insani and Loikalzi play. I think they're really fun. I think Breno actually is also a player that slowly I've been warming up to. Kind of, for me, came onto the scene more or less out of nowhere. So I think he's been slowly improving as we've been seeing him. Nicely done. Just as we speak of him, steals an AK, sirens out of it, and he catches Boomich mid-air. A great third headshot as Breno will take down 3. And he hasn't even had a chance to reload yet. Still 20 bullets in that AK. Looking for another one. Magno just getting a bit closer now. He's not quite aware. Noise being made, and they're going to double swing him. Triple swing him even. He's got such a fight on his hand. Another headshot comes through. A quad kill for Breno. And now they're on the hunt for Axile. He's out of the yard. He doesn't have the bomb here. Let's see if they can wheel in Breno for the ace, because that would be spectacular.
Crazy stuff. Axile, you got to do some damage here. You can't let all these guns get picked up. That would be so crazy. For MIBR, that would be big value. Quick pop flash, there's, confirming that position of Axile. And so he's got so many issues right now. So many timing problems with the flank that can lock him in and can close the distance. As soon as they get the info that Axile moves forwards at all, these players can close in, and they're going to close in anyway.
Okay, he gets the kill on the safe. You are right, though. It does make a difference if he gets a couple more kills, just so that they don't have the weapons. Oh, he's walking away. Let him get the ace. I love the reposition for Breno. I think it's really smart, but unfortunately, it looks like Axar has a bit of a different thing in mind. He's trying to claw his way back in himself. Would have to be the ace 1v5 clutch here for Axar. Seems very unlikely. The bomb is up there somewhere, so just theoretically he could try to run for it, but I think he's also recognizing the chances are they're probably all waiting for him. Back out Pop Dog. Breno is down there, maybe with a chance. 7 seconds on the clock, and Axar, he's got to be careful. This is actually what he's doing now. He's also dangerous. If they jump him at the last second, he might die. Breno's trying to get the shot, and he'll pick up the headshot at the end for the ace. Never mind Breno, more like Bueno. That was fantastic.
Yeah, that really caught them off guard. Totally off guard. They tried to trade it, but it was kind of laggy in a way, and just gave Breno just enough time and space to work these kills. What a just... He's a robber. He is a robber. Get the mask on. Stolen an AK, stolen the round. I thought that how Axar was playing it at the end was kind of smart. I think he was never really playing to, of course, get the bomb down, but he was trying to... He understood that there were players potentially all around him, so he was trying to create bait and try to find players on the flank and try to get as many kills as possible, which is what we said, you know, that would be a good thing for him to be able to accomplish. But Breno, I mean, hey, this is BetBoom's map, Anders, but this is not a round that they'd even considered anything could happen. It was almost an entire just full eco.
I mean, the 5-7 in the armor was saved from the last round, right? That's why he just decided, I'm going to be as aggressive as I can be, and it worked really well. Those are the path to victory for MIBR. I think it's going to be laid with rounds like these, and I don't think one will do it, so you got to get more. But obviously, it will propel them into a very powerful position here. 3 AKs, AWP already on safe. Definitely a lot more fun all of a sudden for the Brazilian side. See how much they can manufacture behind it. It's a deep incendiary that tries to slow them down. They are pretty aggressive on Ivy with 3 people and even a 4th being rotated in with the bomb here. So they really want to put some pressure on this Ivy position. Oh, they look like they're going to fall back. I hate that. I think Ivy pushes is very underutilized on this map right now.
Yeah.
Ivy is a weird place on this modern version of Train. So maybe that's just why people don't like the architecture down there. Not so much on the T side, but on the CT side. But I still think it's really fun. I wish more people would do it.
Yeah, you're right. We mostly see it just as... Oh, hold on. Hold that thought. The spray down there, the defense. Oh, my goodness. Insani gets himself 3 there. That's a beautiful spray. Good defense of Ivy and Boomish. Not really much left to do. But yeah, you're totally right, Anders. We don't often get an Ivy push like that. We usually see it just as a a lurk. Yeah. Maybe some pressure as part of the default, extract some extra util, but never a play like that, which I think is much more CS:GO Train.
Yes, it is. Like, I mean, it used to be such a big feature going for those kind of splits. But yeah, very, very nicely done. No bomb plant being allowed for, and enough rifles saved to make it super interesting as well. Already a better start than certainly I was expecting, and probably what BetBoom were gunning for as well. But this is great. I mean, I don't want this to be a one-sided match. Just when you look at the state of MIBR coming into it, it sort of suggests that maybe it would be.
Totally.
But if we end up being wrong, if I end up being wrong about that, then it just means we're going to have a way more interesting game in our hands, which is obviously what we want here. One of these 2 teams is going home at the end of this series. Someone's getting knocked out today. So there is a lot on the line. Magno just out of the round already, and the rest of BetBoom. Bomb plant is doable on a map like Train, even with almost nothing. So that's probably what they're dreaming of.
Yeah, just the pause is always a responsible choice. You have the clock as the T side, so you can burn it to see if you can catch any CTs. But the thing with Train as well is that when there's 5 CTs up, they don't have any incentive to play for information, because they have coverage of everything in just a normal setup. And speaking of setups, I like this setup here that we're seeing out of MIBR. We got that first contact with the AWP for upper. Looks really good.
Safe. Pretty easy shot, to be honest. Boomich going down. Oh, wow. That was simultaneous. Slakowski being activated a little bit more. I can't remember what the exact number was, but they bought out Lucauzi for I think for a significant amount of money. Kind of before I think most people had a bit of a sense of who he was. I think by the time they did it, I'd only heard about him maybe 2 months in advance or something like that. It was sort of pretty close. It's like, oh, here's this fella, and he seems to be really good. I think it was worth it. I still think Lucauzi's a really good player. There's been a couple of matches where he hasn't shown it, but overall, I think he's an exciting prospect for the future. And together with Insani, I just think it's a really strong rifle core, in my opinion.
Well, aggressive opening here from BetBoom, looking to go down PopDog pretty fast. And catching Lucauzi off guard there. That's a problem over by T-Main, and there's going to be some space here. Got a push out E-Box already for BetBoom. Really jacking up that pace. And now having to pause slightly. We have these smokes down, but maybe not too much. Boomich finds one around the side. Insani falls, and his sight is under heavy fire. Safe though, able to hold the line for now, but can he create enough delay to get this push coming in from Breno on the back?
That incendiary doesn't spread deep enough, but it puts a little bit of pressure on, I suppose. Breno maybe could have had an advantage there. If the incendiary goes slightly deeper, then Sorte sort of has to move while he's being attacked from PopDog, and it could have been a different round, but it doesn't happen. Good kill from Safe, but unfortunately he probably needed another one to really pave the way there. So BetBoom with a lot of speed, and the problem, and this has always been the case on Train, once the Ts are out of T main, they can fan out, and they are by the E-Box, they're by the diagonal train or the red train here, and suddenly it's very hard on the CT side because you are fighting at such a wide angle. Axile definitely was looking for that, but still will end up going down. See if he can save the AWG. They are getting a little bit closer. All right, they're going to call off the hunt anyway, so game is tied up once again.
Yeah, MIBR actually have a lot of money. A lot of money. And it's largely because of that round that we saw where Breno got an ace after stealing away the AK.
Yeah.
But for the T side, they don't really have anything. Even though they won the round, still very low on cash. Riding it too. And here's a good, demonstration through the replay of just some of those fanned out positions as you described it and how powerful they can be. It did feel like Breno when he came out of PopDog there, it looked like he was a bit uncertain where he should pre-aim. And, that slight bit of indecision lost him otherwise what would have been maybe getting that first or second bullet edge that he would have. But
I think you're right.
But either way, BetBoom, they speed things up, they get a good result. Do they keep the pace up, or are we going to see a mix-up from them moving into the next round?
I mean, if they have a sense that the yard is going to be attackable in that sense, then yeah, you could do more of the same, or you could do the kind of more classic execute that we also seen a couple of them yesterday, where you rush, or at a minimum you do a set strat from PopDog, so you get flashed in with 2 or 3 people attacking the E-Box with flashes from T-spawn, basically. I think that's probably one of the more, or maybe the most common set strat at the current meta. Rushing main can be hard, but Sorte is doing a fine job. A double spray down as they were trying to jump across. Boomich going to be taking down Breno. He was looking to make a quick rotation down towards PopDog to help out, but he gets caught in transition. And Insani an exit here. It's a good kill to begin with, but the B-bomb side is already lost here, so will be a bomb plant regardless.
Well, that speed again, really paying off. BetBoom. Paying off for BetBoom. And this is a very difficult retake. And the money, I mean, it's not horrendous, but I mean, you've got to look at the chances here, and MIBR decide that it is just time to give up the Ghost, which definitely makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, reasonable. I'm confused about the setup for the A yard there for MIBR. Now, again, this could be one of those things where it's a down to how many maps they've really played on Train in general and how comfortable they feel, but I feel like there is a lot of great counter utility you're going to be able to throw to stop Sorte from making that run at all. Typically, like 2 or 3 HEs that go over and kind of do a lot of damage, but it also slows you down. And that should be something that you do more or less every round because it's so risky. So, yeah, Sorte getting away with a very early push. Obviously, had the spawn for it, which is nice. But I feel like there exists in the current meta enough counter utility just to make this very, very tricky.
We'll see what the adjustment might be, because they've got to start feeling like they're getting a little exploited on the outside. Again, it's only been a couple of rounds, but it has been fairly decisive for BetBoom.
Whoops.
Maybe winning the rounds off of this, but yeah, fast push in with that AWP in hand. Safe looking for any Ts who may make their way down the stairs, but instead, it is that team main aggression that's coming on through. MagnoJez once again takes down Insani, and BetBoom, they don't want to try to press the issue. There's a lot of util they have to play up against. They might go for the re-hit, though.
Kelsey drops off the red train, takes down MagnoJez. Oh, AWP back there. Oh, they actually line up a little bit, so Lukowski gets a lot more than he was expecting there. That's a very fine job. 3 to him in the round, and both Axel and Sorte are a little bit beat up, so technically a 2v3, but just given how low they are in health here, not necessarily easy. And I think Breno has already spotted out maybe just a backpack there. Sorte sticking out a bit, and Axel, it's a very quick kill. Needs about 2 more of those, and the first one's going to be the difficult one. Oh, at the corner, safe, holding that line. Honestly, really well played for MIBR. To be honest, it's already better than I'm expecting. So I'm happy to see this. Good to see MIBR showing up here. Obviously, this is everything that these guys have been playing for, and training for months and months and months to try and get here. The fact is, MIBR have attended a lot of different tournaments, but they end up getting knocked out pretty early. So traveling around the world only to travel back again pretty soon afterwards, it's just got to be frustrating. So I'm sure for the Brazilian side here, there's so much on the line for them to make this work.
Another fast approach to the inner halls here for BetBoom. Going down into Pop Dog.
Here we go.
You can use that explosive pace yet again, but no forward positions here from IBR. Have to hit these initial shots. Nice isolated fight there from Insani. Gets a second too, so this hold outside is looking way better. Tech9 pretty deep, but what can the Tech9 really do? Gets peeked on by Breno, so not that much left here now for Axel to accomplish. Needs some kills, get some economic damage, but
nice.
Shut down as well. So there you go. It feels like maybe they've solved the outside aggression a little just by not playing as aggressively forward.
Yeah, I think that's worth highlighting, right? Because we actually know what that execute can do if you're playing close to the E-box. The fact is, you're going to get flashed way more than you maybe think you will be. I don't know why, because it feels like when you're standing right next to the E-box that, the top of your screen is going to be covered, so you shouldn't be that flashed. But you could see that Insani's position here is way better against those flashbangs. Even if they hit him, it's not that bad. He can keep on fighting. So great work. 5-4, MIBR. I think already a really impressive train. Yes, it was helped by Breno picking up an ace. I don't really care about that. Now that they have the advantage, they're actually doing really good work.
Yeah, the only caveat is that we see teams that don't play train, they can have a good CT side, but it's the T side that really shows us how well they can play train. So we'll see how MIBR can continue to do as the rounds progress, trying to get as much from this CT side as they can. And so far, totally agree, they've been doing a great job. And you can see for BetBoom here, really the best outcome is just getting a bomb plant just for extra money. You don't necessarily expect to hold it, and the CTs almost are kind of giving it to you a little. There are some shots to be taken as the Ts flood into the site, but as long as the bomb can make it down there and get planted, then the Ts feel okay. But it might not actually happen here because, under heavy fire, they'll take down Breno, but they don't get the bomb down. So that's actually, I think, a huge win for the CTs there.
Yeah, I think they're going to be absolutely fine with it. As long as they can pick up the AK, which I think they will be able to, then all is forgiven. You can keep carrying that on the CT side. All right, BetBoom. I agree with what you said, though. I think it is worth keeping in mind that probably the T side will be a little bit more tricky for MIBR, but I mean, they're creating a lot of space for themselves right here. Opportunity even, you could say, for an 8-4 first half finish here, if they can win this next one, because again, the money may be kind of weird for BetBoom, especially if they can't plant the bomb. Siren, quick dive down, double waiting, it's Insani and Lukowski. The rifle core of MIBR. And there's a reason why I said at the beginning I was excited for them, because you could tell they're both locked in. 12-4, 12-5 as a scoreline on those two. Unfortunately, Breno gets sidelined. He was not ready for somebody to be that far up, so goes down maybe earlier than he wanted to. 4 versus 5 now, and plenty of time on the clock here, so we'll see if Boomich could figure something out. Reload while he's peeking in. That's just... You're going to be so mad if you're Lukowski.
Yeah, right place, right time for Axel to hear that, reload and punish it. And BetBoom, they've created enough space here on the map. CT's having to rotate around to cover these openings. And with that lurk on Ivy, has that been spotted or not? I don't think so. Like the CT's might... No, not wise to this. And that's a huge play. Axel can be such just a nuisance now for the remainder of the CT side. MIBR trying to find it, but Axel is just hunting them down. And now it's just safe left in connector. And the barrel's going to show. And there's no chance here. Boomich takes him down. A good round from BetBoom. Good recovery there after the early shenanigans.
They held off on that bomb plant forever. They could have planted almost right away, but obviously they wanted to be absolutely sure while Axel was flanking that they weren't themselves being flanked somewhere. That was the real, I think, concern there for the BetBoom side. But they lived through the round without too much trouble. And we'll see. Magno just... Huge kill. Yeah, he's somebody that is a really hard player to be up against, especially on train. And I don't think we've even seen anywhere near the full effect of it. So if he can get activated, I think that alone will make this a very different game for MIBR. He's hard to control on the CT side. Like, he's one of those players that will be aggressive on Ivy. He will push you. He will kind of look for the fights. Obviously, he's had a bit of a slower start, but yeah, if that changes, don't think it'll be easy. We're going into the last round of the half here. BetBoom, I think the slight recovery here at the end, because I think it is a bit of a shock to them, perhaps, that they're not just outright winning. So if they get one more, make it a 6-6, I think that's going to go a long way to stabilize the team.
Yes, that Breno ace certainly, I think, threw a massive wrench into the playbook, but...
Oh, yeah.
Holding the line of the flashes, allow the CTs to close the distance a little bit. MIBR, they've got that forward presence on the yard, but BetBoom kind of give it up at the same time, so still can be retaken. And I'm curious what MIBR will decide to do, because BetBoom have created enough space for, you know, by being passive for MIBR, that MIBR could take a forward position, but hold on. Exit getting flashed in there, finds one, and there is a second to be had, spotted as well.
Such a cool play. Exactly the kind of thing that BetBoom by the way themselves love to do. So nice to throw it back in their faces a bit. Early kill, even if exit drops kind of low. It's worth it. Under a minute on the clock now. And they're recommitting towards the bomb site. Breno, not quite sure yet if and where they're coming from. It's going to be exit to get the first kill as they approach the B bomb site. And Breno also got a nice headshot on the Boomich. Looking very, very good to lock it down here. Could be 7 rounds at the end of the half, which I think is a huge victory for MIBR. Magna just goes down, and it's a question of Sorte. 1 versus 5 should be unwinnable. If ever that word meant anything, it's going to apply to this round. Final kill goes their way. Sorte goes down, and it's 7 at the end for MIBR. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Second half is coming up. We've got BetBoom, we've got MIBR. Elimination on the line for one of these two teams, and it is the map pick of BetBoom on Train. And I'm already pretty impressed by the Brazilian team. They get up 7 rounds in the first half on the CT side. Now they're on the T side, which might be more tricky, but I still think what they've done here is actually really great. This is not a map that they play a lot. BetBoom are very, very good on Train, but we have not really seen that out of them yet. So should give a lot of credit over to MIBR for actually putting this together. Now, BetBoom here with an early push, double dually. So 4 pistols going hunting here in the tunnels. And this is going to, close the map so much. Early headshot for Magno just to take down exit. And they know now they don't have a lot of choices. The bomb is dropped further back. They're pushing out without the bomb. So even if they win now and get a couple of kills, there's not going to be any kind of a easy path to actually plant the bomb. Axal goes down. Boomich, a couple of clicks. Headshots in return. He's trying to find one more. That's 3. And like I said, the bomb's all the way back there, and it always was. Insani on an impossible mission to see if he can bring them back into this round. They're already there. It's beautiful stuff.
I wonder what happened with the bomb there. That's kind of surprising. That's not really how you want to do it. I mean, that's hard mode, essentially. That's like New Game Plus. You're like really picking like the hardest possible way to win.
Oh,
but
2 clicks.
But the problem with Train, I think, unlike there are certain maps in the pool where the T side is easier to cobble together, even if you don't play the map. But I don't think Train is one of those. No. I don't think Nuke is one of those. There are certain maps where it's very hard to look good on the T side, and so we'll see what MIBR can do once they get into their buy. But BetBoom looking to build an economy. The Ivy push. This is scary, actually. Oh, okay. There's 4 players there in total. Anders, Magno, what is he doing? Just running all the way up Ivy with no assist. He's just going for it. That's I don't know how to explain that.
I'm pretty sure that's like one of those, that's one of those sort of fuck you moments. So he's just basically saying, I am so much better than you guys are on this map, and I'm gonna show you. So is it silly when it doesn't work out? Sure, it looks kind of, looks stupid in that sense, but...
Let's give it Breno an M4.
Yeah, I mean...
Breno aced them with a stolen AK in the first half.
It's not ideal, but I understand. I think it's a mentality thing. I think it genuinely feels that way. I think this is what I said, like, going in, even before the tournament, I said, like, this is his mentality, and I kind of love it. I mean, it doesn't look good this round, but, I've seen him crush teams with this kind of attitude, so I'm not too worried. Boomich with 3 kills. I really think that's like a vibe check kind of thing going on for him personally. Like obviously when it blows up, it looks kind of weird, but in his mind, he's thinking, I'm gonna go down here and I'll murder anyone that shows up. I don't care who they are. That's how he plays, which I think is sick.
Okay. All right, Anders. I think I disagree, but we don't have to litigate this.
No, that's fine.
That's true.
But I mean, listen, I'm gonna be honest too. If I was a coach and I had a player on my team that played like that, I'd be so scared. Like, but as a viewer and just as like someone who's enjoying the team, I think it's a lot of fun to watch. So 7-7, we're all tied up now, and BetBoom kind of back on track. Nice little boost to go over if somebody is playing that. Not the first time that I've seen it, but it is rarely used. So I wouldn't be surprised if Axel is going to be surprised by this. You can in fact tell that he is not ready. So there is actually a counter boost you could do as well on the CT side that I don't think people are quite using yet. But if you wanted to, you could boost and look in through that same window on the other side. Not on the Train, but just on the low ground. Siren's moving up, and he's got the right idea, and certainly the right crosshair placement as well to take down Insani. So straight back into the 4v4. Man, he's out. Why not? Like I said, he likes this.
It's definitely very challenging when you go down a player early on the CT side looking for information. They're doing it again here on Ivy. Siren down on the last attempt, but this might be better. Whoa! Okay, safe finding that kill to Magno Jez. It just gets worse here. Brennan takes down Zorte. And BetBoom really struggling here, basically in a position to save. And they lost that early pick, that's fair enough. And then they try to play info 2 times, and it goes badly 2 times. And at that point, there's nothing left. But it makes sense, in terms of how you're supposed to play Counter-Strike. But you could also try to play passive as well. That's also an option. I think that might be better against MIBR, Anders, just because MIBR is not going to be as good as some other teams on Train at leveraging an advantage on the map.
I mean, definitely when you're doing what they're doing here, you are you are making the job of MIBR easier in the sense they don't have to call the same strategies. They're winning off of early fights that you're kind of giving to them. So that's definitely true.
You're giving them the opportunity as opposed to them having to go forth and find it.
I still think, I mean, like that flash setup is fine, and I would argue you could probably replay that round like 9 more times, and every other one of those times, Magno just wins that fight outright.
Yeah.
Like it's such a hard shot to hit, but a lot of credit to Safe. That's really impressive.
Yeah.
And sometimes, when your back's to the wall, you're playing at the major, a couple of kills like that, a couple of shots. We had the Breno ace earlier, that one headshot there, suddenly you accumulate enough of those rounds, and it's a map, and the other team has no idea what happened. So definitely very, very interesting. Smart little Pico here early on. This is...
And I mean, this is a good example of why a lot of T-sides will pause after a pick, because the CTs can either play passive or they can try to play aggressive in that one particular moment. So good catches by MIBR, and that's 8-7. And like you're saying, if they're able to convert this one, suddenly BetBoom are in a lot of trouble.
I mean, it's already getting kind of interesting. You see a scout there on Magnages. They've got one M4 on Siren. Tricky position to be in. Boomich wants to move up, but MIBR kind of slow on the other side because, I mean, again, if you watch enough demos, you will know about the Magnages Ivy push. So you should be expecting it, even if he's just died twice. I would still expect it a third time. And I'd probably every round be worried that was going to happen, more or less. So makes sense for MIBR to take a deep breath right now and just see what is coming our way.
So in this particular instance, they are being forced to have to find the opportunity. No forward pushes from BetBoom. MIBR with 50 seconds left now to try to put a play together to gain some space towards one of the 2 bomb sites. And usually a mistake that you'd see from an inexperienced team on a map like Train is they just won't leave themselves with enough time. So we'll see MIBR starting to get those nades ready to go.
Yeah. They will split the A bomb side here. This kill is so important. If Axel were to pick this one up, that's going to really slow down any attempt. Jump around the corner. It's just a 1, but still, that's great information. He just saw that they are going for that A yard. Boomich going to be taking on exit. And speaking of clock, like you said, we're down to 20 seconds now. A flash to slow them down a little bit more. Missed opportunity there for Magnages, and he walks straight into the shot. Lukowski will find one and Sorte in the back end. That's impressive. 10 seconds now. Wide swing for Boomich. The bomb is on the ground here. They have to go and pick it up. Siren. Do they have enough time to plant? Not any longer. Lukowski's now hunting for the kill, and the grenade, he walks right into it. What a way to clutch it.
Wow, I did not expect the grenade to actually do enough damage there. That was a really good save at that round from BetBoom. Really close stuff there. MIBR, I think they moved it into the site with a good timing ultimately, and it was so close. Oh, yeah. We talked about how important that round was as well because of just the economy and BetBoom. Now they get an opportunity to, if they are to have success in this following round, build some momentum and start to distance themselves from MIBR, who have been way too close for comfort, I feel, on this train so far with them.
I think that's the kind of round that's very, very pivotal. If that goes the way of MIBR, the runway is way, way different for them. Oh. I mean, that's got to be right on the border, because you're right, it was quite far away.
Yeah. All right, 8-8. A pair of 8s here is Safe has the AWP. Lukowski has the Galil.
Are they going to run boost him? So run boosting past this opening on Ivy is as old as Train is with the AWP. You're doing it if you think there's an AWP on the other side.
Oh.
How is that not a kill?
That's so close. That's not a chance you get again.
No. Smoked off already. Oh, if they had that one, maybe that would have opened up the round. How sick would that have been?
Yeah, and it's a long rotation out of Ivy to find your way to another potential pick. And I wonder if BetBoom have wisened up to what is being attempted here. Oh, Boomich is already deep with that MP9, so this is just a perfect gun for this job.
Wait a minute. The boost on over, though. Is he?
I think he...
I don't think he'd hear it because... Oh.
Yeah, he hears that.
Yes, he does. And by the way, again, if they've been studying demos, it's no surprise that when we're just playing that team main position, it happens all the time. 40 seconds left. Bomb down here by Ivy with 4 people in total. So there could be a setup for either a bit of a lurk or a bit of a fake towards B with just one player hanging around over on that side. Insani, you could see selling it a little bit, saying, come on, just rotate somebody over. Sorte gets the kill though, and now they haven't heard the scope just yet. They're going to find out now. The flick does not connect, and I think that's a big giveaway. 20 seconds, and they know everything. BetBoom, they should call in the troops here. I think MIBR just missed the opportunity to do much of anything. Lukowski, he'll get that kill first, but we're down to 13 seconds, and a pretty good burst coming out from Sortes from us. And safe, not so much with the AWP, as Magno just takes him down. BetBoom stabilizing the game. Some really tricky rounds, but I think they're coming out on top slowly.
Yeah, I mean, that round did look very dangerous. There were a couple of shots there that Safe could have hit. You know, I think Safe probably hits them. You know, there's a bunch, you know, in a bunch of occasions.
Yeah.
And, you know, if that was to be the case, then suddenly I think the round could look very favorable for MIBR very quickly because, you know, they've got the Horde ready to pick up the guns and push the issue. So either way, 9-8 as BetBoom now finally ahead around. Can they keep it up here? AKs are out. Off is quick there from Sorte. And shuts down the inner halls for now.
Yeah, well, they blew it open. He's got the right idea, but now he's overcommitted to it. I cannot believe he's got away with it. Even the fact that he gets the kill at all. He does go down at the end, but that is just so aggressive. Siren is kind of beat up a little bit. I mean, if they kept pushing, they can't know this. They don't have the minimap, obviously, but if they just push Siren there is no one rotating in, they could have maybe just powered on through.
Minute to go, and it's definitely still doable as the AWP is collected, but it's going to be hard to find these picks. Again, not much of an incentive, really, for pushes here for the CTs, but we're going to get that pop flash into Popdog anyway, and it's going to make things even harder now. Nice find onto Breno. Are they going for this again? BetBoom. Actually, they're so active, despite being up players.
Yeah, which kind of maybe don't want to see. Even if you have a 1-round lead, you haven't really won this map yet, and it is your pick. So I would appreciate it if they try to cool it down a little bit here. And I think they finally have.
Yeah.
AWP is stolen, so Safe has picked that up in the meantime, and I guess Siren probably will go and check that in a second. When the clock runs out, all he has to do is sort of jump up the ladder and see. If they don't already know, at least, it's just kind of, it's a nice position to be in, just to be absolutely sure.
One thing I did notice on the first half from BetBoom, and I think in some other matches too, is that they love chasing down enemies that are saving their guns. Even if it's kind of on the numbers, not what they should be doing because their economy is not very good. They seem to like really just love just taking as much away from the opponents as possible. And so I worried in that round we would see some over-aggression, but they keep 4 players up. And on the CT side, it is so important to just bank as much money as possible. And
right. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, just don't start celebrating yet, even though they're probably very confident in winning this map. I think if MIBR find a way to steal this away, BetBoom would be really shocked. So I'm sure they feel that way. But until you actually get there, maybe just you know, keep the focus up here. Tech issue to sort out, but headset's already back on. That's typically a good sign. Still, just want to reiterate, I think MIBR is, at least they're impressing me in terms of how they've managed to show up to this game. They have a really strange map pool. Like I was complaining a lot about it through the first part of the day. Dan, you had to listen to it a lot, obviously. But yeah, kind of a
asking everyone in the green room for their opinions. It's like, someone explain this to me, please.
It's just so strange to look at. It really is. But I mean, the fact is, if they steal away Train, then it does become a very, very different series. Anubis, the second map, was picked by MIBR. It's, you know, one of the few maps that they have a little bit of luck on, and I mean, BetBoom have proven to us recently that they also can definitely lose Anubis. In fact, they got completely blown up by 3D Max on that one of the best of ones yesterday. So even if they have a high win rate on it, I love to say it, but Anubis is a treacherous map to have as your home map in general.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. We'll see what happens. So we are far from the conclusion just yet. We've got some pistols out here for MIBR, these Tech 9s. And usually just seeing more than one Tech 9 is indicative that a team wants to run at the other team. So we'll see if MIBR find an opening for this.
Tech issue.
Okay,
Someone's
back to
typing.
spawn we go.
Yeah. It is not impossible to be fast on like out of main, but is definitely risky. The incendiaries that the CTs throw, you can smoke off as you're running. The HEs, not so much. And very, very often there will be both and even a smoke. So typically you're running into like a smoke thrown from CT spawn, an incendiary that lands in front of that smoke, and then HEs kind of in the air above. So it's really, really hard when the CT side has enough utility to try and get out. Which, you know, BetBoom themselves in the first half kind of proven that it is powerful if you're allowed to get out. Sorty had a couple of good rounds where, you know, he started team main. I'm sure that BetBoom will want to stop MIBR from repeating that. By the way, in case you're wondering, we can reset the rounds as long as no damage has been done. Those are the rules. Once damage has been taken from anyone in the server, then it becomes a little bit more tricky. And generally the round just keeps on playing no matter what happens. So,
and I mean, going to your point about the outside rush, is it the only way for a team to somewhat make it safe is by playing the slow pace a lot, so the TTs will hold on to their nades, and so then you can like throw in the fast play, and they won't be pre-nading it constantly because they want to hold on to their nades because you've been playing a slow pace. So that's normally how you make that play safer. But you know, sometimes you just got to go for it, and sometimes the other team's going to read your change of pace, and then you get wrecked.
I say in general for some of the train stuff that we've been seeing so far, there's been, call it like a kind of tactical poverty happening on the T side in general.
Tactical poverty?
Yeah. Like we're seeing a lot of the same stuff. And the fact is there are more interesting things. Like one of the things that we haven't seen too much of, which is I think pretty easy to put together as a team, are just B fakes. Because of how PopDog is built now, it's so much easier to put pressure on B and then run back out to the A yard down through PopDog. So I haven't really seen too many teams do that so far here at the second stage. And obviously, like I said, Ivy aggression is definitely something the T sides can use more, but just haven't. Here we go. Inside of the smoke and everything else, it's Lukowski finding it onto Boomich. So very well played. Maxal trying for a bit of a wall bang here. Got to be careful that Insani doesn't find him. Big opportunity here. Oh, you can do that. That gap is... Now he's got a deagle, but if he has an AK, it's one of those positions that's spammed so much, and those E-Box players, they fall a lot to that angle.
Yeah, definitely looks scary. Looks very scary, and Sonny's ready for it. But MIBR looks like they might be ready to make a move here as well. Some deeper smokes there on the A yard, but the inner bomb site, that's where we're going to be going here for MIBR at least. Siren with the AK-47. And the question is whether the AWP leading the charge on the upper part of the push, if that's going to find any openings here for them. Make that coverage happen. Siren holding down one side, and oh my god, this is really big damage. They can't get the bomb down while Siren's in this position.
Yeah, there is a bit of a flank happening in the hallway as well. Impossible to say who will get who. Siren's finally out of it. Yeah, he's jumping down, but look at the noise here. Exit knew he was waiting the whole time. He might have heard Axel's step earlier. What a great take for MIBR. 1 versus 3 here, and I think for Sorte, it's an easy choice to fall away. Don't want to be doing that. That is just so well played.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right that as long as Siren was alive up there, they just couldn't do a lot, and they don't panic. I think that's a really nice sign. MIBR, like, good leadership, because that's a moment where once Siren picks up the double, you could start to feel like, okay, we got to run. We just have to do something. Just try and plant the bomb, whatever it takes kind of moment. But they really slowed it down, and that was to their benefit.
What if MIBR, you know, because we on the stats we see 3 maps played of Train in the last 3 months, right? Yeah. Okay, so what if it's the case? Oh, nice shot. What if it's the case that they've actually got like 100 Train maps in scrims the last like month? You know,
the problem
we don't know how much they've been scrimming.
I mean, it's possible, but the issue is just like they've been traveling around so much. Like, when are they going to be able to do that? It's not impossible that they've been practicing it more or whatever. That's definitely doable. But either way, like, their approach to the game is really great. They shouldn't be feeling too confident in this map, but they're not showing it. So I think it's really admirable. I'm going to give them a lot of credit for this. 10-9. 1 round separating the teams here. An early attempt at a peek there. They are aware that someone could be pushing up, so they're already kind of anticipating Boomich making a bit of a move. He's got some backup with him. 3 players. That lands right on top, like a bottle in a bar fight. MagnoJez gets the 1, but that's about it. I can't believe it. That's how they're revealed. Their plan to sneak around is caught by just that.
That's awful, because it also takes extra time to pop. And so, like, running past it becomes even more awkward. Oh, wow, that was just the worst possible thing that could have happened. And it's kind of crazy, too, that it happens on the 1 round where we get a triple push there on pop. So it almost feels like for BetBoom now, everything that could go wrong is going wrong. And here is the attempt at hunting down these guns from Lucalzi. Takes down Zorte, so it goes from bad to worse here for BetBoom. And this is going to bring it up to 10-10. And BetBoom don't have any money.
Yeah, they've got nothing. Also, we had 3 people coming through Pop Dog. The other 2 were on the other side. That's the entire 5-man lineup of BetBoom pushing for that sandwich position, and it just doesn't work. Not even at all. They completely denied. Pretty rare stuff and pretty impressive. MIBR with a nice read, and I think the pressure is really starting to mount here. Now, to be honest, if I'm looking at the veto here for BetBoom, you get Train and Anubis as the 2 opening maps. Even Nuke as the deciding. I'm so confident I'm winning that all day if I'm BetBoom. And now they're staring down the reality of a tied scoreline with no money, and MIBR looking a lot stronger than most people were expecting. Lucalzi's up to 22 kills. He was one of the people I tried to highlight early, along with Insani, as the players that could make a difference, and certainly doing that right now. Fighting in the blind as Axal gets a little bit of damage in there, but Insani's still picking up the kill, and another good headshot. Reno cleaning it up. A couple spray downs with the AK. Now they're in the lead. MIBR. This would be a shocking result if they were able to steal the map away. I mean, we can only really say it in so many ways. I think we made the picture pretty clear for you guys that this is not at all a home map for MIBR, but they're not showing it.
Yeah, I mean, doing a great job on that CT. Like, if they win this trip map of Train, I feel like so much of it comes back to that ace from Breno, where he stole the AK on an eco round 3 or whatever it was. So, either way, we'll see if MIBR can clinch it. Can they close? You must close your advantages. You can't just get close. And MIBR, they've got everything they need. Starting to mosey down Pop Dog as well. So BetBoom, can they hold the yard here to this potential aggression that is looming?
Here we go. Flash is coming on over. Another good one there, but Boomich will find the first, and already that slows them down. MagnoJez has dropped in the meantime. Sorte, he's good for a couple of kills, and that should be enough here. Could see Safe, very awkward. Axal still finding him. I'm not sure why. Probably one of those moments where it's just, you know, raw bloodlust. You just think, that's it, like we're going to win this one. But you've actually given a big opportunity here for Safe to maybe clutch it back. He's already got the first. 2 more left, and a minute on the clock.
Yeah, Safe could pick up an AK here. I mean, the one thing is that you'd probably want to try to not give your position away by making any noise and by doing that. But with a minute, 50 seconds now to go, as you say, very doable for Safe. Doesn't know anything about where these players could be. That's a major problem that he has. But that's what all this is. It's just a series of gambles, and you just have to get lucky. And Safe, actually, this is awesome. This is awesome. A great move, but Zorte is going to catch it. I think that's really smart, as you avoid all of the open angles of the outer yard, and you get a more, basically an easier path to clear into that B side. That's what he was going for. Good attempts, won't work out.
And they also group up, so very, very likely they can trade the kill against Safe if anything happens, if he gets one more. But still, this is honestly still a round that's not necessarily that bad for MIBR, right? 2 people surviving on the CT side. That means their money is not going to be that good. MIBR, no, it's one more good round here, and they're going to reset BetBoom quite a bit. Early grenades coming out, and not that much damage exchanged. Boomich once again looking to be aggressive. Just to pinpoint as well, they have managed to really slow down MagnoJez at the start here. He's typically way more dangerous. He's at 9 kills. He doesn't want to do those IV pushes anymore because he got punished for it a little bit earlier. I was saying I thought it was still cool to see him do it, but obviously he's feeling pretty extinguished in that position.
And it's MIBR this time to put 3 in Ivy. Zorte, though, with a pick onto Insani. What do we get here from MIBR as a response? They don't decide to continue pushing Ivy after losing a player Pop Dog. So they might just be switching into a potential inner play. That could be the adjustment after losing Insani like that. It was looking like they wanted an A split, but they're having to make a change on the fly. And if they win this round, Anders, then MIBR, I mean, this could be worth the map because BetBoom will be broke.
Yes. At least MIBR will have a little bit of cash to try and fight for overtime, but yeah, there's so much on the line here. 40 seconds. Hard to do just be straight B execute. Like I said, there are big opportunities to do fakes on this map from this position because you can just run back and you're out in the yard again. But you have to sell it first, and with only 28 seconds, they might just not feel like they have the time to run back anyway. So Smoke's going over, a little bit of a flashbang to try and set up some early damage as well. Siren goes down, and Magno just turning around, probably waiting for a flash to go around the corner, but he's going to be dead regardless. 4 versus 3, and honestly, BetBoom, they have to save this and try and fight for overtime. MIBR just walk onto the site and get the kills they need.
And MIBR, if they realize that the save is happening, they need to go immediately to get rid of these guns. That needs to be immediately what they are doing. They have more than enough money really to sacrifice almost everybody for that purpose. But they're playing it super safe right now, really giving the benefit of the doubt that maybe BetBoom will try to go for it late, but now the hunt commences.
Yeah, he saw that the AK was stolen there to Kelsey, so he kind of wants to see if he can do something that's so far away at the moment. This is something else that's maybe worth thinking about. Like, in some sense, this has been a major that's involved just so many rookies that have never been to the major before. So Magno just right now, you can tell that the pressure is kind of getting to him. He is normally a very hard player to contend with on train, and he's been very much shut down. And hopefully one of these timeouts here, BetBoom calling one, this is where you need some leadership and you need somebody to kind of get him back online, because otherwise they end up losing the map. Now, even if they lose it, the fact that Anubis is the second map means BetBoom should still feel okay. They still have every chance to win that map. It's not like it's they're going to get crushed. In fact, they have a better win rate on it than MIBR do. But obviously, you're going to feel weird about it.
Yeah, I mean, if you add up the maps that MIBR have played in the last 3 months, and then you just look at how many just Anubises BetBoom have played, it's like more than half or more than all of the maps that has been played by MIBR and officials. So yeah, I think we can clearly see that it's really not coming down to that at all at this point. It's coming down to the grit, the determination, the nerves here, as you mentioned, and in for this last round of regulation, MIBR, can they close it before we get to a potential overtime?
I like this from Insani. How much quicker does he want to be? He's already made his way this deep. At some point, you almost just want to keep on going. Yeah, he's walking right through the smoke. I love this. I love everything about it. They might not be ready for this. They're going to be rotating for Z-Connector. He peeks out. If he'd committed to that, he might just have the shot. Now he's fighting 2 angles at once, but somehow Safe comes in and they've overwhelmed the bomb site. Insani doesn't actually get the kill, but I think the speed that he puts into that round, it catches BetBoom completely off guard, and now the retake is not even looking doable. There's a flank coming in from Ivy. I think somehow MIBR have found a way to do this. A whole map for BetBoom. They're so confident in, and MIBR have stolen it away. Boomich and Axile, I don't see a way out of this one. With an MP9 and an M4 in hand, trying to get a bit of a swing here, but he's alone, Boomich, and they know where he is. Safe to take him out, and a very surprising result as MIBR managed to take out BetBoom on the opening map.
Big win. An unexpected win, I would say. I think we've been framing that the entire time, and it's always going to be about, who's able to step up to the challenge at a big tournament, who, the pressure's going to be there. It's going to affect some people, make them better, or make some people and teams worse. And I think, the call out on Magno, Jez, I think was an interesting one. I think right at the end there, he was a connector player.
Yeah.
And he couldn't kill Insani. It took him a long time to kill Insani. But with that said, we are going to throw it over to the analysts to wrap that first map up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the second map now. We're on Anubis. It's MIBR versus BetBoom. And in spite of me trying to stay calm, sound like I'm not freaking out, the fact is MIBR won Train, which was picked by BetBoom. That in itself should give you pause. You should stop to think, what? Did he just say they beat BetBoom on Train? But they did, and it was actually really impressive. So shout out to the Brazilians. Now they are
changed
actually
their mind.
the odds.
Everyone's like, oh no, abort.
I think it's sick. But now we're on Anubis. It's the second map. This is one of the better maps for MIBR. I would still say maybe not a good one, but they must be coming into this with quite a bit of momentum. BetBoom, they are fine on Anubis typically. They know how to play it. Yes, they got crushed by a 3D Max, but 3D Max is also one of the harder teams I think to play at this stage, so maybe not too surprising. We're into it now. BetBoom going to be starting on the T side, which is heavily favored on this map, and MIBR, they're on the CT side. If they can win the pistol early on here for the Brazilians, that will be huge, and they've got the right read for the moment. 3 already flashed in though. No immediate casualties. And they're going to fall back. But MIBR know about this. I actually think they have, just the fact that they know that no one pushed beyond this point. Let's see if they're ready for what's happening over at the A-bomb site.
Yes. It's all a matter of timing. BetBoom now making themselves known, their presence known with the nades coming on in. Breno behind the pillar. It's a nice setup here indeed for MIBR. The dualies don't get too much value here. Breno, though, with 2 headshots, does find some recovery into this for MIBR as they try to find their way forward. Zukalzi is just brute forcing his way into the site, stays alive, and space has been created for the surprise attack. Insani in the back with the dualies. Oh, it's glorious there. And there's nowhere for Axar to stand. He's trying to do everything he can, spinning around with the Glock, trying to play his position. Oh no, it's not going to work out for him, but what a defense there. Insani with the finishing blow.
That's a hard retake, but the bomb never even goes down. I also really don't know how Lukhausi lived through that initial push. I mean, that feels like a moment where he should be dead. Must say this as well, a lot of the BetBoom grenades, they use them way behind the MIBR setup, and MIBR are allowed to put down that smoke that kind of allows Breno to get the double kill. So if they throw that Molotov onto Breno's position, which is probably the other common thing that you would do in this kind of a setup, instead of Molotov in cam, you would Molotov the plateau. They don't, and as a result, there's a lot more space for the CTs. Magno just will get an early kill here, as we are straight into the second round, and there is no force up here for BetBoom. They fought a little bit, but I think they had like 1 pistol somewhere. But apart from that, yeah, it's pretty vanilla on that T side.
And it's so sick that MIBR pick up the pistol on the CT side of Anubis.
Huge.
I mean, they picked up that first map, Train. This is one of their more comfortable maps. It's really starting to. I'm starting to really believe that MIBR might win this series, and I didn't go into this series feeling that way.
Yeah, I was beyond confident that BetBoom would win this, and in a 2-0 fashion. Like, I'd say it plainly even now after, but I'll own it. I definitely did not expect MIBR to be competitive. Certainly not on Train. Maybe on this map a little bit more, but yeah, so I don't know if I'm almost being forced into a bit of a conversion here, which is, again, more credit to them. I'm more happy to be wrong, to be honest, because there was a slight expectation on my part that maybe this could be a very one-sided game. It's definitely not been that.
I mean, this is a very interesting situation because MIBR, they went really deep to find these players. They should have a decent read at this point as to where they might be or what they might be doing. And you can see that the coverage is here from Insani. Okay, Insani gets that first quick headshot. Oh, okay. He's absolutely shut it down. I felt like there was potential for a plant, but Insani has other ideas. And MIBR, they're looking really nice right now. I'm super pumped to see how their CT side is going to develop because, as you always like to inform people, Anders, the CT side of this map, it's
not good.
Very hard to get off to a good start. If you win the pistol, great, but how long can you keep it going?
Here's my favorite thing to worry about. So the luxury of winning the pistol, winning the second round already, pretty good. You're, I'm going to say, almost halfway where you need to be. Probably 4 rounds is, it's not magnificent, but it's a nice place to start. What have they got for us here? AKs on the T side. Breno's pushed forward now. That would have been heard, but still, with the smoke going up like that to keep him covered, it's a lot of attention and a lot of time now that BetBoom sort of have to worry about. They definitely know he's out there, but still, it's just going to waste their clock a little bit. Insani falling back and just takes a peek there as the incendiary is going to land. Still plenty of time in the round here for BetBoom. But I do like MIBR making these moves.
Yeah, they're getting some good information, and just playing disruptively is the hardest thing to do on the CT side, but if you can do it well, it's the best way to do it, to create weird situations for the Ts, not allow them to just run that game plan and exit. Taking down Boomage. That's a pro still holding the ground. Oh my god, that's a over delivery with that FAMAS. 2 kills out of that one.
And it's off the back of a failed Molotov that was supposed to land in the corner to push out exit. It didn't land there. It blew up in the air instead, and as a result, he gets to stick around. Now, Boomage was checking for it, but doesn't matter when you don't get the kills. 1-man lead in this one. Bomb being brought in through middle through Cam, and Safe, I think, repositioning really nicely down to the low ground. It's so much better with the MP9. They have to get really close. So a smart play for him. If you had an M4, sure, stay on the high ground, but not with the MP9. Siren gets one, and Axel, that's a very accurate headshot. That kind of brings them back into this round. Both those kills, I think, were necessary for BetBoom to have a chance to even get the bomb planted here. Insani is sneaking in, and he does have a kit. I mean, this is still a winnable round. Does give away his position very early on. There is backup coming, but this is risky.
Oh.
Okay.
Axel was, I think, hitting some really nice shots on Train too.
He was.
It felt like he was standout in that sense, because I've also felt like some other players you might expect. A bit like Magnojez, you know, I think we called him out a couple times. You expect him to be doing damage, like big damage with the rifles, but
yes.
But Axel's on the lurk on Train was really nice. So clean headshot there from him, and that's a really important round to get quickly before MIBR rack up too many on the CT side, build that economy up.
I also think, you know, sometimes when we see these older generation players get recycled into top teams all the time, and people say, oh, why don't I get someone, you know, who's younger and, you know, a bigger prospect or whatever. One of the answers to that question is that you don't always know how people will behave when the pressure is really on. And I think so far Magnus has been playing a pretty good tournament, but there are definitely signs here where you think, ooh, like this is where you need him to do more than this, though. He's not just here, in my opinion, to be, you know, like a core rifler. No, he's here to be kind of a star. He can do that in certain games, but now with elimination, you know, in the distance here, we're not talking about like any old game. He needs to do it right now. So we'll see if he's got the strength to do something more than what he did on Train, because they absolutely do need that. Insani, he's already seen it. He knew Axel was there, so pretty easy pickup.
Axel's often lurking, as we just highlighted too, so that should be a cue. And look at that, the smoke kill comes through on the other side of the map. MIBR 5 against 3 now.
Wow.
They're still going for pop flash plays, Anders. They love it.
I wonder if that pop flash was even deep enough to hit anyone, but regardless, I mean, we get the headshot. It doesn't really matter. Sorte and Boomage. Bomb is miles away. It's a minute on the clock. I mean, you can slow this down and hope for a mistake. Doesn't look like MIBR will give you one. So I don't know if there's another plan beyond that point here. Sorte might feel like he's far enough up, and he tries, but Brenner will take him down. Very nicely done. Everything is working so well. This is... If you zoom out right now, this is a spectacular start for the map. It's CT side. These are hard rounds to come by. There's no bomb plants, not a lot of money either on BetBoom. They could be very, very quick to 4 rounds here, MIBR.
Yeah, off of resetting the BetBoom economy, it's really brutal for them, for BetBoom. And it's really interesting, too, because in some senses, with MIBR, they are just kind of winning more duels. Like a lot of the 1v1s that we're seeing, you know, MIBR just looking a bit better, a bit cleaner across the entire board, I would say. And that's a scary prospect, for sure. I mean, I like that they're not going too crazy here, Anders, because their economy, if they can just build up as much money as possible, that is the biggest objective after they got those first 3 kills.
No question. Yeah, I would agree with it. Don't hunt it down. It's a big map.
Oh, I think you're totally right about the flash. I don't think that was anywhere near where it needed to be.
Yeah, it wasn't, but look at the frustration for Magnojez, right? He knows it. Like I really think he's an interesting player, and specifically he's interesting for me because he does have that I don't really care who's on the other side, I'll fight and win attitude, which I think is awesome. But obviously when that doesn't work out, yes, you're going to feel frustrated. No question about it. So curious if he could turn it around. He still has some time, right? This is early on Anubis, so it doesn't have to be done yet. But a big test for a rookie player to find his own space and kind of find the groove again. Boomich on the saved AK, gonna open up and take a kill, but they will also lose Axel at the same time. And not that much map control, to be honest, here for BetBoom. They're really far back, practically all in T-spawn at this stage.
Yeah, looking like they want to move back and punish any CTs that may have pushed the B main position. Obviously, sometimes the CT will fall back, but this time has actually stayed forward. We can see Lecalzi in that forward position with the AK. And how much can you get, or how little is the question as the peaks come through the shadow advantage. Lecalzi,
wow,
doing a great job here, absolutely destroying them. Only one player left, he's looking for it. Oh, so easy for Lecalzi. Beautiful. 4-1 now for MIBR. Anders, I'm worried. I'm worried.
That's a sequence that's worth studying, right? He gets the first couple of kills, he repositions. It's a great mixture of controlling the spray and some burst taps, depending on what kind of a fight he's in. Like, he just did like a whole bunch of, like, it's like a little mechanical playbook that he just showed us. Absolutely awesome. Like, repositioning out from the wall after the first kill so that he's not just hugging the wall. And then, you know, good spray down on this one, and then straight into a couple of taps. He did like 4 or 5 or 6 just perfect things in getting those kills. Sickening. 4 rounds already on MIBR. I guarantee you now, BetBoom are feeling the pressure.
Yes, my worry is that they are disappearing a bit, have been. That's my worry. We'll see, though, if they can have a round to rejuvenate the team, get the energy flowing.
I mean, this map is a map that's built for the kind of play that Boomich especially individually likes. Because if you put enough pressure on middle, sometimes you can sneak past the CTs in here. And Boomich is such an elusive player that, you know, if he gets lost in the hallways, he can call a whole round behind it. So very curious to see if he will be allowed that kind of a space. I've seen him do it many times on this map. So right now, just getting back to basics here and maybe just getting, you know, kind of warmed up a little bit. They have so few kills there. 9 in total on the T side.
Oh, that's such a fantastic pick there, finding the shoulder of Lecalzi, who has been a little bit of a demon, as we were describing. And this is a bit problematic because Magno is just really creating problems down the B side, but at the same time, the bomb's moving through mid. They're trying to pressure A along. BetBoom are doing a lot at once here. Find the pick onto safe, and so the A site is potentially opened up, but there's a player there, as is, well, not anymore on the B site. Oh. So, okay, that's it. It's cleaned up. The bomb can find its place, and the round can be won.
Yeah, but I mean, even in the 2v3, you could see there was a way that it could have kind of spiraled out of control.
Yes.
Good job on Magno just, and Salty obviously with the opening shot there, but double kill for him. Bomb planted, and Breno will have to hang out by the carpets up here. You found a carpet, Stan? Got carpets in your house?
I don't like dusty carpets, though.
Not dusty carpets. Well, that's... I don't think they're not made to be dusty. You can vacuum, you know.
Yeah, well, they just all seem to accumulate dust. Then what?
Get one of those robot vacuum, you know, things.
Is there robots? I will definitely buy a robot that will do all of the housework. 100%.
Okay, that's you know, it's on record. So when the AI takes over, you've committed yourself to the subjugation of robots. But that's okay, Dan.
I got in the Waymo. Okay.
You got in the
Austin's
Waymo.
One of the cities where they have them, and the Waymo is immediately a more premium experience, and the driving, it feels really safe, and I feel so safe.
Okay. That's what the robots want you to think. You know, I'm just saying, for me, just in case the AI is listening to the future, I would never myself, you know, think myself better than a robot. You know, I know you want them to do your housework, Dan, but that's not me.
I mean, they'll just do everything better, Anders. I think that in fact, I'm surprised that you aren't embracing this like the human-machine merge.
I am. Listen, my body's falling apart, all right? I need it. We do have a bit of a timeout being called here. It's MIBR, you know, early on. I do actually like this because even if they're a bit ahead, CT side is looking good for them. I think it's nice for them to be in a position here where they are controlling the momentum and also the mentality. They're also not allowing BetBoom to run away with too much, you know, momentum. So in general, I think it's nice to do this kind of a thing and just kind of slow everything down. If they get even one more round here in the first half, things just get super, super tricky. So yeah, a fun game right now. Mostly for MIBR, I really think the pressure is on BetBoom to perform and win out for most of the rest of this half. We're going to round number 7, and we do have the AWP out on Sorte once again. It's one unsafe, so he's going to be playing with that in the front of the A side. Nice position to be in. It means they can double up in middle and B because he's over there.
Yeah, and it's a pretty quick approach onto the E-box position. Volleying it out, so creating that threat towards that B side. But in the meantime, indeed, we've got the push towards the A side. That's what it's all about here for BetBoom. And at this point, MIBR, they haven't re-cleared E-box, but they must start to wonder. And with the flashbang heard at A-long, they've got to know now it's going to be that A play, and MIBR are starting to rotate.
Yeah, they have a good read right now. Deep grenades, pushing his way safe here. Flash on top as well, making it very hard for him to find a shot, but he'll just manage to squeak one through with the bomb now. In front, he gets a flick and very nearly kills Sorte outright. Missed shot here as Magno just is pushing up, and now they can pick up the bomb, and they're going to get the bomb planted right afterwards. Safe Insanity and Lucausi is probably, again, better to walk away. The main thing here that's going to be driving MIBR into the future is the money. If they can stay dangerous with the rifles, then it's a struggle for BetBoom. But once the rifles are lost and they're back to pistols, it's a different game, and then BetBoom are going to really roll on through. So I really respect the early safe call here, and just, you know, just don't give it up.
Yeah, I think that's makes all of the sense, and it's just like the machine's taking over. It just makes sense. And with
bound to happen.
MIBR, you know, having some of these guns left, and with BetBoom having just, you know, worked this default with the E-box pressure, and you know, MIBR respected it. There's a world where MIBR might decide to try to fight for that. What they have previously been doing is MIBR have been fighting for the B main control. Whether, you know, we see Lucausi, you know, pushing out there, maybe Insani pushing out there to try to find that forward info, maybe find the lurk. And if you find Axile, Axile's usually away from the rest of the team too. Right. So there's a lot of tells that exist. And these are some of the ways that MIBR have been winning the rounds, but we'll see what their interpretation is of that success that BetBoom just showed in the previous round.
Round number 8. A little bit of early mid control here. Very common setup with 3 early at the B bomb side, and they've got the AWP trained on the corner. They might walk straight in. It was a contact play against the AWP. That's not going to work out. Lucausi with a bit of a double headshot. Spray down. This is such a great defense at the start of it. BetBoom, it's an outer spawn, very calculated call to put some grenades into middle. They smoked that up just to pretend that maybe we could be going for it, but they wanted to go 5 people through that B main position, and they were hoping that the complete lack of grenades would really catch MIBR off guard. It's not actually necessarily a bad idea, but obviously when you've got 3 people and the AWP is first, that's hard.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's actually a great play. It's just it's one of those things where it would be so much better if you are more confident that either the AWP isn't there for some reason, or, which is hard to know at the beginning of the round, or that you know that they don't have enough money for an AWP. You know that it's not possible, and they're likely just on rifles, which there's going to be a bunch of rounds like that too. But just unlucky to run it when AWP was online. AWP was in the perfect place, safe, connects the shots.
Just to be honest as well, it's so much more common anyway for the AWP to be in the connector, in the where the E-box is. Like it's most of the time you're going to find it there. Sometimes you'll find it on the A plateau. Whenever there's not a smoke in the middle on this map from the CT side, it can be in the middle too. But I would say playing on that particular position probably, you know, a lot less likely, to be honest. So BetBoom, because if the AWP is in connector that early on and they rush in like that, it doesn't really matter, right? They don't care if the AWP is there, because it's going to be a point-blank fight or a really close-range fight. So it's another round for MIBR. 5 already. Money still looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Such a struggle for BetBoom.
Surviving 5 players is so huge. I feel like you don't often see that on this map, that the CTs will have so many clean rounds. So definitely a big win for MIBR. And again, I'm curious what they might or might not do in terms of their mix-ups, because I think, you know, if you're going to be a good team on this map, you do have to find ways to be active throughout the round as the CT side. You can't just sit there passively the whole time.
Sure.
And
well, I mean, there's so many things that they haven't even really had a great opportunity to do yet, but it could be really interesting if they start to mix it up a little bit. I personally love it when you get the people running from connector down towards the A stairs through the river. You can throw some deep smokes on the CT side. This time it's going to be a flash out, and Axel, even though he was a little bit blind, still picks it up, but Exit's found too, and a lot of threat now. They're hunting for this kill, and they're going to be able to get it as well. Axel is dropped, the bomb is back here, and it's a 2 versus 3 with Magno just already a bit low on health. Great aggression.
The disruption. They just run 2 down mid through the smoke. That's crazy. MIBR, they are really putting the pressure on BetBoom. They're not giving them any room to breathe. The bomb will be collected by Magno Jez, but he's got 22 health. He's very, very weak, and right now the CT's still covering for mid. That's the bomb down again, and now you've got Siren. 1v3, 50 seconds, so there is some time to try to do something, but and the bomb is collectible.
Think about the amount of corners he has to clear just to even go and pick up the bomb. Like, even getting that far is hard. He doesn't get close to it. Insani's picked up the AWP. Exit, though. 3 kills in the round. He had 2 before this. That is a huge impact to have in the game. Man, BetBoom are crumbling. They are not ready for this. I'm just so shocked. We've gone through it so many times, but I'm just going to reiterate again. Coming into this, in the last 3 months, there's a 50% win rate for MIBR on this map with just 8 maps played. Whereas on the other side, it's a 72% win rate. I mean, percentages are what they are, but it's 18 maps played. It is so many more drills that they've got on this one, BetBoom. You would think that just the amount alone, even if the win rate was low, I don't really care about that, but just the amount of maps played, they should be feeling so much more confident. And MIBR, they're so impressive right now. I'm kind of blown away by what I'm seeing here.
MIBR doing the right thing as well. When your opponents lose confidence individually, which is what's happened, there's a few ways to like kind of artificially boost that, but you know, through the playbook. But
so this is a smoke that Eternal Fire use a lot to try and get some early control from the E-box position or connector position through the middle. Never mind the smoke, it's Exit. Great work coming out, already shutting it down.
So very disruptive from MIBR. If the other side again has issues with the individual confidence, and you can kind of feel that on the gunfights.
Yeah.
There's a way you can abuse it even more, which MIBR have kind of been doing. They've been balancing it well, where you just get more aggressive than perhaps you should. It can go the way of the other player in some senses, but if it doesn't, you really compound that psychological edge, and then they start to really crumble even more. And at that point, they try to over-leverage the playbook. But then if you play disruptively, you can never get to play the playbook. And that's kind of what MIBR have been successful at doing as well. Very disruptive on the CT side.
Just look at the kills. I mean, Boomich and Siren, I think have like 1 or 2 kills. Magno has got 7. He's the only one that's having an output that's kind of worth talking about, and even that is not, it's not enough to save them right now. Listen, 6-7 rounds now is so much more than enough on this map. They've done a remarkable job here. BetBoom, where are they? I mean, they need to win the last 2 rounds. Make this 7-5. Even then, I don't think it'll be easy. Here we go.
Out for safe again. Oh, burning a little bit there, taking a lot of damage. In comes the E-box push at the same time. The Calzi is going to get out of there. And the pressure on the B side is looking good here so far for BetBoom. Trying to collapse on to the CT players. Excellent work. Taking everybody down, in fact. Not a single player lost for BetBoom. And suddenly, a fast play. Good way to turn it all around. As Safe tries to hold onto this AWP. But there is a potential, now that he's been spotted, that they could take him out.
Yeah. Throw one of the orbs. Probably doesn't matter. Siren on a bit of a hunt here. Yeah, pretty nicely tucked away in the bushes. Like that.
Safe has been really consistent too, by the way, on these AWP shots.
So they have enough money to buy another AWP, but they cannot buy an AK. If you're new to the game, the CT kind cannot do that, so they don't care about the money, they care about the rifle. Smart choice, I think, and it will be another round for BetBoom. Up to 4 now. MIBR. What is the plan? Yeah, they're not able to find it, and that's annoying.
Oof, yeah, you can definitely see that the energy is low on the BetBoom side, but perhaps they can energize themselves. Again, sometimes it's just, an explosive round is a great remedy just because when all the players are moving fast, you don't have to make decisions at this point. You just know what you're doing, and you can kind of shut your brain off. It's just a lot easier if you're having a hard time to throw rounds like that at your opponent. And on the T side of Anubis, it's a pretty great place to do it, especially with the B split of all things too. Very strong. So that's going to give some extra breathing room.
The kind of split that we're seeing in that last round, again, is there are some teams that just replicate that a lot in the opening half of Anubis when they're on the T side. Because once you get into connector and you're in B main, I think you see it in that last round. Whatever CT player is playing by the pillar up front is such a weird fight. Like you're either way, you've got your back turned to either B main or connector. There are smokes and flashes and grenades raining over. It's just super hard to do. So sometimes the pace of that alone could be pretty interesting. This time a little bit more of a default spread out. Bomb drop back in T-spawn, so we know there's a limit to how much they want to go for it here. They are fighting early on, and they will take down Lukowski, and Sani's out in the open. All right, they've cleared open the bomb side, but again, the bomb is really far away. Wait a minute, hold on. There's a player in middle. Safe, he could stop the bomb from rotating in. If he just sticks this position, he misses the shot. If he had it, that might have been a disaster. MIBR still in this round, in spite of the fact that now for a good 15 seconds, the bomb site's been lost. But they need this site.
Helping from MIBR is coming down mid, but also help is coming to make sure the bomb can get escorted across. So there's still a chance here. In from the back. Oh, another whiff shot coming in from Safe. He's been hitting everything. It's those two key shots that get missed, and that gives a chance to BetBoom. 4 versus 2 now. They're looking so strong. And now it seems impossible for Exit to clean this one up.
Yeah, but the bomb's been run back, so... Oh, you could see how that could have worked out. How sick would it have been? BetBoom, though, they negotiate this at the end of it. That's a really risky round. I would love to see how that would have worked out if Safe hit that first shot. And you're not wrong, he's been pretty good. But obviously now for Exit, shouldn't be possible. Gonna get the first one there, and they are quickly retreating. They've got 2 more Molotovs, which means they can keep him away from this more or less forever. He's got a smoke in a kit, so if he was to get past this point, it could be kind of fun, but there's no reason they should be giving him any fight. Stepping onto it, Siren with a headshot. 7-5 at the end of the half in favor of MIBR is still impressive. The action resumes. We're on the second map here. Elimination on the line, Anubis with BetBoom and MIBR. A team that I definitely had not a great feeling of coming into this series, and I've been proven wrong for quite a while now. Which honestly is really exciting because it means we've got, fantastic Counter-Strike coming out of the Brazilian side. They're up 7-5. That was on their CT side. Now they're on the T side. I love everything about this. I am really blown away. BetBoom, I know they can do more. I know they're a better team than what they've been showing us here today, but they're running out of space to really prove it. I think they need a good, strong start here to the second half. They need to win this pistol and get everyone lined up. There are so many players right now on BetBoom that just haven't done anything for this map yet.
Yeah, for BetBoom on that CT side, losing the pistol would certainly be... I mean, we don't want them to experience that, but we'll see if MIBR allow that to be the case or not. Some teasing in around middle there, and got to be quite cautious here. Zorte just taking that quick peek into mid to see if there's any info to be gathered. Both teams posturing at the moment and just prodding one another, but other than that, MIBR not really giving the game away because they haven't really chosen what they want to do just yet. They're just trying to pressure everything. They're trying to bait BetBoom into making a mistake here.
Yeah, they really want to see what's going on. They have so much great utility too. I mean, 2 smokes and 1 Molotov. It could be pretty much anything at this stage. If they want to go middle, they can smoke off one side and just try to sort of power on. There is a big stack happening over at the A-bomb side, which is a bit of a concern right now, but we'll see where the split actually ends. It's very hard to read, even looking at the minimap. It will be leaning towards the A side with nothing thrown in the middle, so they're just walking in on contact in spite of the utility. They're not throwing it, and that might have been a bit of a mistake as well. Sorte gets the first one. Boom, it's trying to help out. Another good headshot, and Sorte is able to take down safe. Lukowski alone, I think. Because of how far they got into the middle there, it's a nice shot from MagnoJez. They got so far into the middle without making contact that they decide, let's not even use the grenades. Let's just see if we can surprise them. It's not a completely silly idea, but you could see also how much of a clean space there is for them to take those shots.
Yeah, and I think it's amazing patience that we saw here ultimately, because the whole plan was, initially at least, to see if we can bait BetBoom into making a preemptive rotation, catching a push, etc. But now MIBR just playing on the Glocks. And full Glock save.
Full Glock save. Well, in the meantime, go and check out our sponsor here in use the code BLAST, Underdog. It's Real Money Fantasy. If you haven't checked it out yet, you definitely should. A lot of people have opinions about, what would be best and how could I create a good team, but now we've got a chance to actually prove it. So definitely go and do that. We're in round number 14, and
what's the shape? Is this like an isosceles triangle?
Well, I feel I did pretty well in geometry, but in my school, Dan, we didn't use humans to build the shapes with, so I don't know where you went.
So you can't tell me what kind of triangle it is?
I'm not 100% sure. I think, well, we got 4 points, so it's not a triangle at all, Dan.
I just, ignoring that person who's ruining it for us.
Well, they nearly had the Wall of Glocks, which in the other game, we turned into a bit of a magic card. And somebody on Reddit actually managed to Photoshop it as well, which I think is impressive. So, yeah, Wall of Glocks is back. Straight into the HE. Very nice fadeaway grenade. And it's been shut down already. No bomb plant allowed for here. And no casualties either. It's, the bar for victory right now for BetBoom is pretty low, but even around like this one, I'll say that's nice. Good job. Don't lose anyone.
Yeah, definitely. It's a must-have result that was had. So everyone's happy.
Yeah.
And it's interesting as well to see from MIBR just going for the full Glock save. And now we'll get the rifles online. And it's going to be fun to see what their T-side looks like. Let's see how they start off the conditioning of the BetBoom opponents on the CT side. So we have a 1-1-3 default from MIBR to begin with. Oh, Zorte taking down the Kowsi outside B very early on.
Yes, I mean, a lot of the early battle here, I think on the second half is going to be decided in these really early rounds, as is often the case. The pistol round and the first rifle round. If BetBoom can win both, then the path to a third map is a lot more doable all of a sudden. B interesting if they could do it, but they walk into Breno. It's a double headshot. They just lined right up for him, and now there's nobody else on the site. Close to middle here is Sorte, but he can't really actually do much. He has to be worried about the fact that there could be somebody in here, and he's not wrong either. Insani pushing up, and the spray not quite good enough. Bomb still will be planted at the end of it here. It's a little bit delayed, but a deep position right now for MIBR, and a shot for the smoke. They find Sorte, and that's a bit of an issue. Magno just an exile. How much do you want to risk?
Oh, Magno is, I mean, at least teasing from the A-long position. And if nothing else, this is nice just because it will delay any hunting efforts if you're trying to keep your gun alive, so it helps with that objective. But I think, you know, if you're Boomish and Siren, that's a moment of utter despair. You know, finding Breno on the other end and just getting double headshotted like that so quickly and just a free bomb site round over, that's rough. That's really rough because it did actually also look like, especially with the early pick, that I think it was Zorte that maybe got it onto Lukowski outside of B. You're in such a good spot as a CTs there because you can even be a bit lighter on B because they knew what the setup was, so they had everything going for them.
And they did. Wanted to see if they could find even more pressure with the double push outside of A, and yeah, the double kill was so quick that nobody could really react, unfortunately.
Insani with the breathing buff. The nasal drip.
Yeah, need all the oxygen into your brain that he can get right now. It's a 1 round lead. It's not a lot, but it's more the fact that they're on the T side. And even beyond that, it's the money that we're dealing with here for BetBoom. They saved some rifles. They've thrown a little bit of buy into the rest of it. Sorte's picked up the AWP in this one. But as you can tell, there's not a lot of dollars left. Very nice nade.
Yeah. Yes. 3 health. Goodbye. Well, this time MIBR not losing anyone early. BetBoom are looking for that though. Still sticking to that 3-player setup on the B side. No threat towards B really. No E-box shenanigans from MIBR. They are playing pretty passive around mid and outside of A-long. Bomb now starting to walk over towards the B site.
Yeah, we still got 50 seconds. So it will just be a bit of a split coming in. I don't hate it. It's going to be fewer grenades on the CT side. Nice double nade. Axile's actually very low on health. They're going to lose Lukowski though. Still 40 seconds. No real rotations happening. It's just the 3 people at the bomb site still trying to hold on here. An opportunity for exit. Oh, he falls off the ledge there, Boomich. And he's still able to find the headshot. That looked like exit might have had an advantage. 25 seconds. They need to go. If they really want to do this and not just save the rifles here on the T side, then it is time to push on through. Bit of a lineup for Breno. It's a lot of damage, and the Molotov from Safe will get the job done, but still, the BetBoom coming on through.
Yeah, massive pickup for them. Just to break things up for MIBR, who were, I feel like, starting to pick up some momentum, but again, I think what's interesting with MIBR is that we're not seeing, again, some of that E-box aggression. I feel kind of surprised not to see a default with that in it, because I think that feels terrible for the CTs. You know, it's so hard to defend the B sides. If you lose it, it's so hard to retake it.
Yeah, I mean, it also felt like they were lingering right on the edge of the B bomb site, but nobody ever really gave the word to go. At some point, if you're MIBR, you've got to get out of the trenches and, you know, onto the battlefield. Can't just be, you know, sneaking around out there for too long. And maybe that was just a, you know, there was no real moment where they felt like, okay, now we're ready. Here come the flashes. Now we're good to go. Slow down a little bit too much, unfortunately. Well, let's see what they've got. Money is going to be in a weird position now for the Brazilian side, I think. Definitely something that could be a source of a lot of frustration for them. Game is tied up, 8-8. Got 1 AK on Safe. 1 AK is what saved them on train. One of the early rounds with Breno.
Yeah, that's true. And like all the other rounds from MIBR so far, we've got the very slow pace. And so it might just be the case that MIBR are looking for the moment to spring the really fast play. Now, obviously, this is not that round, but it is something that becomes an opportunity because the CTs are holding on to util now because you know these plays are just not happening quickly at all from MIBR. So
What does it look like Insani stepped aside for the observer to show the looks like, all right.
Get
Very
out
kind.
shots.
Siren has picked up the Org. I feel just so betrayed by BetBoom because I was so excited for the multi-Org, multi-Orb kind of setup, and
Oh, we saw it once, right?
we saw it once.
3 orbs, 1 org.
But we needed more. I think it's too much fun. In the middle here, Sorte. Could he do anything early on? Just stay alive, really. They were close enough to try and run him down, and that's going to be so worth it, but it doesn't get any easier. It's MagnoJez and Siren combining for some good kills. I still think that setup for the early kill on Sorte is very nice. Yeah, just too many people on the other side.
Well, the P250 has been collected, so better watch out. Gotta watch out for this one.
Better not cry. It's a whole Christmas thing.
Yeah. For a second, I was like, although it seems really familiar. I don't, what is Anders doing right now?
Better watch out. Better not cry. Boomich is coming to town, you know.
Oh yeah. Now I'm just picturing Boomich as Santa Claus, and this is just weird.
Well, not anymore. He's lost too much weight. He can't be anymore. Like, he's looking great. What a legend. So he missed the opportunity, but he does still play really exciting Counter-Strike. We'll take it. Okay, listen, they've got the round lead here. 9-8. BetBoom. They need a third map to avoid elimination. The pressure is at an all-time high still for them. But they're getting closer, and the MIB economy, like the MIBR economy, the problem is they cannot keep losing rounds here, right? They need to get on a bit of a roll themselves, or Anubis will slip out of their hands. Sorte in the middle. I've said it many times, when there is no smoke here for the CT side, it typically means the orb is going to be great flick. He takes down a third player in legs exit. Nearly a quad kill in the middle.
How is he allowed to just consistently re-peek? That's insane.
Well, I'm pretty sure there's a Molotov behind him, so he can't even run away.
Yeah.
He is committed to re-peeking forever, because there's no escape from it. But I really need to reiterate this. If you're ever playing this map at a super high level and there's no smoke in the middle, that should be an instant warning to you that there might very well be an AWP on the other side. So just be careful about that. It's such a big tell for almost all teams right now.
And really the name of the game now is damage for Breno and Exit, if they're able to do that. Just can't allow there to be 4 players surviving. They need to be, because we're getting pretty deep here into regulation, so you want to ensure that you can just reset your opponent.
Yes.
Just off of 1 round win. That would be ideal. And MIBR might just be saving here.
Yeah.
So not looking to risk their weapons.
Yeah, so it's always that fine line that you're riding. You know, if you go for a lot of damage, you end up losing everything, then you're completely naked in the next round. And if not, then you've at least got a couple of AKs. So yeah, they're going to go for that 10-8. BetBoom are slowly crawling back in. It's Sorte and MagnoJez with 15 and 16 kills that are doing the majority of the work. And that's at least something. But yeah, one hell of a sequence from Sorte there in the middle. That's very nicely done. Fairly sure that there was a Molotov landing behind him. Maybe we can catch that at a later stage.
Well, confidence is starting to slowly come back, I think, for BetBoom. And I think this sequence here from Sorte is definitely an energizing one. It's so crazy he's allowed to get away with that. It's amazing. Love it. Sorte, explosive showing.
Oh, this could be quick. Yeah, they might just, smoke might slow them down, but they definitely want to be very fast with this one, BetBoom. Oh, sorry, MIBR, so could just be a bit of a change of pace. They also, you know, don't have much to work with. We'll see how this plays out. Molotov is going to be annoying if you're falling back, but it won't actually land in the connector here. A little bit behind Axile. Tries to counter it, but he's trapped in the corner now. Nice kill from Exit, and they won't slow it down. You might as well keep going at this stage. You already found the entry. Counter smoke actually does slow things. I'm surprised to see that they don't follow through.
Oh, but look, we have the walk through A-Long here, and there is a player on the other end. If this headshot goes the way of safe, if he can find a kill into, I think, Siren there, this would just open up the entire map. But if he dies, this is just completely shut down. The door's locked, the key's been thrown away, but the Horde is here, so they're going to be charging in nonetheless. And Siren's not really fighting for it here, just playing the retake, playing passive. And BetBoom, they may have to go for a retake and a defuse here.
Yeah, but even that might actually be kind of tricky. 3 versus 5. You still got some rifles, but if you give out those AKs, you've got money to rebuy M4s, but nice shot from Exit. Even if he didn't get the headshot, I mean, you're still right. The forward position, and it forces Siren back, and it allows for the bomb plant here. The rest are going to be saving. Big round for MIBR. Up to 9 now. And getting all the time closer to a 2-0 victory, hunting him down. Look how yeah, Magna just wants that AWP. Moving forward into it here, not going to be allowed to save anything. That is a great cleanup. Winning the round is one thing, but getting all 5 kills on top, taking all the AKs away from the CT side.
And this kill here, you know, this pressure, this threat to the B site. I mean, one of the reasons why the E-Box threat is so awesome is because it does feel like the T's are going to be pushing into B, even if they're not. It can be very threatening. But the discipline we saw from BetBoom to not actually just try to go into the site. They had players there, but instead they let the lurk work through A. Great communication, great mid-rounding there for MIBR, and they've now put BetBoom in a spot where they've bought everything. They spent everything. They got double orb.
Sorce's pushing out. Wants to find a shot there with the orb early on, but the flashbang is going to give away his position. So they definitely know that it's in play and that it was on the side of the map. There's another orb also on Magnoges and the orc on the Siren. So we're moving into more of the classic kind of BetBoom setup here with as many scopes as they can get their hands on. Oops, not how you wanted that HE to land, I guarantee. Bomb being brought back to T-spawn. If MIBR win this round, they are so close to winning the match. Exit, moving forward. Doesn't want to step into that. Smoke going up on the one side, incendiary there. And that's going to push them back a little bit. I think they've heard the fire as well touching Exit, so they know that there's somebody in this position here. 3 people now as Boomich is rotated in with the MP9. Another incendiary will keep them slowed down a bit more. We're down to about 40 seconds here.
Because MIBR have already showed this to be a fake in the previous round, BetBoom have to be cautious here. They don't overreact. Not knowing what to do now, but they've run out of utility. With 30 seconds left, this is the perfect time to pounce onto the B site here for MIBR, as they now look to finally make their way forward with all of the rest of their util. And the CT stuck in the back. Bit of a boost over the top. Is this going to find anything there? Magna just can't. He's going to fall off of that boost, and they're trying to do what they can from the backside here, but the positioning is too strong here for MIBR. Still, though, CT's in the site, still trying to fight for this one, and holding these positions allows the retaking CT players to join up.
Yeah, but this is desperate. You're risking the double orb and the orc here. This is so much money that they could be losing. I'm glad to see them finally falling back. I know it sucks to give up this round, but if you lose these rifles, it's kind of over for BetBoom. I really thought they stuck around way past the point where it made sense. What a crazy take for MIBR. They win that fight by getting 1 kill and just having enough smokes to plant the bomb behind it.
Yeah. Normally, T-sides will try to clear that backside, but they were confident enough that it was late in the round that they could just play outside that choke point without too much of a risk of being smoked off. And I guess even if you get smoked off, I'm not sure if they had the molly left or something for the bomb, but yeah, that's an unusual post plant.
There's the other thing though, right? Because BetBoom don't have a lot of money, they'd already used the 2 incendiaries in the connector.
Yeah.
They don't have more to slow down the bomb. They don't have HEs to blow open the smoke. And because they have the double orb, you're shooting through the smoke with an orb. That's not going to be quite the same, you know. So a lot of the stuff that you would normally have to try and, you know, take a fight for the smoke, it just wasn't really there.
Yeah.
Timeout called for BetBoom, the last that they have here. And the pressure is on like they haven't felt it yet here at the major. It's the second stage, but this is the 0-2 bracket. You have to make a huge comeback from here on out. And again, I was very sure that it was going to be BetBoom walking away, probably with a 2-0 victory. Right now, MIBR are about to pull a bit of a reversal on that. That would be such a cool result.
Oof, let's see if they're able to do it. 10-10. MIBR have all the utility, and it's looking pretty rough in that capacity for BetBoom. Very little util, but Magna Jez on that E-box angle with the AWP. Ooh, Siren getting burnt quite a lot there. That's a great punish for Siren trying to find forward space with the AUG.
Yeah, he wanted to push as the other arm of Magno just peeking down connector. So they had two people that were being aggressive at the start there. Didn't really work out. Now the flash going to be around the corner. Let's see how quick they can be. Sorte is so blind. It doesn't get better than that because Siren's already low. He can't be too aggressive. This should be a quick bomb plant. And honestly, BetBoom, they might have to save already. This might not even be a conversation. They're running away. I can't blame them.
Yeah, they can't lose what they have. Their money's too bad. It's such a hard pill to swallow.
Yes.
But you have to swallow the pill, Anders. You must.
Well, that's...
No water, nothing like that allowed. You gotta do it dry.
What, Dan, what are you doing to me? Like, why?
Because it hurts, man. This sucks. This situation, it could be worse. Trying to make the analogy follow, you know?
Such a nice guy now. I feel like I'm being committed to some sort of institution where Dan the Warden is just shoving pills down my throat. God damn. Well, Siren does go down towards the end of the round. It's actually kind of a disaster. Again, double AWP and the AWP. And now what they have is one AWP saved. Axal, he can't find anything on the ground either. They're going to save the AWP, and they have a little bit of money to buy something with, but I don't know. This Brazilian squad is... They're doing so much more than you would think.
Yeah, they're doing a lot right. They really are. They're doing a really great job. That pop flash play was so simple, and there's a couple rounds now where they've just gotten the entries very easily. Individual skill, good team play. 11-10. MIBR close to eliminating BetBoom. MIBR, a team that doesn't have any maps played on their HLTV stats page.
This could be an absolutely sick call for MIBR. If they just power through right now, there's one player that is absolutely going to get overwhelmed. Oh, I love it. What a time to call it here for MIBR. They rush it down. Axal, he's still alive somehow, and the backup is starting to get there. MIBR not even finding the safety for the bomb plant just yet. This should have already been so much more successful. Surely it's enough to win. Bomb planted now, and the after plant. We'll see BetBoom can do it. They almost have to try. Bit of a spray, and some good headshots are coming through. Now it's Breno and Safe in a 2 versus 5.
Yeah, it's definitely a good position. The boost comes through for a pick, but there's so many CTs taking a moment to coordinate before they all come in together to start that defuse. Now, what do you do here? The spray comes through haphazardly. It's going to pick up a kill onto Boomage very quickly. Nade takes care of Breno. Forced defensive goes Safe with the AWP. If that defuse can come through, and it is, and that's the round for BetBoom. Great retake onto the B site. Very hard to do that. All the pressure is on them, and they managed to pull it off. That is crazy. It's the happiest we've seen them in a while.
That round is more or less supposed to be one of Cole alone, but Axal, look how he's jumping on through. If Axal dies, the round is just destroyed for BetBoom. That is such a hard... They made it look so easy, which is almost a bit annoying because it sort of takes away from the drama of how hard it would have been to normally win that kind of a round. The call is just so good for MIBR. It was the perfect round to go for that outer spawn, straight to B execute. But yeah, Axal, obviously veteran player, at one point top 5 rifler in the world. This time he held his cool and was able to get that one crucial kill that allowed for the setup for the retake as well. Now, it's going to get more dramatic from here, I guess. We're building up the story all the time. BetBoom looking for a third map, which would be on Nuke to decide this series with. And MIBR, they just want to close it here. Double AWP, and back with the AUG as well on Siren.
All right, it's all back on. The E-box line taken by Axile for the information. Not seeing anything there. In fact, MIBR, they've done a lot of 1-1-3 defaults, but here they've got more players towards mid and B.
Yeah, you could be pretty sure that Boomage is alone in here. Again, that early smoke. Most mid players, they will throw some really early grenades here, just because they don't have any backup early on. And Boomage is pretty much doing that. He's already thrown out the incendiary, the smoke early. Grenade is actually very nice. Some good damage. Now he's going to call in a teammate from the A-bomb side. That's Sorte with the AWP, because again, he's run out of grenades himself, so he kind of needs somebody else to step it up. And there's an AWP on the other side. A bit of a standoff here.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, well, the standoff might come to a close pretty quickly. Zorte going down, and this might force a response from BetBoom. We've seen this, you're down players on the CT side. You either go for information or you stack something, and we have a play through mid here from Boomich.
Yes. You're absolutely right. It's very forward. It's actually hard to clear on the T side, weirdly enough, but there's nobody there. He's going to get that bit of info, but they're also walking through the middle. MIBR on a flanking mission to the B bomb side. This could be a disaster. They'll find safe at the start, but the threat is not over with. 20 seconds. Does he realize MagnusJS is about to get shot in the back? He certainly doesn't. Exit takes him down, and once again, the weight of the world is on Axile here. He'll get the first kill. We're down to 11 seconds now. Boomich shows up. Axile's finally dead, and Boomich quick in the grave afterwards. Siren trying to slow them down here, but the bomb is going to be planted. That incendiary, it doesn't spread far enough, and now it's on Siren. One org to try and save BetBoom here at the major. Insani and Breno, they're just so relaxed far back here. Not a lot of health left. And slowly creeping in. Siren just needs one little peek, one kneecap to be shown, and he can get a chance of it at least. There's the first one, but he's down to 19, and now it's a swing wide to check that corner against Breno. He's not quite clearing it. And Breno instead shoots him in the back at MIBR now, up to 12.
12 rounds. Finally, MIBR have been grinding their way to this result. We can see if they can close it now. And BetBoom, they are hanging on though. Like they've had so many moments, especially on this Anubis, as we saw also on the first map, where things just look like it's falling away from them, but they don't want to let it go easily.
The calls here for MIBR are so good. The reason why Siren wants to check towards the center of the map there is because that was a flank that was coming from, right? So he thinks they might have gone back to that same position. Oh no, Dan. Look at what they've got.
Interesting. Well, Axel is the one that's AWPing by himself on B, so a very different look from BetBoom. This is obviously, like you're alluding, a horrendous buy situation for BetBoom to play their final round of regulation.
They're just all in the middle, except for Axel, but otherwise, a very dynamic setup where they can rotate quickly towards A if need, a little bit slower towards B, but they can still get there. And MIBR playing very safely. Good grenades in the middle here. Flash around. Got to be careful here, Insani. There's an entire army on the other side. Might not be the best equipped army, but they can still get the job done. Insani goes down, and an AK's been recovered.
Nice pickup indeed with that AK, and suddenly it's not looking too bad here for BetBoom. 3 on B when the attack's coming into A, so this could be really difficult. And MIBR, if they pick up this round, that's it. BetBoom are out of the major, and MIBR will move forward.
MagnusJS alone at the site, Dan. He's got 21 kills. He's been playing so well on this map to try and force a third, but this is the real test for him. Flash over, he knows that they're coming. He hears the footsteps already. Moving forward, just one headshot would set it up. He's gonna get the first, trying to stop the bomb, but that's too much. Ends up going down. Would have been better to stay alive. 3v3 now in the after plan, and it all comes down to this. No kit on that CT side. And all rides on this here. BetBoom, they must win this retake.
And there's a whiffed shot here. Every second counts. Every shot counts. Axile trying to work his way in. Good coverage on the flank here from Lukowski, and he is so good for the shot, and that's it! MIBR, they've done it! They've eliminated BetBoom with excellent play, going above and beyond what any of us expected. And my goodness, I would be worried if I'm up against MIBR next. They are looking pretty nice when the pressure is on.
Yeah, just such an incredible result for them. I think you could see just how dejected they look on the BetBoom side. I understand why. They came into this, I would say, a somewhat heavy favorite. It's definitely the better map pool, definitely way more maps played as well, but something just wasn't working. They lost Train in itself. I think that's worthy of a headline. And then also now on Anubis as well. Very, very surprising result. But for MIBR, it is so cool. Yeah, I'm really, it caught me off guard completely. They played much better than I was anticipating. And you're at the major. This is the time to surprise people. So great work for the Brazilian squad. You could see MagnusJS. I mean, I think you're running through every single fight. He played out of his mind on the second map. I'm happy to see that because I think he's a real prospect for the future. But obviously on Train he was missing. So That'll happen.
Yeah, and especially when tournaments like this obviously are so important. Time slows down when you lose. And
yes.
Sometimes you're saying, you're running through so many things in your head, and you're just in a completely different mental space.
Yeah.
Because everything that you've been working towards for months has just gone.
Is out.
It's vanished. All that work, everything you've put your entire life on the line for.
Yeah. Very, very shocking to say the least. Here we see, overall in the series, would have been Nuke deciding, doesn't really get to that, but yeah, Lucaozi, Insani as well, safe. They all played super, super well, and actually on the BetBoom side, it's not like anyone was horribly missing either.
Yeah.
I think the most difficult thing to swallow probably would have been on Train. Just the fact that they could never get things rolling at the beginning of Train was a bit surprising, but great results, really exciting for MIBR.
Totally, yeah, and again, shout outs to Breno, because I think BetBoom probably win that train if Breno doesn't get that insane result on round 3, where with a 5-7, he steals an AK and aces.
Yeah.
That's not supposed to happen. It was a really close map, and after that point, MIBR was racking up rounds.
Well, if you're a fan of Counter-Strike, you're in the right place. We still have the A stream going on. Falcons are playing over there, so we'll throw you guys over there to enjoy the action.
What's up, everybody? I'm Darth Mike. I'm going to be running around the venue, taking you behind the scenes, showing you a lot of the action, filming a ton of content. We're going to go ahead and take a tour of the studio, see where the magic happens, see where the games are going to be going live. Teams are getting ready to set up, so let's go ahead and let's do it. Welcome in to the Blast TV Austin Major Studio. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Come on in. We've got so many beautiful things to look at. This is where the first 3 stages of the Major are going to occur. We got 32 teams rocking up. It's in this studio where everything begins, where we first learn to respect underdog. This is the mix zone. This is where the press will be after the games to catch players as they come off, get their interviews, get their snippet, give you guys a little insight. But here, as we come around the corner, this is where the magic happens. We've got 8 setups. Top of the line Alienware monitors, blacklight chairs, desks, everything you could possibly want to achieve your absolute best as a player. But these setups, we've got 8 of them, and that means that one set of teams can be setting up while the other set of teams is playing, so that we don't have any elongated breaks if everything works as planned. Knock on. That's not wood, but it'll be good enough. So with these 32 teams coming in, there's a lot of rookies. With the expansion of the Major, there's a lot of new faces, a lot of fresh faces coming through, and while the setups do a great job of allowing you to adjust, to tweak, to raise your level, to lower your chair, to do everything you could need to make yourself as comfortable as possible, let's be real. We all know what's on the line. We all know the stakes. It's never going to be as easy as when you're playing at home. We're coming down to the end of the row, and here's where the broadcast magic happens. They don't let me touch the cameras anymore, not since the incident, so we'll leave that alone. I move on in here to the jib. This is my favorite toy. This is how we get all the beautiful sweeping shots. It goes in, it goes out. Every time you see a dope crowd shot, it's thanks to one of these. But again, not since the incident. Welcome in to the desk here at the Blast TV Austin Major, where we have created this marvel of carbon fiber and electronics to bring you the absolute peak of analytical experience here at the Blast TV Austin Major. We have the beautiful Austin skyline on the LED wall behind me. They can change that to anything that they want. They got so much power here. And in between the games, in between the matches, they're going to be breaking down the information. They're going to be bringing you the highlights. They're going to be updating you on the storyline, keeping you abreast of the situation. And it's from this desk that our analysts can peer all the way down the room at those far setups so they can see the hype moments and maybe critique a player's posture. And if you're wondering why I'm so brilliant and beautiful and tall like these giant skyscrapers behind me, well, I got a little bit of secret. If you look down, this is just a little bit of a box there. That's a lower tech solution. But you know, sometimes everybody needs a bit of a lift. In a minute here, this hall is going to fill back up with players, and the games will commence. The screams of triumph, the cries of agony, the noises of defeat, those are all going to ring through the halls of this studio. So without further ado, let the games begin.